morning. What do antioxidants neutralize? 215-263 WMMR. We are going to go to Cindy and see if we can get an answer. So let's see. Hi, Cindy. Cindy,
Hi,
good morning. Hi.
Good morning.
All right, so what do antioxidants neutralize?
Free radicals.
Free radicals.
Yeah. We saw them in concert.
That was a new radical.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cindy, hang on the line. We're going to set you up with a $100 Visa gift card, and you can witness the beginning of The Legacy on Walker Independence, the CW's all-new series, and it's on Thursday night, 9 p.m. on the CW. That looks like old copy, Casey. It says Thursday the 6th, and today is the 12th. So just giving you a heads up.
Okay, hang on.
I just want to make sure we have the proper prize we're
Yes.
giving away.
Yeah, it premiered last Thursday.
Yeah. I got to make sure we have $100 Visa gift cards. To
Carry
give away.
this.
It's
7.
not old copy. It's all brand new.
Okay, all right, good. As long as the prize
The prize is fine.
is legit.
Right.
Nice. It's a good prize. All right, we're going to start with some unfortunate news, but she lived a long and full life. Murder, She Wrote actress Angela Lansbury passed away yesterday. She was 96 years old, just 5 days before her 97th birthday.
That just happened. Who was the last?
Betty White.
Betty White, just days from her birthday.
Yep. So her family wrote in a statement, the children of Dame Angela Lansbury are sad to announce that their mother died peacefully in her sleep at her home in Los Angeles at 1:30 a.m. today, Thursday, October 11th, Tuesday, October 11th, just days shy of her 97th birthday. The statement continued saying, in addition to her 3 children, Anthony, Deirdre, and David, she is survived by 3 grandchildren, Peter, Catherine, and Ian, plus 5 great-grandchildren, and her brother, producer Edgar Lansbury. She was preceded in death by her husband of 53 years, Peter Shaw. A private family ceremony will be held on a date to be determined.
A very elegant actress, had multi-decade career. Was kind of the hot thing, the starlet when she first came on the scene. She's in the movie Samson and Delilah, and then she carried it all the way through in her latter years.
Yeah.
Murder, She Wrote was a huge hit.
Yeah. It made her a lot of money, too.
Yeah.
And she had that for 12 years. She played Jessica Fletcher. She was also nominated for Oscars for films such as Gaslight, The Picture of Dorian Gray, and The Manchurian Candidate. So
Yeah,
she was a nominee.
By the way, you see her in The Manchurian Candidate. She's the evil mother.
Yeah.
Right.
She is diabolical.
It's one of those performances, Steve, where like you end up hating Angela Lansbury for a stretch afterwards.
Yeah.
You're like, oh wait, no, she was just pretending.
Yes, because
She's
she
an
comes
actress.
back in Beauty and the Beast, and she's awesome.
When I was a kid, we loved Bed Knobs and Broomsticks.
I love it.
yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, she was
Yeah.
great in that. Many stars.
Did you ever see the second movie, Knob Jobs and
Oh, my God.
and Glory Holes?
It's so good.
I meant
it's so good.
Knob Jobs and Glory
Holes is so good.
Remember?
I'll put that on the list.
Yeah.
Many stars in Hollywood honored the late actress on social media.
You would see that, though. You know you would.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Including George Takei, Jason Alexander, Kevin McKidd, and Piper Perabo. Kathy had a story. She said, if you talk about Angela Lansbury this morning,
So
I have a story. I asked if her father had sex with her. She said no.
Oh, that's...
No.
But it's depicted in Knob Jobs and Glory.
No, this is me just being an idiot. So my mom used to watch Murder, She Wrote, when I was growing up. So
Right.
I knew her from that. So I get a text last night. It's a group text from my high school friends, okay?
Right.
And in the text message, it is a screenshot of somebody who wrote, R.I.P. Jessica Fletcher. I went to high school with a girl named Jessica Small who married a guy whose last name was Fletcher.
Oh, no.
So I see Jessica Fletcher, and the guy who sent the screenshot said, not a good feeling. And my heart, yesterday, I had gotten like a little bit of bad news, so I was not really in the best mood. And then this comes through. My heart sank. My eyes started to well up. I was like, what? I pick up the phone. I call her best friend. She doesn't answer.
Oh, no, Kathy.
I call her. I'm like, forget this. Like the best friend didn't answer. I'm like, I'm calling her. I call her. She doesn't answer. I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? Now I'm like panicking. I'm sweating. And then my phone rings and it says Jess. So I'm like, hello? She's like, hey, what's going on?
Oh, no.
I'm not dead.
I go, oh my God, you're not dead. She goes, no, you idiot. It's Murder, She Wrote. It's not me.
Oh, my.
Honestly, stop and think about it. Would you automatically assume that she was talking about the main character from Murder, She Wrote.
Especially
You would
coming
think-
from women like your age. Like, why not the freaking thing from Beauty and the Beast or something like that? You know?
Seriously.
Gladys Kravitz is dead. Gladys Kravitz from the original Bewitched. You wouldn't know that.
If I had a friend named Jessica Fletcher and I got that text
Right?
yesterday, I would think the
Oh my
exact same
God,
thing.
Fletcher! So
we're siding with you on this one.
I text the group and I go, not our Jess, thank God. The guy goes, my heart just dropped. Another one goes, oh my God, I couldn't imagine. And then the third guy goes, so Jess is a really good chef. He goes, so I shouldn't text Jess about a ribeye this weekend?
Wow. Oh, that's too funny. Oh, my God.
Yes, if anybody out who went
Well-
to Pensbury and Bucks County, our Jessica Fletcher is just fine.
In before she told this story, she goes, I go, yeah, well, did your dad have sex with you? She goes, no, I'm an idiot. And no, you weren't an idiot.
No, you were not.
weren't an idiot at
You were
all.
absolutely well within your rights.
But I should have I shouldn't have known, but really, because my mom did watch this growing up, I knew her on that show
I
for
wouldn't
sure.
have-
But I didn't,
I don't know the character's name. I never watched
Yeah,
Murder, She Wrote,
yeah.
so yeah.
It was actually really. We actually have a clip if you want to play for oldie timey sake. Yeah.
From which one? I mean, we have
Murder, She Wrote.
Murder, She Wrote.
All right, here's the clip. Here we go. That sounds like the theme song.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the clip.
Okay.
It is.
Maybe the wrong one went
All
over.
right, how about one from Beauty and the Beast?
Let's do that.
Because she was Miss Potts. Here we go.
She was great. You did a couple of good runs. Let's stop remaking this.
Here is the Murder, She Wrote clip. So here we go. That.
Last night when I brought you here, it was dark in the den. I left you when the doorbell rang, and you came into the dark room. I had only taken a few steps when the den lights flashed on. It didn't occur to me until today that you said you'd never been in this room before. But it took you less than 5 seconds to find an obscure light switch in the dark. Stick.
Dead man.
Now, what happened is that, and they were just about to do this, a whole series where they free all the people she got wrongly convicted because she was senile at the time.
Oh, shut up. By the way, Steve sent over this interesting article that her daughter apparently was almost caught up in the Manson family.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So in a 2014 interview, Lansbury revealed that Deirdre, who's now 69 years old, had begun running in a crowd led by Charles Manson. And with her brother, Anthony, had become involved in drugs.
Jelly's all this time.
And in fact, she said that they ended up having to move the entire family to Ireland to get her away.
Wow.
That's
And
crazy.
out of that environment, and apparently it worked. She said, it pains me to say, but at one stage, Deirdre was in a crowd led by Charles Manson. Like some of Manson's followers, Deirdre was allegedly drawn to the cult leader's charm. She said she was one of the many youngsters who knew him, and they were fascinated. She said he was an extraordinary character, charismatic in many ways, no question about it.
So she had interaction with Charles Manson.
I guess.
So the possibility of Nick's dad banging his Angela Lansbury's
possible.
daughter.
Yeah,
There,
'cause
that-
he was one of the
yeah.
Manson
Nick got
kids.
out. He had to actually Nick, your dad had to fist fight Tex Watson, right?
That's right, yes. My dad, if you don't remember, spent a couple of days hanging out with the Manson family, and we didn't find out about my dad until like last year.
I want you out of the family. You never pick up up a check.
Well, it was free there, Steve. It was a commune. In my dad's defense, they offered him the first days for free.
You make a good point.
She said she moved them all to Ireland, and she said I refused all work for a year and simply kept the house. And she said it ended up being a wonderful time in my life. Change of scenery provided to be just a prescription for her children. She said Anthony pulled right out of his bad habits quickly. It took Deirdre a little longer, but she finally got married, and then she and her husband now live in Los Angeles, where they run their own Italian restaurants.
It's a major commitment, man. She gave up work for a year, moved the entire family, but it worked.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it shows you how his clutches were that strong at that time.
But she lived a great life and left behind a lot of great entertainment. So more details have emerged regarding Bill Murray's inappropriate behavior on the set of Being Mortal, which led to the film halting production in April. A new report shows Bill had to pay up $100,000 to settle a complaint by a younger female production assistant on set. So the report states that Murray allegedly straddled and kissed the staffer while they were in close proximity to a bed on the set. The kiss occurred through masks due to COVID protocol at the time. Murray claimed that he was being jestful, but the much younger staffer said that it was entirely sexual and that she was horrified. The unidentified woman filed an official complaint following the incident, as did another staffer who witnessed it. So it sounds like he was slobbering on her, and whether he was joking or not, it's like, dude,
mask or not, you can't
do that.
You can't do that.
No.
And then, did you read the Gina Davis thing?
Yeah, so later in April, Murray had admitted, by the way, just to refresh memory, he said, I did something I thought was funny, and it wasn't taken that way. The movie studio wanted to do the right thing, so they wanted to check it all out, investigate it, and so they stopped the production. And this news comes as Gina Davis revealed in a new memoir called Dying of Politeness that she had a bad experience with Bill on the set of Quick Change. According to Vanity Fair, when Davis first met Murray at a hotel prior to filming, he insisted she lie on a bed and try a massage device called the Thumper, despite her repeatedly saying no. So he was insisting on that. So, yeah, I mean... Listen, and this gal, can you imagine, you're a much younger person and all of a sudden Bill Murray is straddling you and kind of forcing himself on you, like, dude, don't freaking touch me. Get off. Right,
especially now. Especially now.
Yeah, so that's the story behind that whole thing. So, it probably could have been worse than that as far as $100,000. But they're saying that production of the film might not even happen now.
Right,
so,
right.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
And the director is Aziz Ansari, right?
Yeah, and that's his directorial debut.
Yeah.
So a big deal for him. On Tuesday, Khloe Kardashian addressed the ever-evolving bandage that she's worn on her face, revealing...
It's actually a pool cover.
...on her Instagram stories that she had a tumor removed.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, she shared a photo collage of the bandages that she's worn, as well as a photo of a red circle around the mark on her face. She wrote, after noticing a small bump on my face and assuming it was something as minor as a zit, I decided to get it biopsied 7 months after realizing it was not budging.
She was adamant that it was not actually a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
She said that she had
She
it.
sounds very masculine.
She had it biopsied by 2 different doctors and that it was incredibly rare for someone her age. A few days later, she said, I was told I need to have an immediate operation to remove the tumor from my face. She added that she was grateful that Dr. Garth Fisher was able to get everything. She said, so here we are. You'll continue to see my bandages, and when I'm allowed, you'll probably see a scar and an indentation in my cheek from a tumor being removed. But until then, I hope to enjoy how fabulous I'm making these face bandages look.
My guess is you will not see anything. she has the resource to cover. Look, and she's completely changed the way she looks. You mean we're going to...
You were going to see a
scar?
scar?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, but like at that area of her face, couldn't they go in through the inside of her mouth to get the tumor?
And just rip it out?
Yeah. I don't know what it's attached to.
I'm a lawyer.
Yeah.
He should have consulted me first. Hey, listen.
And I'm a finance expert, so we can't help you.
You're on this side of the console. You're at a loss here. And Nick, you're an astronaut.
Well, I wanted to be.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing, if they could have, they probably would have.
I don't know, Beth. They
didn't call
I'm going to recommend we go up through your ass.
Yeah.
Just because I want to see your ass.
I have a cyst, right exactly where hers is, and the doctor, and it's just like a little round thing.
Right,
But
yeah.
the doctors are like, nope, don't go in.
Yeah.
So, like, just leave it. It's
Don't go
not-
popping my cyst.
No, but it'll like when I get sick, it gets like a little bit bigger, and it bothers me a little bit if I'm sick. But like now, I would never. I've had it.
That's
so long.
why when it's going to rain, you end up looking like Rocky Dennison, right? Because it inflates.
So yeah, I would imagine if it's not anything harmful, then they don't want to tamper with
Yeah,
it.
I've asked a couple of times, and they're like, leave it. You don't want to mess with anything on your face, your mouth, any of that.
I love it, Dr. Mikey. You want to go to the hospital?
What do you want to die? Yeah. That's the line.
He's great.
Do you want to die here? Let's see. Kayla Cuoco and Tom Pelfrey are expecting their first child together. A couple announced the news yesterday alongside adorable Instagram carousels. In the photos, the flight attendant actress and the Ozark actor can be seen slicing into a cake with pink frosting on the inside. And they wrote, "Baby girl Pelfrey coming 2023, beyond blessed over the moon. And I love you, Tommy Pelfrey," she captioned.
Now, this is the first child for her, right? And
I
this is
believe
the
so, yeah.
9th husband, or she's had boyfriends and husbands. She has not been lucky at love.
Yep.
She is now.
She is now. Hopefully, this is good and golden.
Yep.
She's great. Have you seen the animated Harley Quinn series?
No.
She does the voice for it. And
Yeah.
Preston, it's for adults. It's
Oh,
not,
really?
It's for adults. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. So back to the Kardashians for just a moment. TMZ reported that Kim is paying for more security at her kids' private school after Kanye revealed the name of the school on Instagram.
No need, sweetie pie. I can fire from space. I'll just train the faces at that location and put it on stun.
Take them out. West has been trying to convince Kim to enroll their kids at his Donda Academy, which is not an accredited school.
Donda
Man,
U?
Oh, man. Oh, man. So he put the name of the school on Instagram. Stupid.
No,
Dumb.
don't do that.
And then trying to bring you into... That's just... Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Dude's lost
No,
his
he's
mind.
he's off his rocker these
Yep,
days.
absolutely.
He's a dumb dummy.
Let's see here. Oh, Kevin Bacon appeared on Monday's episode of Smart Less podcast. That's hosted by Will Arnett, Jason Bateman, and Sean Hayes. Shared how he lost most of his money in the whole Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme.
Most of it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this...
Yeah, it
they got hit hard.
It crippled him pretty good. He said we had most of our money in Madoff. He said there's obvious life lessons there. If something is too good to be true, it's too good to be true.
Yeah.
Entertainment Tonight reports that Kevin could have lost millions of dollars in the scheme. The Footloose actor added, certainly you get angry and stuff, and I have to say that there were a lot of people who were much worse off than we were. Older people whose retirement funds were completely decimated.
That's why...
So there's always going to be somebody that's going to have it a lot worse than you.
Certainly, you kill somebody, or that's obviously a horrific crime, murder, but this is such a horrible crime to someone who's like, you see these people who are in their 80s or 90s who've spent a life, putting money away and working hard and having it cleaned out.
Yep.
That's why you get hit especially hard when you commit this kind of crime.
Yep, without question. Yep. Let's see. On the 500th episode of Dak Shepard's podcast, Scarlett Johansson shared that she was hypersexualized from a young age in Hollywood. I said, I kind of became objectified and pigeonholed in this way where I felt like I wasn't getting offers for work for things that I wanted to do. And I remember thinking to myself, I think people think I'm 40 years old. It somehow stopped being something that was desirable and something that I was fighting against. She said, because I think everybody thought I was older and that I'd been acting for a long time, I got kind of pigeonholed into this weird hypersexualized thing. I felt like my career was over, she said. And it was like, that's the kind of career you have. These are the roles you've played. And I was like, that's it. But she eventually, got past that.
And it's done a lot of great work.
Yeah.
Got nominated. It's like the when Natalie Portman first appeared in The Professional.
Yes.
There's a case to be made.
Very much so. Yep. Let's see. Ryan Reynolds revealed on Monday that he and Orange County star Colin Hanks are working on a documentary about John Candy.
Yeah.
That's well-deserved.
I'm very excited.
Reynolds wrote on Twitter, with John Candy trending, I'll just say I love him. So much so that Maximum Effort is working on a documentary on his life with Colin Hanks. He said, expect tears. A rep for Reynolds told people the Candy family is giving Maximum Effort access to his archive and home video footage to make the film. I love when they'll take somebody like that who you've kind of not forgotten about, but maybe not thought about the impact that they had within their career, because John Candy had so many great movies and SCTV and all that. He was a juggernaut.
I
man.
agree. And I think what happened, and I don't think it's nothing malicious. I think it was just timing. I think we probably think of John Candy and Chris Farley in the same realm. And there's been more attention to Chris Farley, I think. And John Candy might have gotten overlooked. But I think this is really necessary because, I mean, all the way back to SCTV, he played an ongoing character called Johnny LaRue, who was just hilarious.
Yeah.
And from there, you knew he was going to be huge.
He's done, some of his stuff was over the top and hilarious.
Yeah.
But there's a subtle moment, and Casey, I know you love this movie, The Great Outdoors.
Oh my God, I love them.
There's a subtle moment where he takes his son and they go to the bear dump. And he starts throwing candy bars out to attract these bears, and this bear jumps up on the roof of their car. And he's like, oh, wow. And he turns to his son, and he's like, I told you I love you, right? It's just a great, subtle, hilarious moment.
I just found this out a few days ago that his scene in in National Lampoon's Vacation, it wasn't written by John Hughes. That was kind of like a last-minute change in that movie.
Right.
I don't know how the original ending was supposed to take place.
I've heard about that as well.
It might have been when we had Beverly D'Angelo on. I might have, like, when I was reading about, her.
I'm not sure. I think maybe they were stopped before they went into the park or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that whole extended scene where they're riding the roller coasters with him and everything,
like that
was added on at the last minute.
I got to go back and watch Great Outdoors.
Sorry,
again.
folks. Park's closed.
Who should have told you?
The movie he did with Maureen O'Hara, where she was his loud mother. He was.
Oh, yeah.
It's a really sweet.
It's more of a drama.
Yeah. It's. I think Christopher Columbus, not the explorer, the director.
Ali Sheedy was the female lead in that.
Yeah. Chris Columbus, I think, might have directed it, but it's really well done. It's a sweet movie.
So they're going to do a documentary about him, which is really, really cool. According to The Hollywood Reporter, the 23rd season of The Voice will be Blake Shelton's last.
No!
I knew that was going to hit you extra hard.
How?
The country singer is the only coach who's been on the show for all 23 seasons.
Wow.
He said, I've been wrestling with this for a while, and I've decided that it's time for me to step away from The Voice after season 23.
Let me tell you what you don't realize about The Voice is that they rib each other constantly.
Oh, my goodness. They
All
do.
the things they say to each other.
Shelton said in a statement, the show has changed my life in every way for the better, and it will always feel like home to me. It's been a hell of a ride over these last 12 years of chair turns, and I want to thank everyone at The Voice from NBC, every producer, the writers, musicians, crew, and catering people. You are the best. It takes a lot of work, passion, and adult beverages to pull off a live show twice a week, he said.
You know who should be sitting in that seat? Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Aldrin? Yeah? Okay.
I don't know if
Why
he's
not?
got it in him anymore, Steve. Do you think it has
I'm not
anything?
a singer.
Do you think it has anything to do with him, like Adam Levine probably not coming back, and that's who he would rib the most?
They went at each other. It was hilarious. No, I think I don't know. Maybe he wants to get back more fully focused on his singing.
Singing, yeah.
Yeah, probably. All right, and then one last story. Twitter users are coming out en masse to demand a trigger warning for the new Netflix movie Luckiest Girl Alive with Mila Kunis. The film, which is currently on top of the Netflix top 10 chart, contains graphic scenes of gang rape and school shooting. And one person tweeted, hey, Netflix, a content warning would have been nice. Like, they didn't expect this to pop in this up in this movie for whatever reason. Graphic sexual assault and school shooting in this movie, and there was no content warning or anything at all.
They usually pop up a ton of stuff.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with this. I don't know what it's about. So,
If there's all that going on in the movie, she's probably not as lucky as the title indicates.
Yeah, right? All right, so we're now ready for the clips. Ooh, where's the, everything's on? There we go. At the height of her career, a musician's life begins to unravel in a singularly modern way in the new movie Tar. In this clip, Kate Blanchett speaks about how her character, being an orchestra conductor, means nothing to the message of the story.
She could have just as well been an architect or the head of a major banking corporation. I think it's not about an individual as much as it is about an examination of power itself.
I don't give a
Tar is out now in theaters.
I would check out anything Kate Blanchett was in.
Yeah,
I think
me
she's
too.
that good an actress.
Yep, I
she tends
agree.
to pick good things.
Next clip. Werewolf by Night is the newest special set in the MCU, but it explores a whole new world. And here producer Brian Gay explains why they elected to show a bit more gore in this project. Here we go.
Everything's a little bit different. And so for this one, we said, well, they're going to be deadly hunters and they're going to be hunting a monster. And it feels like this is the time when we take those swings to make sure that you get a little scared and you're a little bit worried and you're kind of wondering what's going to happen to all these characters.
Yeah!
Directed by Michael Giacchino, Werewolf by Night is available for streaming on Disney Plus now.
You know who's getting rave reviews in it, Preston, is Kirk Thatcher.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, he has a couple of really standout scenes, and including a flaming tuba. And yeah, he's supposed to be fantastic.
Oh, okay.
He's
So I
playing
have a
it.
story about the flaming tuba.
Okay.
So Kirk Thatcher is friends with Michael Giacchino. Nick and I had a chance to hang out with him and David Silverman. So David Silverman was an animator on The Simpsons, and while we were there, Nick, he showed me a video of him at Burning Man with a flaming tuba. It's what he does. He walks around, he has his tuba, and he has a gas line hooked up to the big bell of it. And he will literally pump flames through it while he's playing the tuba. Like when he blows into it, like each time it goes boom, 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 like the flame will go like that. So they had to have taken that.
Giacchino found a way to make that a part of the movie.
When they're going into the ritual hunt, they actually kind of all go into a face-off with all these hunters against each other. The ceremony involves him marching along with the flame shooting up, and it's hilarious. I saw it. I loved it. And it's not like anything else you've seen in the MCU. It's a one-off, but I'd love to see more of them.
Wow.
And by the way, happy belated to Michael Giacchino. It was his birthday on Monday.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. And we had him on not that long ago. All right, that's the entertainment report for this morning. We have a secret text word today, by the way. Chance for you to win a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. Make sure you text the word secret to 39333. We have your opportunity to win money as well, and that's with You-Hoo Loot. First chance coming up in less than an hour from now at 8 o'clock. We're also going to check in with head coach John Tortorella of your Flyers, who start their season opener tomorrow against the Devils. So we'll be back in a moment. Hang out with us on this Wednesday morning. Agriculture added the calorie pear, or Pyrus calorenia, commonly called the Bradford pear tree, to a list of noxious weeds, plants that cannot be legally sold or cultivated in the state.
Wow. So it adds the list that is populated by the durian and other?
Well, no, it's considered invasive. So this is these are the semen trees.
What? Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. So the popular non-native flowering fruit tree naturalizes, spreading from planted landscapes, crowding out other plants, and disrupting native ecosystems.
So the semen tree is considered an invasive species?
Check that, Nick. Double check and make sure the Bradford pear is the one we're talking about.
If you don't know, this is a plant, a tree, I guess,
It's a
that
tree, yeah.
every year emits a smell that many have said, and I agree, smells like semen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's them.
That's okay. So this is it. So it apparently crowds out other plants, disrupts native ecosystems. The ban on sale and cultivation will take effect on February 9th, with enforcement phased in over 2 years.
I'm surprised because landscapers will sell a lot of these. They'll use them in office parks and people's backyards and whatever. So this is a moneymaker for a lot of those places. I'm really surprised they came down with a ban.
Well, it's a beautiful tree.
Yeah.
And when it does create that scent, it's got these beautiful white blooms. It's just gorgeous.
It looks gorgeous.
I have 3 of them in my backyard.
I have a weeping vagina in my backyard.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's, well, you know what it smells like, but it's just, it's beautiful.
Okay. Now you got me thinking of Pussy Willows. I wouldn't necessarily categorize this scent as noxious, though. I mean,
it is different.
If you are around a bunch of them, like I have been in proximity to several of them, and it's like overpowering. Now, not noxious to the scent of I can't breathe.
Yeah.
Right.
But definitely like, wow, this is overpowering. So, but it's apparently I guess it's taking up too much space. It's invading the area, and it's not native in the area. So, according to the agricultural secretary, the Khloe pear is another non-native plant that was brought to the country for its beauty and rapid growth without regard to its long-term potential harm to our environment and food supply.
I didn't realize it was that sort of situation. Nick, as you rightfully point out, it ends up being used in garden plants.
Oh yeah,
they're
sold a lot.
And
another one that I've heard people complain about because of the smell is the ginkgo tree, and they're really pretty as well. Especially in the fall, they turn like a bright yellow. But people sometimes refer to them as the stinko tree, and I believe like it's only the male of the species that stinks or whatever. But yeah.
We have a butthole bush by our front door, and the flowers are wonderful, but it does.
What does it smell like?
It smells like a butthole.
Is it year round or only in the spring?
No, it's like for 1 week.
Oh,
you know,
you can deal with that.
Is your butthole open?
Don't come over. It's butthole week.
Is your butthole sprouting?
Yes.
Oh my God.
The butthole's open.
What's your
and the scent
You've got to come by.
You've got to come. It only happens 1 week out of the year when the butthole's
We'll sit between that and the semen plant.
All right, here you go. Here's some big news.
All right.
Kim Kardashian is making it clear, and I have a few Kim and Kanye stories here.
Oh, yeah.
Clear to Kanye, wants to set healthy boundaries.
Healthy boundaries.
So, in an interview with Hollywood Unlocked that will be released today, West claims that Kardashian's security team wouldn't let him into her house with their daughter North after he picked the kids up from school one day. Now, a source told people that while it's true that West was not allowed inside the house that day, Kim's security team didn't stop him from seeing the kids, picking them up, or dropping them off. The source continued saying he can no longer just walk inside her home without her permission, and Kim has a right to privacy and is trying to set healthy boundaries. So
she's a lawyer, you know.
Those who have gone through divorces, I assume, deal with this particular issue, which is somebody just walking right in.
That has to change.
You've been doing it for years and years and years. However, if you've been married for a long time, and then all of a sudden it stops there, and you have to ring the doorbell, you have to knock or something like that.
It might be uncomfortable, but that's part of the deal.
Yeah, exactly.
The nature of the relationship has changed, and though you would imagine Kanye would have an easy time adapting to change.
Right.
He's not, apparently.
Apparently, the need to set these boundaries arose from Kanye making, quote, recent unannounced visits to Kim's home. In the Hollywood Unlocked interview, West is quoted as saying... That's when he stops by? Yeah. Unannounced.
Yo.
Yeah. So West is quoted in the interview as saying, "Don't play with me. Don't play with my children. Ain't no security going to get in between me and my children, and you ain't going to gaslight me." End quote.
Okay. Hey,
don't play with my children. I thought you want people.
Yes, of course. So they grow up healthy.
Play. They like to play. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, he goes by Yee now. So wouldn't he announce himself Yee?
Yee.
It echoes around that house because there's nothing in it.
There's nothing in it.
Yeah.
There's nothing to deaden the sound.
Yeah.
We have audio, Preston, if you'd like. He is...
All right, so this is about the song?
Yes.
So Kanye, this is part 2 of the story. Kanye called out Pete Davidson in his new song, The Game, which is called Easy. The track dropped on Friday, and people across all corners of the internet promptly went to work dissecting the lyrics from Kanye's verse.
So here's a question, and this to me is indicative of a kind of person. He is in a relationship with someone else himself.
Yeah.
He's making out publicly with this other person. Why? Why is he going off the deep end about Pete Davidson? She's simply moving on as well. He's moving on. Why is it so bad that she's moving
his
on?
ego won't allow it. You know,
that has to be it.
Yeah, so there's nobody better than him, and his ego won't allow it. And
it's narcissism.
It's
pure
no
narcissism.
Doubt.
Yeah.
But did you
and
see that?
is she in their house?
Yes.
So that that's probably where
But they
it
have a
stems from.
multitude of houses, Kathy.
Right.
He has that ranch, and he actually bought a house, I think, diagonally across the street from her to be close to the kids.
Now, is this
But that's
the
probably
song?
the hard part. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that was his house. That was where he lived too. So the fact now that he's got to knock on the door, which listen, yes, it needs to happen.
Yep.
They're not together anymore, but that's probably why he's having a hard time.
Steve, is this a song that they're listening to and like Madonna's in the thing? It's like there are all these people in a room and it's like him and Madonna and Antonio Brown. Like,
Are you talking about video footage?
There's video footage of them all listening to a song. And what's wild is Madonna's like the grandmom, and she's acting like the kid in this movie or in this video.
That imagery is troubling. But he specifically mentions Pete Davidson.
Yeah, he mentioned a bunch of things. I'm going to go through some of the lyrics in this song. So he talks about his divorce from Kim, and I'm quoting this. We having the best divorce ever. If we go to court, we go to court together. Matter of fact, pick up your sis. We'll go to courts together.
Courtney.
You know what he did
Love
there?
it. I haven't heard lyrics this sharp since Poopity Scoop.
All right, co-parenting his kids. He writes, I watched 4 kids for like 5 hours today. I wear these Yeezy boots everywhere, even in the shower today. He rhymed today with today.
Yeah.
And by the way, he did a little drop on his own product line.
Self-promotion. Love it.
I got love for the nannies, but real family is better. The cameras watch the kids. Y'all stop taking the credit. Non-custodial dad, I bought the house next door. What you think the point of really being rich for?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no, it makes incredible sense. So he doesn't want to besmirch the nanny staff, which he had a relationship with them as well. But he's saying Kim's not being the mother she needs to be because she's with that Pete Davidson.
All right. Then you have grappling with his kid's privilege. And he writes, he spits, when you give them everything, they only want more. Bougie and unruly, y'all need to do some chores. Rich-ass kids, this ain't your mama house. Climb on your brother's shoulders, get that top ramen out.
Ooh.
Okay.
So, all right, he had me at ramen.
He had me at ramen. God save me from that crash just so I can beat Pete Davidson's ass.
That's it.
And my new bitch bad, I know Illuminati mad.
Yeah, man.
How did he drag the Illuminati into
I don't know, but he's obviously a big fan of that point in history.
They mad, so he found out about it.
All right, we're looking at the video that Casey was talking about. Yeah, Madonna's over-emoting in this particular video. She's moving around a bit too much. She's making a spectacle of herself.
I'm 60 years old.
Stop
I
it.
got to act like a.
Okay.
And what's the context of this?
Well,
video?
she's made them snickerdoodles because she's grandma.
Oh, all right. That was nice of her.
Is anyone want cookies?
I would.
Snoop, do you?
That's pretty much the only reason they invited her. Yeah.
They're piping hot and they're great with milk.
All right. Let her in.
All right, last bit
Yo,
of...
who let your grandma in?
Last bit of lyrics are his public romance with Julia Fox, and he wrote, Oh, no, that was it.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that was it. Talking about I know my new bitch bad.
New bitch bad.
I know Illuminati
So
bad.
beautiful.
So there you go.
My
That's
new bitch bad.
the latest on the tube.
It's definitely a study in narcissism because she has a relationship, he has a relationship, move on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yee.
If you guys didn't know, Kathy had the Rona. She got past it, but there are some lingering effects.
Yes.
And a lot of people have dealt with this lack of taste thing.
Would it be safe to say that it licked her ass?
I think it licked her ass. Now, if you don't know about that, she had texted someone that it kicked her ass and accidentally typed in licked her ass. And this wasn't a close personal friend either. It was more of a casual relationship. And
I love it.
took it to another level. But so your sense of taste, at what point? Because listen, when you get a cold, when you get the flu, it's standard that happens. but it doesn't linger afterwards. So did this happen at the onset of symptoms, or did this happen later on?
No, so I was like a few days into having COVID, and I started. I had congestion too. So sometimes, like you said, like if you have congestion, you have a cold or whatever, like taste won't be there. So that's what I kept telling myself. I was like, no, I think it's that, because there was like a little bit still there. So I'm like, maybe it's just the congestion, like normal, and I'm not really losing my taste. No, and then flash forward, now we're a few weeks in, and my taste
swinger
is
stuff, all that, So it was an article found on Huffington Post. It's the rudest things that you can do at someone else's house, according to etiquette experts.
I love this.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
This might be helpful if you feel you might be one of the people who does things like this.
Yeah. So there are common rude behaviors when visiting someone else's home. And they have some advice for avoiding these things, too.
Okay, and this isn't like in a party setting, or it doesn't matter? I don't know.
I think it could be either or.
Home invasion?
Okay.
But, I mean, listen, at parties, well, at least when you were younger, in your teens and 20s, it's pretty much... your house is going to get destroyed.
Right. But I feel
it's a different story.
Like in a party setting, I would be more inclined to do things at somebody's house that I wouldn't normally do. Like if I was just over there. Like, do you know what I mean?
I think, I don't know. Well, let's hear the nature of the list. But I think there are things that are both wrong during a party setting, or just dropping by,
just stopping
like
over,
taking a dump on the table.
Like for instance, don't just stop over.
Yeah.
That's one of them. Yes, definitely don't do that. I know. All right, so we'll begin with this. There's a series of things. Touching and moving things. Okay, so this is according to Jody R.R. Smith, the president of Manor Smith Etiquette Consulting. Said when someone says make yourself at home, they usually don't mean this literally. You should keep your feet off the furniture, and unless this is a close friend, you should not be opening the fridge without being asked to do so.
I agree.
Have you ever gone and opened someone's refrigerator?
No,
never.
No, of course not.
I know people that have done it, though, and admit to doing it. I've had this conversation. You never open up someone's fridge. You never open up a medicine cabinet. I'm sure that's there as well.
Oh, everybody opens medicine cabinets. But that's what I'm talking about. Like,
no,
I don't do that.
No. Every single person who ever has a drug problem opens people's medicine cabinets.
That's not everyone.
I'm kidding. But that's what I was talking about, Press, was when you're at a party, opening the fridge seems kind of like not a normal thing to do, but like I would be more inclined to open somebody's refrigerator if I was at a party than if I was just over there visiting.
If you're at a party, there's really no reason to go in the refrigerator unless that's where they're keeping the drinks and the food.
If
Otherwise,
they say exactly,
the majority of the time it's out.
Grab one. It's in the fridge. I think you can do if you keep your prescription drugs in the refrigerator.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, but say it's at a party where a lot of food is laid out in the kitchen or something like that. The hosts are busy. You can't find the mustard or whatever it may be. You may want to peek in there real quick.
Go through the lingerie drawer.
Example.
That's all I'm saying. I'm just
I was
saying
looking
I'm
in your
more
underwear
inclined.
drawer. Yeah.
Look through. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Do you keep your mustard next to the panties?
Yeah.
That's what I was doing. I was going through your drawer for the mustard.
Assless panties. Is that where you keep your mustard?
It says wait for your...
I was looking under your dildo for the salt.
Wait for your host to give you the go-ahead to touch or interact with things you see. And until that happens, quickly ask for permission unless if something strikes your fancy.
I would always ask or let them proffer that information. I agree with that 1,000%.
And in fact, this says ask before touching an object or removing a book from a shelf. This is according to Nick Layton, who is the host of Were You Raised by Wolves, which is a podcast about etiquette. All right. Another one says don't expect a tour. It says don't demand a tour of someone's home. Wait to be invited by your host. Many people are happy to lead a little tour of their space when they invite people over, but that isn't true of everyone at all times. And if your host doesn't offer a tour, don't take it upon yourself to give yourself one either.
No.
Don't take a tour of the house unless you're encouraged by the host to wander around.
Did you see the pit in the basement? No. So there have been times when I've been at someone's house and they just got it, and it's clear that they're sending signals where they want to show it up.
Totally.
So
yes.
I'd say, is it too presumptuous to say, and then you ask that way, and give them the chance to decline. Other places, another time, fine. But a lot of times, right? You know, you've got
you
those
have to-
signals.
You have to wait for somebody to say, "Would you like a tour?" Because
Right.
you don't know what's on the second floor. They may have moved their
Yeah.
entire mess from the first floor to the second floor, so it's not up for tours.
I'll come back later tonight when you're asleep.
I've had the situation before. It's kind of a reverse thing where I've oh well, let me show you around a little bit, and like halfway through, you can see the people aren't interested at all in seeing your home, and you're like, oh man, what am I doing here?
I have a bathroom too.
Yeah, we have one of those. We have a shower.
Oh, you have a shower. Wow.
But I feel like we're all past that. Like you don't do that. Like you do that when you're in a new home.
Yes.
You're showing it off, or you're proud of it, or you just set it up, or people ask. I don't think it's wrong. You would know the scenario, but I wouldn't just go to someone's house, that it's not new and say, "Show me around."
Well, I had somebody do that, and then I was kind of like, "I've been here for 10 years.
Yeah.
What do you want to see?"
Where do you keep your underwear?
Hang on, I want to go back to the touching thing. We have Judy on the line who has a story to tell us. Hi, Judy. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up?
All right, so my boyfriend, we've been together 3 years, and we don't live together. But whenever he comes over, like if he stays over, he'll mess with the thermostat. He'll go in my fridge. If he uses the bathroom, he leaves the bathroom light on. I'm like, bitch, you don't pay my bills. Like, you don't mess with my stuff.
No, listen. Now you obviously have a relationship, but
Yeah,
I think it would still be. You don't touch the homeowner's thermostat.
No,
that you don't do that.
It's her boyfriend.
Yeah, but still, have you?
Pay the bills, Kathy. I'm sorry. He gives me no goody source of bills. We don't live together. If I go over his house, I ask to go in the fridge. And like I said, we've been together for 3 years, but it's still common courtesy for me.
3 years.
3 years.
I can go in your fridge if we're together for 3 years.
Thermostat, I understand.
I hear her though. I hear. What,
I don't.
Yeah,
I hear
I hear the thermostat.
The thermostat too,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
we need to have an agreement on the temperature,
Right,
as to who's comfortable. But
I could
Judy,
see
let
the
him in your fridge,
yeah.
He
man.
wants a drink.
Judy,
You know
what's the protocol on?
Close off the fridge, though.
Yeah.
It doesn't go in and get one thing, goes out, gets 10 things, and then it's
All right, Judy, is he allowed to use your toothbrush?
Ew, gross.
Gross.
what? Ew, gross.
All right, Judy, we're on the same
There we
page or
go.
something.
You guys have exchanged bodily fluids, I assume.
Yeah.
Not toothbrushes.
Not mouth
Yeah.
scum.
Nick, I know what you're saying.
You're fine.
I'm with you.
Yeah, all right.
All right, thank you, Judy.
You touch
All
my
right.
toothbrush.
We'll see you later. Kill you. All right, here's another one. Overstaying your welcome. According to Leighton, they said no when it's time to leave.
We all know people who cannot read the signals. It's like, come on already.
The number one complaint we hear from hosts is about guests who overstay their welcome. You might still be enjoying your nightcap or get the sense everyone is having a great time chatting, but pay attention to the host's body language and suggest that those who want to continue hanging out relocate elsewhere. They said if your hosts have changed into their pajamas,
Oh my
that's
God.
probably a
Oh
good
my
sign that it's time to go.
Or if one goes up, like, okay, I'm going to bed. That
Right.
you're like, okay,
Yeah.
they're tired.
I
time
will
to
do
go.
that. So we have the thing that we have an early schedule, obviously, and even if it's on the weekend or whatever. But I will just simply say, that's it for me, guys. I'm going up, and my wife will hang out a little bit more, so that's part of the deal. But I start the ball rolling. I don't care if I'm there, and I'll go up. And if you want to let yourself out, that's fine. But I don't play that game anymore, that I have to be the one that's going to escort them out at the end of the evening.
I'd read one time that a good indicator, especially if you're having like a party, to indicate that the evening is over is to offer coffee to people.
Yeah.
All right.
And that
Can I call you an Uber?
we're wrapping up. Yeah.
Here's a cup of coffee and your Uber's on the
Yes.
way.
Why
I'm
can't
going to
you
give
just-
this to you in a to-go cup.
Yeah. Why
I'm
can't
putting
you,
it in a to-go cup.
Here's the lid.
I like that.
Why can't you just ask people to leave?
You can. I
Get
mean,
out.
but there, I guess
or-
you're being a little more indirect about it.
I'm
Or-
down to my last nerve. Leave.
Hey, listen, like it's 10:30, right? You go, hey, listen, I definitely want to be asleep and in bed by 11. So
Yeah,
you know,
Your daughter just called, says your house is on fire.
I like that. All right, here's another thing. These are the rudest things you can do at someone's home, someone else's home. Hiding a mess. It says, unfortunately, things happen when you're in another person's home. You might accidentally spill red wine on the carpet or knock over a lamp. Don't ignore it or try to hide it. If you break something or even just finish the roll of toilet paper, it's best to let your host know as quickly and quietly as possible.
I was at a party one time and I knocked over a burning candle, and it felt terrible. I mean, it was a dumb accident. Whatever. I backed into a table and knocked it over.
You must have been mortified.
I was, and Steve, but like.
There was like, well, I didn't know what to do. There was wax all over the carpet. It was there until they moved. Like it was there because I didn't know how to remedy the situation, and I told them I didn't hide it or lie or whatever. But like, it was just there forever, and I just felt like such a boob.
There's a great Modern Family episode where Mitch and Cameron are over with this woman's house who's like the restaurateur in town, and she's got this super like a white Persian rug, and they're having a play date with their kids, and they spill wine on the carpet, and the first thing they do is blame it on her kid to try to get out of it. But it's like, you panic.
Yeah.
I mean, you just, oh my God,
you're a guest.
Remember I was at my friend's house, and I can't stand candles. They give me a headache, and the house was so crowded. It was a Christmas party, and I somehow got stuck right next to the burning candle, and I just was like...
just blew it out.
I think that's...
And my mom was there, and she's like, did you just blow the candle out? I go, it's killing me.
Oh
She was
my
like, all right,
God.
yeah, no big deal.
Kathy, I had this guy who wanted to fight me for like years and years after I was at his house. And listen, I
want to fight you.
Listen, all I did was I turned his music off. But you have to understand, I was on a mind.
I want to fight you.
Substance. And I was the only one in this room, right? Everybody had left the room, and I'm in this room, and this techno music is like, you know, and it started to bug me out. So I turned it off.
And he wasn't in the room.
And he was not in the room.
No one was.
He was not in the room.
I'll take his physical.
I'm telling you, Kathy, months and months later, 2 different times he tried to fight me.
Oh my God.
One time I was in a party and I was in the basement of a party, and this dude walked out of his way to walk around to me, bumped me, like, you know, shouldered me, and then he goes, oh, what did he say? He goes, yo, watch where you're going. I was like,
oh my God.
I'm standing still, dude. And
You're
then,
a coward.
But I was like, okay, so don't turn off somebody's music, I guess, is when, if you're at a party, don't turn off somebody's music unless you want them to fight you.
I would ask if I'm not on some sort of mind-bending thing, I would ask, is it okay if I turn this down? Is it okay if I turn this off?
Yeah.
Is it okay if I throw your stereo out the window?
All right, it says here, snooping, obviously, is one you
It's
want to
just
say.
wrong.
It says refrain from peeking in cabinets and cupboards.
Do you ever, even the best of us, will take a peek down a hallway or occasionally. It happens.
Yeah, but it says here, of course, it's natural to be a little curious, but we've seen this exact behavior in countless movies, but resist the urge to look inside the medicine cabinet in the bathroom.
Do you ever go through someone's financial information and make photocopies?
Here,
I do it.
This sounds interesting. It says, beware that some hosts put glass marbles in their medicine cabinets to catch snoopers in the act.
Wow. What's what rolls out when you open it?
Yes.
It says the marbles will ping around the bathroom and make a lot of noise for your host and other guests.
Great.
Preston,
I love that.
Do you ever do the thing where you have the doorknob attached to a cord attached to the trigger of a shotgun?
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Oh, you found it.
Oh, that's great. All right, here's one. Bringing an uninvited +1.
Yeah.
They said never show up with an unexpected +1. Sure, you might know the host loves hanging out with your cousin, or you think everyone will enjoy meeting the new guy you're seeing, but that doesn't mean you can go and extend an invitation without getting the go-ahead.
I agree with this, and it doesn't matter, as you just said, the parameters. It's just a courtesy to alert the host or ask ahead of time. And the last thing you want to do is, in front of the host with the person there, say, I thought it'd be all right if I brought Al.
Right.
It's like, no, it's too late now at this point.
Hang on, some more calls here. I'm going to go to Jared. Hey, Jared, good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Hey, Jared. All right, so you're kind of a rule breaker here, right?
Yeah, man. You know what? For some reason, I just feel obligated to open the refrigerator no matter where I go.
I would call that the Kramer syndrome, right? Isn't that what Kramer always did? Open the fridge. Why do you think you have to check inside the fridge there, Jared?
You know what? Maybe it's just because, like, growing up, I wasn't allowed to open the fridge. You know, I always got, yelled at for keeping the fridge open. Now that I'm older, I just feel obligated. Like, I was at Jiffy Lube getting an oil change last week, and for some reason, I saw the employee's refrigerator. I had to walk over and open it.
This is a mild compulsion for you.
It seems to be.
Yeah. You know what? When you go to someone's house, okay, and it's like the first time you're meeting them because they're a friend of your wife or something, You open the fridge and you're like, okay, these people do not live better than me because their fridge is empty.
There you go.
Oh, my
It's
God.
a way of judging where you fall in the hierarchy, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my God.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Jared.
They don't even have Grey Poupon.
Yeah, this is but like as we're going through this list, I just keep thinking of like being down the shore with the D'Amicos, and like all of these rules are completely and totally out the window between us and them. And like the funny thing is, Press, these things I would never do at your house. Like I don't feel like you would appreciate.
You guys have almost you live so close to each other, and it's been a number of years. And you almost kind of cohabitate a little bit.
You're like a unit family.
You have a real open door policy. Come on in, get what you want, do what you want.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and so we haven't gotten to that level.
We're not there yet.
No, but we will be.
Your doors are locked too, so I can't just walk into your house.
You don't trust them. Why would you?
It's a good point.
Yeah.
Dude goes through people's cabinets and stuff.
Do you know where his spare keys are, Case?
Preston, he will turn down your techno music.
Who's spare keys?
Preston's.
No, but
Not.
But I do know the code.
he knows the garage. code.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So in
Which is that's
emergency-
the same thing as a key.
Yeah.
I want you to have a key to my house. Oh my God.
Let's see what else is on here. Waiting to share dietary restrictions is something that can be considered rude.
If you show up and you have to a party and you have not let people know ahead of time.
Yes, that you have allergies or
I only
things
eat
along-
squid.
Or you're you're a vegan or something along those lines of preferential food stuff.
See, I think because I have dietary restrictions, I think you're on your own with that. Like, you can't expect the host to cater just to you, especially if it's a party and there's a ton of people. Like, if you're one person,
A good host, though, will accommodate. I mean, I would like to be apprised and give the option if someone says, I'm vegan. Is that an issue? No, we'll make sure you have something. If someone says, I only eat Yeti meat, then I'm going to say you're on your own.
No, Kathy, if you came over and everything I had made is something you can't eat, I'd feel bad as a host. So I'd rather know.
I agree.
That at least, hey, we can have something for you.
How many times do you have this happen, though? So I'll have people come to a lot of animal rescue people, and we'll have something that's vegan or vegetarian specifically so that they have something. People coming over her, which is regular meat eaters, beeline for the vegetarian stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? It happens all the time.
All right, here's another one. It says feeding the dog. Regarding dietary restrictions, it's important to remember that the host pets may have some, so don't share your food. Don't feed the host dog under the table unless you ask your host first. Yeah. The dog may have an allergy or be on a very special diet.
Is it okay to, under the table, rest your foot on the guy's penis across the...
I think so.
Okay.
I think that's totally fine.
think that's okay.
I don't know. As long as nobody else knows what's going on, I think you're okay.
Did you like that ad?
All right, here's one that says disrespecting shoe rules.
Oh, yeah.
Shoes on or off tends to be very individual specific, according to this expert. Listen to what your host prefers. It is understandable why many people prefer not to track the dirt and germs of the outside world into their homes when possible. Be prepared to remove your shoes if asked. Throw a pair of socks or slippers in your bag if you don't like being barefoot and think that you might be heading to a no-shoe household.
Went to a house one time where they did ask that. We did not know. And they provided little slipper thingies.
Oh, yeah?
Okay. And that's fine.
I want to go to that house.
I know, me too. I love that.
That's nice.
I hate, though, Nick, when your socks aren't really where they should be.
Yeah.
You know, in maybe a few holes or whatever, and you're like, oh, this is a shoeless house.
Well, so what if you go to a shoeless house and you're not wearing socks? Like, that part would kind of creep me out if somebody's walking around barefoot around their home.
I have a friend who it's no shoes like ever.
Right.
And they all take them off right at the door. And I mean, I was over there a lot this summer and you're wearing, sandals. So like walking around our house barefoot, it just feels weird.
I don't like that.
But what's gross about that, though? I mean, for the homeowner, having a bare feet.
I feel uncomfortable.
You feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. All right, let me go to.
Take your pants off.
I have.
I thought this
I'll
was
distract you. I'll take my pants off. I have Lou on the line. Good morning, Lou.
Am I on the air?
Yes.
Sweet.
Yes. All right, Lou. What's up, man?
I agree with the footwear. Listen, if you're going to go barefoot, that's fine. But at no universe, planet, or world or dimension should you ever put your bare feet on the couch when you're next to a stranger?
I agree.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. It's repulsive. I've had to leave Super Bowl parties because of that. Visibly upset.
That's right in line with, as Preston said, popping your feet up on the coffee table, unless you've been given clearance. Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I agree.
Also, when you go to a house where you have to take over your shoes, I just want to walk out like Donnie Brasco. I'm not taking my shoes off. It's too much work.
Right.
I don't
You know
know,
what?
man.
I don't want to stay.
Press, I take my shoes off at your house all the time because I love your carpet.
It does feel really good.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm a put my feet on furniture guy.
Yeah.
I am.
Dude,
At somebody else's house?
I like having my feet up
with your shoes off.
I'll ask with shoes off. I would not do it with shoes on. Definitely not. But with shoes off, yeah, I'll put my feet up.
You
on
just
the
said
couch.
the key thing, though. You'd ask. Yeah. That's all.
I had you had Thanksgiving dinner in August at your house, and I laid on the couch afterwards.
It was so funny because I thought you were joking.
Yeah.
You go, I'm going to go over and sleep for a while.
Oh my God.
And he did. He would crash on the couch.
I did. I didn't sleep, but I crashed on the couch. I couldn't sleep. There was just too much activity going on.
Yeah.
But I was. Here's the deal.
Shut up.
Here's the deal. That's how comfortable I feel around you.
Yeah.
And was that a no?
No.
Okay,
I thought it was great.
All
I
right.
thought it was funny.
I was like,
I thought you were kind of joking. And
no, man. Your food
I
was
envy being able to do that. I would never feel comfortable,
Yeah, no.
with people around. My brother-in-law, if the house was on stilts and sliding down into a canyon, he could go on the couch and fall asleep. Yeah, not a problem.
I want to go to this call from Tyler real quick. Hey, Tyler, good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing? Good morning.
Good. What's up, buddy?
I'm getting such anxiety because I'm realizing I'm such a bad guest. Like as this list goes on, I'm a horrible person, but I've snuck into a garage because I've with my wife's friends and the husband's there. They don't really talk much,
Right.
So I was stuck in the garage just trying to find a topic, a conversation, and come out I noticed you like drinks. You have another refrigerator in your garage. Nice to
How about leaf blowers?
Yeah, I like leaf blowers.
How about them, huh?
I've noticed you like shoes. There's a bunch on the floor in the garage. I wear shoes too. It's so. And then if I get caught in there, I'm like, I was looking for my phone or something. I snuck down the garage.
Tyler, let me ask you: Is it because you have slight anxiety about running out of things to talk about?
No, I can talk fine, but if I strike out one or twice, hey, how you doing? I see it. Then I've done it in the past where I've snuck in hopeful there's a car there.
Well,
cool. I'm a Ford guy too, or I'm a Chevy guy. Whatever.
Right.
Tyler, I think that is a bit of anxiety to what Preston's saying, and it's perfectly understandable.
Yep.
We've all gone out, and they could be very nice people, but you're like talking to a wall. You're getting nothing back, so you look for something to pat it.
Yeah.
I understand that.
And it's just me, just sitting there, just sweating, waiting for my wife to say hey, the house is on fire.
How about topsoil, huh?
Oh God, so
big gulps, huh?
Topsoil.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Hubcaps, man. Right? Am I right?
Actually, that's not a bad idea. I like
Just
that.
looking around, naming
just
stuff.
looking around and trying to find something that will spur some sort of
Drywall,
conversation. Yeah,
It's just up in your bathroom so you can't get it up, huh? Is that part of it?
Yeah. Boner issues, huh? I got it.
Yeah.
ED, yeah, it's got to be tough.
That stuff's good for Alzheimer's too.
So your wife wears a wig. I didn't know that.
Hey, who's got a yeast infection?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Let me see here.
Someone loves tampons.
Two more things on this list of the rudest things you can do at someone else's home. This says interfering with the setup. This expert says
Steve would murder you.
No, it says don't switch place cards at the dinner table.
I thought it was stereo stuff.
People put
Oh my God! Yes, Nick. Thank you for remembering that.
people put time and effort into hosting events like dinner parties, and so respect what they put together. Wait a minute, what's the story with the?
Just if you touch any of Steve's knobs and widgets,
Don't touch my equipment.
Yeah.
Don't touch my stereo. Don't touch my setup.
Don't touch my drum set.
Don't touch exactly. And then I have dreams of them putting their balls on. And I said it, and I will just say, let me do it. I'll gladly do it for you. I'll set it up so you can do it. But I have it proprietary.
Yeah.
And I remember one time, I love my nephew to death. He's wonderful, but he did something to my stereo in the basement. And I'm a tech guy. I couldn't figure out what he did.
Oh, no.
So I gave him that receiver, and I bought another one because I'm like, I don't know what you did.
My best friend, for whatever reason, and listen, she's a very good friend, so this is a little bit different, but I have one pillow on my bed that when I bought the whole setup and the decorative pillows and all that, they kind of had it off to the side, like it wasn't like, stacked up with the rest. And so that's how I make my bed. And every time she is in my room, the pillow, when she leaves, the pillow is pushed up against the rest of the pillows. And I'm like almost, but in twice in the same visit. And I was like, no, that's not where I put it. And I moved it back. And then when I went back upstairs after she left, it was moved back.
If you see it move back, don't touch it.
One last item on this list of something rude. If you're going to someone else's house, says you should not show up empty-handed. As a guest, you should arrive with a small gift for the host.
Something.
This is if there's an event.
Right.
I think, a party of some type.
If you're, hey, come on over, let's watch a movie or the game or something.
Right.
It's not. But if you're invited to a party, and it could be something small.
Yeah,
like,
it says,
like a car.
Bottle of wine, bouquet of flowers, something like that.
Yeah.
So thank God I have Rochelle because she does those things.
But I would still do that even if it was just me being invited over. I wouldn't come without, like if we were watching a game, like I'd come with beer or wine.
You get good like that.
Like Claire keeps an inventory of things that they're ready, just in case.
Yes,
we have
wine
stuff
rack.
like that,
I'm
too.
like, where are we going? Oh, right, they like red.
All right, so that's all we have time for. Real quick, though, we have a lot of people who've been on hold for a long time. So Joe, Lizette, and Ian, who've been on hold for like 15, 20 minutes or something like that. I apologize I didn't get a chance to get to you. We'll give you a Preston and Steve T-shirt. Or is it the new WMMR shirt? What do we have
That's
here?
the NASA one?
Yeah, the NASA-style WMMR shirt. So I apologize, guys, but we will set you up with that. So hang on the line, Lizette, Joe, and Ian, and everybody else. Thank you guys for calling in. We appreciate it. But just thought I'd pass that along in case, we're heading into holiday season, more gatherings and things like that.
Very
So
helpful.
Keep these little tips in mind. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We have the B5. We're going to go live on Fox Good Day. I think we're going to talk to Sister Mary as well this morning, too. So we'll be back in just a couple. Make sure you hang out, friend.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Preston and Steve's 25th annual Camp Out for Hunger, supporting Philabundance at Xfinity Live inside the Wells Fargo Center complex.
At one point, it was coming back. I had yellow mustard. I told you guys this, but I don't know if it was like whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You don't know if it was like the spices in
Or
the
some-
mustard
right,
that,
exactly.
as opposed to its actual flavor.
Yeah.
It's nothing you would be able to compare it to in life. I mean, it's such
So
a unique
weird.
thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, people have what they call the long Rona. Still, even they eventually get their taste back, but it can be a while.
God,
I've seen stories of people that have gone like a year without having taste. My grandmother, this was a long time ago, went years loss of taste.
Is that right? What
and
caused
then
it?
it just came back.
Right.
I don't know. We never found out.
And now she's a food critic.
No, she's dead.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she couldn't taste anything, and then it just came back around one
I
day.
mean, what's weird here, and not to sound too alarming here, but there is something cerebral going on there, which is like a little bit scary, don't you think?
So I heard a doctor talk about it and why, and it all stems from the nose and like the blood vessels that are in the nose.
The nose.
And again, I just watched like a quick video, so hopefully that's accurate. But that's what he was saying, and like my sense of smell, I think I have a little bit of it. Like I would say maybe like 25%. Like if I stick my nose in something, I might be able to identify.
Well, they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, so your olfactory senses inform your taste to some degree. I don't know what the percentage is.
Hey, if you were going to lick someone's ass, now is the time to do it.
No,
This is the time to do it.
We can give away mixed martial arts tickets.
Yeah. All right, so what we've decided to do, and actually it was Kathy's idea, we're going to do a taste test this morning of some various things and see if she can identify. Now, they have various consistencies to them, so that might be a clue into what you might be tasting. But nonetheless, we want to see if you can identify. And some of these things are very strong flavors. You know, we're not throwing anything.
All right.
You're not going to taste anything effed up. We're
Yeah,
not
like
doing
toilet water.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
You wouldn't
It's
know what
all
that tastes
legit.
like anyway.
It's all edible, and
Or
you'll
like,
be fine.
Is there a
foot
chance?
shavings?
Yeah,
None
foot
of
shavings.
that.
Thank
No,
you.
Is there a chance that this might, because of the wide variety to her palate, is it possible this might kickstart your taste back up?
Possibly. Listen, I also read a lot about that. People trying to do that using like pepper, and there was another thing where if you like burn an orange peel. Yeah,
Carter told me about it yesterday. He's like, "Ooh, there's this thing," and I saw it, and I was like, "Really?" And he goes, "He goes, hang on." He looks at me, and goes, "Oh, it's not real. Never mind."
not real.
Yeah, so-
Like people were trying it, but there's no scientific evidence that it works.
All right, hang on. Let me go to Steve real quick. Steve lost his taste. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, buddy. So, did you have Corona?
Yes, last year.
Okay, and how long has it been since you've been able to taste anything?
Over 400 days.
400 days.
Now, Steve, let me ask you a question because you're not necessarily eating for taste anymore. Have you lost?
I am anger eating.
Yeah,
anger eating.
All right, so have you lost any weight as a result, or nothing's changed?
You know what? Everybody says, "Oh, you must have lost so much weight." I lost some in the beginning. In the beginning, I lost a lot. But I have, as time goes on, I'm just anger eating. I'll buy Reese's Cups and I'll be like, damn it, I'm going to taste these Reese's Cups. And I don't.
Steve, do you feel, and you're like constantly searching for it, right? Like you constantly, you're like, okay, let me try this. Maybe there'll be a little bit there.
Yeah. And the only thing is I have had twinges of, like if somebody has like a lemon cookie or a lemon cupcake, I might get like the taste of lemon with the first bite, and then everything it's gone. Like there's just nothing.
Steve, so this would not affect though your hunger, right? Hunger is.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
Yeah,
that's the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
You still have to eat. You just have no joy in any of it. I always say it's like Captain Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean. They just want to watch Keira Knightley eat because they have no joy.
Right, they can't experience. Well, but look. I mean, statistically, it you should get a return, but and there's no guarantee it's going to be anytime soon. But man, my heart goes out to you.
I've tried the other things. Like my wife has been getting me to try this smell therapy where you smell coffee grinds, you smell oranges, you smell.
But they say that takes like years to actually kick in and work because it's supposed to be like based on your memory.
Yeah, it's really weird. And then I eat things because I like pizza. I know what pizza tastes like,
right?
So I eat it. But like now I'm more concerned with like texture. So I'll eat things that like I always want nachos because nachos have crunch, they have sauce, they have But December 9th, 2020 was my my last day.
All right,
Steve,
man.
were you vaccinated?
Yeah, and boosted.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was all after.
I know there's connections to any of this stuff. All right,
Yeah.
dude, I feel for you. Hang in there. Hopefully it'll come back around.
Preston, what about you,
if
man?
If I
What
lost
about
my
you?
sense of taste,
Forget it.
I would be so upset.
It's so weird.
I find so much joy in eating, but I mean, I guess you. Wouldn't you switch to a healthier eating habit if you don't
I'm
care?
pretty healthy. You're pretty healthy too.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going crazy.
Right.
But like,
so
why
I
eat
eat
ice
very
cream?
healthy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because of the texture.
The little treats.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's the texture. Like Steve said,
But
you're constantly searching for something. So like, yeah, you could sit there and eat healthy, but it's like you like. So for me, melted cheese, that texture.
Does that give you pleasure?
Yes.
Okay.
So
right
like,
now,
It's like-
because I can't taste anything.
Can't
Like
you-
zero sugar ice cream. And
Yeah,
stuff like
can't you
that,
find
know?
something that like is
Will approximate it?
that
the
approximates the texture and that is not
Putty?
loaded
Yeah, you
with.
could. Case, you could.
Yeah.
All
Those
right.
are great putty.
Amy said she did the orange chicken at work.
All right.
Oh, well, if this is the case, then we
Let's hear
need
it.
to do this after the contest.
All right, we'll try.
Get an orange.
I would love to go to these calls, but listen, I want to go through this and see if she can identify these things or not. So let's give this a try. We're going to be drinking things, by the way. We're not going to be eating.
Oh my God, she's lost her sense of balance.
She can't stand up. You okay?
Tripped over her own headphones.
I had to move, and I tripped over my headphones.
Okay.
Oh, the headphones.
So we have all grabbed some things from our cabinets and refrigerators and brought them in. And, oh, yeah, I have the sheet here. Don't look over here.
Yeah, don't look.
She's not wearing her glasses.
No, she's getting blindfolded. She's blind and no taste.
And, Marissa, are we putting the mask on her or no?
We're putting the because
it covers up her nose.
Exactly.
So we have a
But
full.
I do want to try to smell it afterwards if I
mask.
can't taste it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll figure this out.
This is a legitimate. Should we be wearing goggles and lab coats?
So here's what we'll do. Marissa has put all these in numbered cups, little shot glasses, and Kathy's going to sip it, and we'll just have her guess. And I've got the list here, and then I'll reveal what it is, and we'll see if she gets anywhere near it.
Okay.
The password is.
Yeah.
So do you want me to put these goggles on?
Do you want to eliminate the smell as well fully?
I mean, listen, I can sip it. If you hand me, I can sip it without smelling it.
All right.
Because I want to see if my sense of smell is there or not afterwards.
All right, let's leave him off as long as it doesn't tip you off. So, Marissa, give her number one. We'll start with us. We can go in order. This is a good
Marissa, I don't know where you are.
order that we have, and she'll
Okay.
she'll put it in your hand. Okay,
Oh, man,
Careful.
I can smell it.
Do you know where your mouth is?
Shut up. All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah, take a sip.
Don't smell.
And see
I'm
what
not
you
going
think.
to smell.
You can shoot the whole thing.
Don't smell.
Probably don't drink the whole thing. You need to save some room. Okay, so you getting any sensation?
Something. It's like, yeah, it's not water.
Okay, not water.
It's I want to say like a I want to say sauce, but it's not that thick, so
Okay.
it's not a sauce. But that's what I'm getting. Like I would something like a pasta sauce or something.
Pasta sauce. So she's guessing pasta sauce.
Okay. And what is it, Preston?
It's a sauce.
Wait. Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
She just spilled it on her sweater. She just spilled it on the carpet.
Mackle farts.
You picked the wrong one to spill, too.
Yeah, you did. That's going to stain.
All right, get her sweater quickly. Kathy, take your top off quickly.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. You're legitimately handicapped.
I have to touch the boob.
Marissa, let me clean her.
By the way, go on YouTube now if you ever wanted to see Marissa feel up Kathy.
Oh, my God, dude. Now go a little slowly.
I almost have it out. There we go.
Oh, my God.
Preston, can you smell it on that side of the console?
No, not from where I'm sitting now.
Because I absolutely can, and the smell is very distinct.
Can I guess now? 'Cause
Yeah,
I
what
can
is it?
smell Is it hot sauce?
No, it is not. Kathy, that is soy sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's way off. Not
Yeah.
even clear.
And by the way, she took a sip. Like most people would go, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it's soy sauce is very strong. It's very, very salty.
All right, wait.
And you could only handle a little bit of that straight, but she shot quite a bit of it. Yes.
All right, I can't see, so I don't want to spill it again. Marissa, where's my water? A little bit. All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
I need to take a sip of water.
Helen Keller had it
Okay.
together.
Let's go with number two. Don't spill this one either.
You can do it.
There's the microphone is right in front of you, so don't hit it. All right.
Don't tip it or tilt it.
Take a sip of this and see what you think. All right. So, by the way, Kathy's lost her sense of taste. Let's see. We're testing this out on her, and if you're just tuning in, that's what we're doing.
All right.
A little thicker, isn't it?
Thicker and sweet.
Okay.
Oh, so sweet you could determine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know what it is. I know it's sweet, and by the texture, I'm gonna say maybe like you put it. What the hell is it called?
Jig Jill?
The chocolate that you put on ice cream. Like a
Hershey's?
Like
Yeah.
a chocolate syrup?
Yeah, like a chocolate syrup.
She got it right. Kathy, lucky you that one of the things you can taste is chocolate syrup.
Honestly, if you're going to lose anything, and keep one thing, keep your ability to taste chocolate.
Did the texture help with that?
Yeah, I think. Well, that's why I think I was able to get
Oh, but you definitely picked up on sweet. And you know
Yeah.
why you probably could? Because you just had really, really salty before that.
right before it.
Okay, let's go with number three and try this one out. A shot of this one. Well, right now, actually.
5 typical workday situations.
Hey, guys.
It's like,
Hey.
oh, today's just a typical day. Today's an ideal day to be at work.
That's rare.
That's rare. We're in crisis mode. No, everybody's disengaged. And then the final one, toxic. What would you say on an average day at WMMR? Are you typical, ideal, crisis, disengaged, or toxic?
You left out one. Orgy Day, which is our favorite. It's Wednesday. And there's usually a large chocolate chip cookie cake.
I call out sick on Wednesdays.
Kathy doesn't like Orgy Day.
What would you say, Preston?
I'd say it's pretty typical.
It's typical, yeah.
You know, I mean, we'll go through stretches where there was like a 2-week span not that long ago where I thought it was like ideal. Like every day we were just hitting
Flawless.
it. We were having a good time.
Right when we were back from vacation.
Yeah. Which usually is a crapshoot because when you come back from vacation, it's either going to be really great or it's going to be and I wouldn't call it toxic. One of those other ones, Mike, but
orgiastic.
Okay, that maybe.
I mean, like you walk in your car and going, I just met the basis for Third Eye Blind. It's like it doesn't get better.
No, I'd say it's pretty typical. What about you guys in your environment? Because it seems like a lot of fun.
We've been flowing along pretty typically, and then we got into this ideal situation with all our sports teams winning. So it was kind of an ideal time to have a morning television show. And then today we had a little, crisis with our SWAT officers being hit by gunfire. They're all in stable condition. So that throws you into crisis mode while you're trying to have an ideal day. But we're always engaged. I don't think we're ever disengaged.
That's one thing about the nature of this kind of a media job is that things are changing, and that sadly it is that makes it interesting and keeps you feeling included and attached and vital in the chain. But I could not have a job where this wasn't part of it. You kind of feed off of it. So
it'd be boring.
It'd be.
Hey,
but when the show's over and you guys have your massages and your spa treatments and all that stuff that they do for you there at Fox 20.
When Mike massages you, Alex,
oh my God,
and peels your bowl of grapes.
I do that suction cup thing on her back.
Yes, okay. Except he uses his mouth.
Oh my God!
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Well,
seems like an ideal day to me.
That's a toxic day. Right
That's
there.
a toxic thing.
Yeah.
That was toxic. You guys don't talk sports. Well, you don't talk overly amounts of sports, but are your listeners fired up for Eagles and Phillies?
Oh God,
gotta be. Yeah. Who isn't? Absolutely. And the Flyers are starting. They have their home opener.
Undefeated
tomorrow.
so far.
They're undefeated. So yeah.
Union had the best record in the Eastern Conference. Union had a great season. Didn't lose at home all year. So yeah, I mean, we talk about it when we feel like talking about it, and especially when there's good news.
Yeah.
And we've had a lot of good news lately. Like, I don't know how to feel.
I don't either.
Because it's like overwhelming a little bit. Like, everybody's doing well, but I'm glad.
Yeah, because you're always thinking, the hammer's going to fall sometime soon. But that's the nature of life.
Yeah.
So,
well, this will bring it back
it.
to it. Somebody was telling me yesterday that there's a stat that every time the Phillies get to the World Series, there is a huge national recession that takes place.
Right, and that seems to be the case. So
which
it's all
means
good.
we in Philadelphia can't have our cake and eat it too.
Nope.
Ever.
Right. However, we can use installments to pay for that cake.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
All right, I have to disengage now.
All right. This is turned toxic anyway. We'll see you later, guys. All right. So.
You guys just took over that segment. I think they weren't quite sure what to do.
It's heavy duty.
It happens. Not an ideal day for them. All right, let's have a look at traffic, and then we might have some money for you to win. Kathy, what's going on?
Stop traffic on the Schuylkill Expressway eastbound direction from the Blue Route into Gladwin. The left lane is blocked with an accident. Also jams from the Boulevard to the Vine, westbound from Passyunk to the Vine, and then again from the Boulevard out to Belmont. 95 southbound, heavy Woodhaven into Bridge Street. The Vine westbound slowing the length, 95 to the Schuylkill Expressway. The 5th Street Tunnel northbound closed between 676 and Callow Hill Street until 3 o'clock this afternoon. A disabled vehicle on the Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound. It's slowing Route 1 to Willow Grove. It's blocking the left lane. And then in New Jersey on 55 northbound, that's jammed Deptford to the 42 freeway. Route 38 eastbound jams Church Road to Ruderow Avenue, where the right lane is blocked with
Ruderow.
42 north slows from Blackwood Clementon
Wait a
Road
minute.
to 295.
As soon as you said that, Steve and I locked eyes. We're like, Ruderow.
But I've had that before, and you both have done the exact same thing before. This traffic report brought to you by
Traffic sounds like it's a mess.
MedExpress. The thing about life, it doesn't care if you get sick. It doesn't care because it can't care, but MedExpress does. They offer treatment for the flu, strep, and more, all on your schedule. MedExpress open 8 to 8 every day. No appointment necessary. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Wait a minute. How do you spell Ruddero?
Ruddero. Rudder.
Oh, as in a rudder, like on a boat. Rudder,
row your boat.
Yeah.
Row. Oh my God! Look at the time. Here we go.
Here it is, MMRs. Yoo-hoo loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
All right, the word is raise. R-A-I-S-E. Raise. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, and there are 3 ways for you to do it. You can text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Let's let it be you. Each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. And it's sponsored by Horizon Services. So again, the word is raise, R-A-I-S-E. Good luck to you.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, sometimes I ease into the Bizarre File stories. Today, we're starting with the money shot.
Oh, boy.
A woman's anus tore apart after she fell off the back of a jet ski.
Oh, my God.
My God.
Oh, wow.
The unidentified 22-year-old who lives in Australia slipped off the back when the driver accelerated. She agonizingly landed on her backside with the chassis caught between her legs, striking her perineum, which is the area between the anus and genitals. The woman started bleeding, went to Melbourne's Frankstone Hospital, where doctors found a 2-inch cut stretching from her tailbone to her anus. Scans showed that she had torn her sphincter as well as the lining of her rectum. This is
nearly
horrible.
killed her.
Doctors took her to the operating theater to be examined under a general anesthetic, where they found the cuts end extended up to the wall of her rectum. They stitched up the wounds, gave her a colostomy bag to allow her injuries to heal. And after 12 weeks, she had completely recovered, and she is now on a waiting list for surgery to reverse her colostomy procedures.
Tore my anus.
Her medics said severe anorectal injuries like the one she suffered are uncommon, but typically arise from high-speed jet ski accidents.
I have never heard of torn anuses being the result of bad jet ski accidents.
And so if you go off the back, that is a high-powered jet of water coming out the back end. Last year,
your anus.
Well, another woman from Victoria, Matilda, was left with serious bowel problems after falling off one of the vehicles, and the jet stream shot up her butt.
Oh, my God.
And messed her inside.
It's like having a nuclear
enema.
Enema, yeah.
Yeah, so like that can kill you. So
Oh my God.
Never heard of that before, but apparently
I gotta try that.
if you're riding a jet ski, don't try that.
All right, yeah.
A pub landlady in the UK who stabbed a teenage barmaid in front of customers after wrongly accusing her of having an affair with her husband has been jailed for 10 years.
My bad.
Louisa Santos was convicted of the attempted murder of Hannah Pritchett, who was 18 years old. Now, police were called to the scene to find the attack had continued into the parking lot and arrested Santos on suspicion of assault. So, Ms. Pritchett was taken to the hospital. She underwent surgery to ensure there were no further internal injuries. Apparently, Santos, who was charged with attempted murder and was found guilty, had said that she... Where's the meat of this story? There's a part where they explain that... her husband had apparently uttered the girl's name in his sleep.
And that was enough for her to go try to...
Therefore, she deduced that he was having an affair and went and tried to kill her when they had not had an affair.
That's flimsy evidence.
At all. So I lost the other half of this story, unfortunately. But she's going to jail for 10 years over that whole thing. All right, international romance scams. They're a growing problem around the world. This is when, of course, a fraudster assumes the identity of an eligible bachelor or bachelorette on social media and preys on people's sense of loneliness to drain them of money by asking for money or transportation costs to meet and stuff like that.
I'd really like to get together with you and rip your anus.
Listen to this. They don't get much more fantastical than a case that occurred in Shiga Prefecture earlier this year. According to police, A 65-year-old resident of Hagashiomi City met a man on social media who claimed to be a foreign national working on the International Space Station.
Oh, wow.
Like living there, okay? So the woman then got into deeper communication with the man over the messaging app called Line, and he began telling her things such as, I want to move to Japan and start a new life. Even if I say it 1,000 times, it won't be enough, but I'll keep saying it. I love you. And eventually, he said, will you marry me when I come to Japan? So then, sometime around August, the man requested money to return to Earth. According to his story, life on the International Space Station is a pay-your-own-way kind of deal.
He needed to get a ticket.
He needed to cover the cost of a rocket back and the landing fees.
I didn't realize that.
I
thought that was gratis.
It seemed that actually it was gravity. Neither the criminal nor the victim were aware that rockets are only used to leave Earth, and gravity usually brings people back free of charge. Complying with his request, the woman made 5 bank transfers over 5 days, totaling about $30,000 to cover her lover's return flight to Earth.
Did he ever give his proper name? Because it would be very easy to check who was on the space station.
However, when he continued to ask for money, she grew suspicious and eventually filed a police report.
I missed my rocket.
Unfortunately, given the anonymity and likelihood that the scammer, while earthbound, wasn't even in the country to begin with, justice may be very difficult to serve in this particular incident. So, yeah.
Everything seemed right.
I'm living on a space station. Wow. All right. Here is, I think we have time for one more. A man was arrested on assault charges after authorities say he attacked 2 United Airlines flight attendants on a trip from Miami to Washington, D.C. because he had consumed magic mushrooms. The incident began when Tori Logan Sevilla started to cause a disturbance 1 hour into the flight. Authorities said Sevilla grabbed the arm of a person sitting next to him before he began wandering around the plane, running up and down the aisles, clapping loudly near the cockpit, and yelling obscenities.
Wow.
The affidavit said that Sevilla broke off a piece of a bathroom door and opened it while a passenger was inside. The flight crew was able to get him back into a seat, but his screams and outbursts grew louder. He laid on the floor, and when a flight attendant attempted to tell him to get back in his seat, authorities said he refused and grabbed the flight attendant's breast.
What is this, Seahorse Captain? Was Seahorse Seashell Party? Who didn't invite me?
Officers on board, along with other members of the flight crew and passengers, attempted to subdue Sevilla. They handcuffed him, but he twisted the arm of another flight attendant during the struggle. He continued to scream and yell incoherent things.
Why didn't I get invited, Seahorse Seahell?
While handcuffed for the remainder of the 2-hour flight.
Sir, there is no Seahorse Party.
He yelled when the plane landed as federal officers boarded the flight to arrest him.
What is this? Get real.
Yeah.
I'm in love with seahorses. I'm in love with them. They're so beautiful and cute. I'm in love with the seahorses.
When questioned by the FBI hours later, Sevilla told authorities he had taken psilocybin before the flight. Authorities said Sevilla told them that it wasn't the first time he had taken the drug and remembered being out of his seat, being loud, and touching people.
They're unreal. I love them. They're like all the clocks. I love them. I love seahorses, and I love looking at them, and I love seashells. I love seashell things. I love things with seashells and seahorses on them, like blankets and towels.
He's making good points.
Yeah. Sevilla said that he was not only surprised that he acted this way after consuming it, he was not totally surprised. He stated that he was sorry for his actions.
And so I don't understand really a lot of this stuff, but I thought magic mushrooms would make you more sedate. They don't, huh?
You listen. You can have a bad experience.
All right.
He was charged with assault and with interfering with flight crew members and attendants, and he will appear in court next week.
He's going to miss the Seahorse Party.
He will.
Right.
That's too bad. Yep. All right, and there you go. And that is what we have in the Bizarre File for you this minute. This moment. It is 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. That means you got about 5 minutes or so left to enter the word raise. That is for MMR's You Who Loot, your opportunity to win $1,000. So the word is raise. So make sure that you get to that now. All right. Our guest is on the line.
We love her.
And yeah, we haven't had a chance to speak to her in quite some time. But Project Home.
Yes.
They had their 14th Bring Philly Home event. It's taking place today, 6 to 9. Steve, at a place we've been to that's really cool, the Masonic Temple.
It's amazing.
It's such a cool building. So we would like to welcome Sister Mary to the program this morning. Sister Mary Scullion. Good morning, Sister Mary.
Morning, Preston and Steve. I'm so excited to be with you this morning.
We're excited to have you on again. How has your year been so far?
The year challenging, but we're just very grateful for the things that we've been able to do and the people involved in Project Home and more understanding for the issue of homelessness. This year.
Yeah, it's a critical thing, obviously. We're planning, we're cutting down to the wire on our Camp Out for Hunger, and all of those, hunger and homelessness, they all dovetail, and one causes the other and vice versa, and you have this spiral. But you've always managed to, as we have, you rely on just how generous the people in this area are, and you can make good things happen.
That's right. The Philadelphia community is amazing. And, today, again, we're excited because the Phillies are also, we hope, going to get their second win from the Braves today. So it's going to be a good day for Philadelphia all around.
Excellent. Now, I mentioned it's the 14th Bring Philly Home event, but Project Home has been around longer than that, correct?
Correct. We've been around now for 33 years.
Wow.
Joan and I started it 33 years ago. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's got to be amazing. And we sometimes think about it. Think about the lives that you have allowed to make a 180 and allow people to get back up on their feet and realize their potential and move on. Explain, for those who don't know exactly what it is Project Home does.
So our vision statement is none of us are home until all of us are home. We're part of one human family. So we HOME, H, affordable housing, O, opportunities for employment and medical care, and E, education. We believe these four things are the single most important things to both ending homelessness, but also preventing homelessness.
Right. And the event today, tell us about that and how people can come by and be a part of that.
So, just come on down to the Masonic Temple, 6 to 9, as you said. You can buy tickets at the door. It's just going to be a great event, a great celebration. This year, through people's generosity, we're going to be opening up our 1,000th unit of affordable housing.
Wow.
This year. So we're really excited about that. It's a project in Kensington where the need for affordable housing with support for people who are impacted in a serious way with substance use can come and find a home and find some help in getting off the substances, especially opioids. So we're really, just excited about that. And, kids are at the Honickman Learning Center, Comcast Technology Labs right now, learning skills in technology and reading and math. And then the Stephen Klein Wellness Center, some primary care, behavioral health, dental services for people who are unsheltered and in need. So we're just really grateful for, the various ways that we can give people opportunities. America is about equal opportunity for all, but it's not, opportunity isn't as easy as it sounds.
Right,
so we're excited to be able to offer that.
Sister Mary, there's so much about homelessness that just hits me right in the chest, and the mentally ill that end up homeless is just so heartbreaking. As part of what Project Home does is to getting those types of people into the facilities that can guide them and take care of them.
Yes. Most of what we do each and every day is our amazing outreach teams go out on the street and engage people. And the people who are unsheltered and are actually living on the street, 90% or more have a mental illness or a substance use or a physical disability. Mm-hmm. So our teams are able to bring folks in at our now 21 residences across the city. And that is including people who have a mental health disability, substance use, or physical challenges.
Okay. And I have projecthome.org. Is that where we can find out anything and everything that we need to know?
Yes. Yeah. www.projecthome.org. We really appreciate your listeners. They are amazing and have been so involved and so generous, not only to Project Home, but to so many organizations across our our city and county. So thank you, Steve and Preston, for all you do to, keep our message alive and people connected.
Oh, it's our pleasure. But how's your buddy John Bon Jovi doing? You guys been hanging out lately?
I was speaking with him last week. He's doing amazing, and his work, and I hope someday you have that on the show. His Soul Kitchens are doing great work in Toms River, New Jersey, in Red Bank, and he's also opening up some, the Soul Kitchens in colleges. So many of the college students today are also in need of our food insecure.
Right.
So he's doing that at Rutgers and Rowan. So he's just amazing what he does. Not only an international icon, but he really cares about our communities, across our nation, and does so much to help.
He walks the walk, just like you. All right, Sister Mary, thank you so much. We'll get the word out about the event and just keep doing that amazing work. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Preston. Thank you, Steve. Take it easy.
We'll see you, Sister Mary, guys. And yes, you can go to projecthome.org. I remember I was at the when U2 did their Joshua Tree 30th anniversary.
Right, yes.
Bono shouted her out from the stage. I'm like, I know her! It was so cool, man.
It was cool.
I love it. She is awesome. All right, let's take a break and come back in a moment. We're still going to talk to John Tortorella, your Flyers head coach, as they get ready for the home opener tomorrow against the Devils. He'll be along, and another shot at you, Hulu, if you don't win this time around. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. We'll sip of this one. Oh, wow. Strong reaction from this.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Wow, so a big reaction.
Like it definitely triggered something.
Like prom night?
No, like some sort of taste buds in my mouth, but I have no idea.
Just describe
what it is.
Sweet, savory. What is the reaction?
No, like vinegar, maybe.
She's right. Yeah.
But here's the thing,
It doesn't taste like vinegar?
No, it's the guess is the way it made me feel.
You probably got a little tangy, sensation like you would on your tongue, like mouth watering a little bit from.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing: I'm smelling it, and I can't smell it either.
It was white wine vinegar.
But I could. Where's that? Is the hot sauce still? The FUD, the
chocolate
sauce.
The FUD.
What about? I think she was going to say fudge.
Like
FUD.
So that I can smell. I can smell the hot sauce, but I can't smell that vinegar.
That's not hot sauce. It's chocolate sauce.
Sorry, chocolate sauce.
That's
Dear
what you would
God.
put on a chocolate FUD sundae.
Let's do the next one. We got to move through these. All right. So number 4, Marissa, if you would please. So she's gotten 2 out of 3 so far.
That's not
But
bad.
it was kind of guessing. Well, and not going. Yeah, that is this.
You're right. It's a combination of cues that are helping her get to the answer.
All right, Kathy. This is another one.
All right.
This one's kind of thick too.
Pondering.
I don't want any more of it, whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Does it?
Yeah.
I think so.
You know.
Okay, I have no idea what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever watch Dr. Pimple Popper? No.
Oh my God! Stop it, Steve! Don't do that to me. Can I smell it?
Yeah.
Try it that
Yeah.
way?
Okay. So you don't have a guess.
Oh, no,
But smelling it.
No smell.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. It's ranch dressing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Hidden Valley ranch dressing. The goat of ranch dressing.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys know my sense of smell and taste. Like
incredibly acute.
Normally, I would have been. I could do this in 2 seconds. All of it.
You were able to discern between water.
Yeah.
Types of water.
Different water. Seriously.
All right, next sample. This is number 5. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And this one this is very identifiable.
Okay, there's a little sweetness to this again.
Okay.
Maybe like I want to say a juice.
A juice.
Like apple juice?
Like apple juice.
She got it right.
Well, you might.
And here's the thing. I'm smelling it too. I can smell the apple juice. Is it safe to say that the sweet stuff I
You're
can
picking up
taste
on
a little
sweet.
bit.
You're
more
rocking
so
sweet than anything else. Yes. And you know what? A text came in and says sweet is the last taste to be lost even with aging. Like that's the one that we hang on to the most.
Okay.
Don't know if there's any validity to that or not.
Well,
but
this has nothing to do with aging.
That's why old people love pudding.
Yeah. All right, here's the next one. This is mystery drink number 6.
Mystery drink number 6.
She's grimacing.
I know this one.
What is it?
I can taste it. Is it pickle juice?
You got it.
Kathy, so that is not sweet, unless it is sweet pickles.
No, I don't know.
And you don't like pickles, do you?
No, I love pickles.
All right,
well, good for you.
So,
See, we're finding things that you'll be able to eat and
Yeah, yeah.
taste. That's
Kathy,
great.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
So chocolate and pickles.
We're curing her. You're pregnant. No, we're Preston. You're legitimately curing her.
We're getting somewhere.
We should set up an institute.
If you've had the taste issue, you should do this type of thing at home as well. You might find one or two things that stands out.
By the way, Kathy, though you can't see it, I'm wearing protective goggles.
Hey,
I had to take mine off.
You know what? And also the caller that we had earlier, though, Kathy had said that he could taste lemon for a moment.
Yes.
And then as he continued to eat, it would go away. So this is something you'll have to test with.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Oh, for a moment.
For a moment.
I got it.
Yeah, that
with
happened.
pickles.
That happened to my mom. She lost her taste for a really long time, and the same thing. She said it came back. She would eat, and she'd get it at the beginning of the meal, and then by like mid-meal, she couldn't taste anything.
Here's
so eat quickly.
Here's the next one for you. Let's try this. This is number 7. We have 15 of these, by the way.
All right. Not a clue.
Looks like she doesn't really like the way it tastes. Or are you just
I'm not like
perplexed
a
by
huge fan. I think it might be on the sweeter side, but it's not as sweet as that chocolate sauce.
it? Okay.
Like a pudding?
Pudding. No, it is not a pudding.
Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
What kind of pudding are you drinking?
Puddings.
I smell something, but I can't. I would say pudding again.
No, it is maple syrup.
Which would be something very sweet.
Mrs. Butterworth.
Not like pudding.
No.
Is it Miss or Mrs.? She married?
I think it's Mrs. Butterworth.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
She's
spoken for.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Mr. Butterworth is an accountant.
Here's the next one. This is number 8. We're at the pretty much the halfway point now. Let's see if you can identify this. No reaction facially. I thought for sure I would see a facial reaction from this one.
Well, I mean, you should.
I'm going in again.
All right, this
drink
is
all of it.
It's a popular paint remover.
She shouldn't be able to say, I'm going to go again on this. No, I don't think so. Wow.
What do you think?
Wow.
I like it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Wait, look.
Preston, so we don't know. Preston has the answers.
All right, she doesn't know, so you can take a sniff and now guess after smelling it. What is it?
Is it lemon?
It is lemon juice. It's straight up lemon juice. Normally, if one is drinking straight squeezed lemon juice, you'd be puckering up and going,
Kathy, you didn't do any of that.
Not even a win.
So that Preston.
So she got that wrong. She could smell it, but she couldn't taste it.
That raises the question. That reflex.
Yes.
What causes that reflex?
It's a good question.
Well, let me ask. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to try something. We're going to do a scientific experiment here. I'm going to drink this lemon juice, but I'm going to hold my nose.
Now, we've never met.
We've
right?
never. Well, we have met many times.
All right.
Many times. But I'm going to hold my nose so that way the smell part does it.
That's the way to do it.
It's still sour.
Like you made the face?
But your taste is intact.
Yeah. But I wasn't sure if like any of that stuff was...
Kathy drank it, and there was no puckering, no pursing whatsoever.
Like, even with her drinking that, and I knowing what it is, caused my mouth to salivate a little bit.
Yes.
Because that's what I'm
a little engorged.
Your mouth will do. Well, that's great. All right, so here's... Okay, this will be interesting.
Oh, boy.
This is our only solid of the day.
Oh, God.
All right, Kathy, go ahead.
So wait, do I have to like...
Just stick your tongue in there.
Yeah.
Stick your tongue in there.
Stick it in.
Stick it deep in there.
Ew. Wait, I don't like that.
I'll give you a hint. It's not sand.
Yeah, like that. It's gristly.
Yeah.
Move your tongue around.
I have no friggin' idea.
No idea. Smell it.
I feel like it's probably a spice or something, but I have no idea.
But it should be very recognizable by taste, no question. Nothing when you smell it?
I'm trying.
She's not getting it. And she's inhaling deeply.
You would know this in a heartbeat.
Cinnamon.
Oh,
It's just straight up cinnamon.
No.
Yeah, nothing. Even after you know, you don't recognize it.
Not that one.
Okay.
No.
The more you know.
If you're tuning in, Kathy lost her taste, and we're testing her on that. Let's do number 10, if you will, please. And we're back to liquids now.
Okay.
Let's have a little sipperoonie and see what you get from that.
Is it alcohol?
Like rubbing alcohol, yeah.
No. That's all I
She's
get.
saying
It doesn't
alcohol.
taste anything, but I feel like maybe is
Like vodka?
Like a vodka
Yeah.
or something like that.
Do you get a burn from it, or
Yeah, like a little burn.
Down your throat?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's why, because it's alcohol. It's vodka. She can taste that it's alcohol, and I get that because outside of the taste in your mouth, once it goes down your throat, you get this warmness, this heat.
Right.
So,
Marissa, can I taste that one just to?
Hey, Kath, a question for you then, because I know you like to drink wine and you're pretty particular about your wines. Will you just go buy the cheapest ones possible now?
Well, no, what's funny is, because they'll probably give me a headache.
Yeah.
I was at my brother's house and, he knows what I like to drink and he didn't have it. And I go, what is this? He goes, it doesn't matter. Just drink it. You'll be fine.
Thunderbird.
When friends drop by who can't taste anything, give them the cheapest crap you've got in the house. That's why I reach for the Thunderbird.
James Mason approved. All right, here's the next one. This is number 11. You should get something from this.
11!
Let's see.
There's a reaction.
Got a real
scowl. She actually did De Niro there for a second.
Yeah.
You're talking to me?
Whatever it is, I'm not a fan.
Not so much.
Interesting that there are bad tastes that work through.
Nick, it's not a bad taste. It's like that vinegar feeling again. Like if
Okay.
So I have no idea.
That makes sense for this. Do you want to smell it?
Smell
Let me smell it.
You can smell it.
You can smell it.
Do you smell
okay.
something?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's doing De Niro again.
I don't like this. I don't know what it is. I don't like it.
It's Worcestershire sauce.
And you know what? I don't put that on anything. So
Okay. Not even in Bloody Marys? Well, it's already in Bloody Marys.
no,
usually,
I'm
so.
not a Bloody Mary fan.
Okay, all right. So no dice on Worcestershire. We've got 4 more to go.
4 more.
Here is number 12.
You've had a pretty decent degree of success, Kathy. At least your ability.
Well, the vodka one I'm kind of only half giving to her because she couldn't identify it. You should be able to tell that it was vodka.
All right. A big scowl on this one. Preston's the only one who knows what this is. Preston and Marissa. So we're guessing along.
This gave the puckering again. I don't know what it is, but again, it's like triggering something in my mouth.
Take a smell. Take a
All right.
sniff. You don't know. You can't taste it.
Vinegar.
Okay.
Wow.
But it's a very specific kind of vinegar.
Yeah, the kind that smells like feet.
Okay. It is apple cider vinegar. It'll cure everything. There's a shot of that every day, right?
That's what they say.
I should get my taste back after that.
Yes. Right. All right, we have 3 more. This is mystery taste number 13. And let's see how you do on this one.
My stomach's going to be great after this.
I know, right? Fortunately, you're just taking little baby sips, so.
You're going to be farting clouds.
All right.
Spending, get a reaction.
Spending some time with this one.
Okay. Not as much as a scowl from the Worcestershire. All right, so she's feeling it.
There's like something in it, some peppers or something.
Would you say Thunderbird?
It was like there was substance to it. There's particles in there.
Particles.
I don't know what it is, but it's making my mouth burn a little bit. It has a little kick to it.
Burn a little bit. All right, so but you don't know.
Can I smell it?
Sure.
Can I?
What do you think? What do you think, Kat?
Can
I don't know. I want to say like
good.
Pickled something again.
Pickled something.
It's hot sauce.
Straight up hot sauce.
Yeah, it's
What's the
Mr.
title of it?
Mr. Deck's hot sauce.
This is I'm the marketing director of this company.
Yeah, the name this particular flavor is called Bud Blaster. Gift card, so text the word secret to 39333 if you're interested in winning that. We've been on for a few days, so I've been noticing that lately. So yeah, I think it's time.
Noticer. He's taken advantage of time down to do extra noticing and all the things he's seen.
Yep.
Across an empty field, down an empty alleyway, basically anything that's empty.
That's right.
He notices, so you don't have to.
Into the empty eyes of your soul.
God among men.
All right,
Former foot model.
Okay, yes. So there have been a lot of cheating scandals lately.
There sure have.
In the world of chess and poker, even Irish step dancing. Kathy had reported on one.
Yeah.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, folks, but there is cheating in Fat Bear Week.
No.
I know this wholesome activity, but it's been taken care of.
And it'll probably end the way you might have wanted it to end anyway.
Fat Bear Week's voting system. Now, if you don't know this, it's Katmai National Park. That we've talked about this for several years. They have a huge population of bears in this park. In fact, there's over 2,200 brown bears in this park alone. And so they take the biggest ones, they monitor them, and then they have a bracket style where people vote on their favorite bear, and then they narrow it down to one for Fat Bear Week. So apparently earlier this week, it was compromised. The Katmai National Park Twitter account announced that Holly, bear number 435, had triumphed over unnamed male bear 747 in a semifinal, but they did retract her win a day later. They were quick to make the scandal.
This is bullcrap.
Yeah, they were
It's ridiculous.
They were quick to make the park was quick to make the scandal transparent. They announced that someone had stuffed the ballot box in favor of Holly. The park's account tweeted, "Fortunately, it is easy for us to tell which votes are fraudulent," and said that they tossed the bogus votes. So unnamed male bear, also known as 747, which is perfect.
I think it's a perfect name.
Was named the actual winner salmon dinner of this semifinal matchup.
And by the way, in case I agree with you, they're so adorable. Though they could shred you in a second. This guy is enormous.
Yeah, it's funny because I thought about you guys when I was looking at this story this morning. It all depends on the picture you get of the bear, whether they look adorable or not. Because I saw one of the two of them with their mouths open going at each other. I'm like, that ain't nothing cute about that.
You look cute again.
That's ferocious.
Yeah.
But even like their growls are like really cute. They're like, you know,
when they're just yeah.
Show me that smile again. Show me that smile.
Wow.
So according to the FBW website, Holly has reared several litters of cubs and in the process has become one of the most experienced bears at Brooks River. And while that certainly is impressive, it can't be ignored that 747 is one of the largest brown bears on Earth.
I love it.
Yeah. He weighs nearly 1,400 pounds.
Goddamn right.
And is currently the river's most dominant bear.
Got me a dad bod.
747, whose size and number have earned him the nickname of Bear Force One.
I love that.
And Holly have both won Fat Bear Week before. 747 took the crown in 2020, and Holly was the 2019 winner. But aside from the two of them, only two other bears have ever won Fat Bear Week since its inception 8 years ago. Otis and Beadnose. So only 4 bears have actually won in the history of this competition.
That seems kind of crazy.
Yeah, so they're the popular ones. They're the biggest ones in the park, so I guess that's why
I wonder if
nominated.
There'd be no way to know with any degree of certainty, but the largest bear is the Kodiak, or is it the polar bear?
I think polar bears.
Polar bear.
I think polar bears are the
in
largest.
actual size and weight.
Yeah, that's a good
wonder.
question.
I always get that confused, Steve, because one bear is actually taller when standing.
The polar bear.
I think the polar bear, when they stand on their hind legs, are taller than the Kodiak grizzlies.
But they're leaner. Like they're like marathon
They're
runners.
right. And
More
but I think-
athletic.
Yeah. They do jog.
Yeah. But this is the largest brown bear.
Checking my Fitbit.
One of the largest brown bears on Earth. So
that's good enough for me.
Congratulations to 747. Nice. So I did notice that. I wanted to make sure I covered the cheating thingy because there's been a lot of that lately. All right, let's talk about emojis. I noticed this story. Sending a thumbs up emoji can be seen as passive aggressive and even confrontational, according to Generation Z, who claim that they feel attacked whenever it is used.
I used to think that.
It's one that I use, my friends and I use to piss each other off. Like if she's mad at me or I'm mad at her, the response is thumbs up no matter what it is. And like, it's just, your blood boils when you get it.
Huh.
I always think it's okay.
Well, it depends. Like if when I respond, when I use the thumbs up, it's like, hey, we'll be over there tonight at 7:30.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Perfect.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah,
Real
yeah,
quick.
yeah. Well, it also depends. Like for me, it also depends on who I'm talking to. And
Yes.
with that, Preston, I'll usually do okay and then thumbs up.
Okay.
Just the thumbs up. I usually save for my best friend when she's pissing me off.
So I can understand this a little bit because you can. It comes with a facial expression, I think, when you are doing a snarky thumbs up, like
Yeah.
and that was obviously not for radio, but it's like up.
Sarcastic
You
look.
betcha.
But
you know,
can
that
be
type of thing.
Like a pleasant. Yay.
Yeah,
thumbs up.
exactly. Love it.
Yeah. Awesome. Way to go. Sport.
So sport is. Yeah, way to go there, sport. So whether the chat is informal between friends or at work, the icon appears to have a very different, rude meaning for the younger generation. A 24-year-old on Reddit summed up the Gen Z argument saying that it's best never used in any situation as it is hurtful.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Enough said.
But then again, the icon on iPhones
Is a thumb up.
Is a thumbs up.
Listen, you can read into it what you want. It's what's intended. I think it's to me, it's not bad. You sent one to me yesterday, and it was I got exactly what you meant. Okay, good. Let's go.
Listen,
Boom.
we've determined that this is what it means. You know what I mean? There was a conversation that led to this, so we know what it means. If you're using it with other people,
Don't send it to a double amputee. That's probably.
This person added, no one my age in the office does it, but the Gen X people have always do it.
They love their thumbs.
It said, took me a bit to adjust and get out of my head that it means that they're mad at me. Others agreed it's bad form, especially at work, where it can make the team appear unfriendly and unaccommodating. That's funny. Well, I'm a Gen Xer, so there you go.
What's the icon that you would use in its stead?
As an icon?
Or an emoji. What would you use instead of the thumbs up that seems more benevolent and less abrasive to Gen Z?
There's the okay symbol, but some say
That's considered racist.
The same thing.
Right.
Well, it can be the 3%er thingy. But I don't know. I don't think I use any other emoji to indicate yes or positive or whatever it may be.
There's like a generic smiling face that's not the overly large smile. It's just like a regular closed mouth smile, and I use that one because to me it seems really neutral, but happy.
If it's somebody I don't really know but I want to send, yes, sounds good. I'll send the well-endowed black man sitting at the edge of the bed.
Yeah. Classic.
Right.
I can't think of anything else that I would use.
Yeah, to me that seems the most obvious. I don't know what you use in its place.
If not, then I'm sending a text like Kathy would. That's okay or got it or
who are you? Who is this?
No problem.
Leave me alone.
Leave me alone.
I know where you live.
just know if you get a thumbs up, just a thumbs up from me, annoyed at you.
Okay,
you're annoyed at me.
Yeah, like whatever it is. Like if you're sending something that I'm not necessarily into or I don't like or whatever, and I just do the thumbs up. I'm acknowledging that you sent that, but yeah.
That seems dumb to me.
I know that
you read the right medicine cabinet.
I'm just establishing this so you know.
No.
Why?
I have
What's
to
wrong with
agree
that?
on that.
What?
Yeah. You have to set the parameters.
Yeah.
I did. I just did. Listen, you can ignore it if you want, but I'm just going to send you all a thumbs up now.
All right, know that if I send you a thumbs up, it just means I
It's
agree.
fine.
Yes.
Can you send the thumbs up and then the peach symbol for a thumb up your ass?
That I like. It says here, while people in their mid-30s and older are comfortable using the thumbs up, younger people are not. And
I love using thumbs up. It means, hey, okay, Sparky, she is the hoedown.
And it appeared the older person behind the keyboard, the more likely they were to love hitting the thumbs up. They actually like doing it.
I love it.
Yeah.
All day long. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
I'm going through all of my texts with thumbs up. Kathy, you're not on here at all. You can just type in the if you want to search.
Oh, how many times you've used that? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
See?
Oh.
Yeah. Any with me?
Here, wait, this one, there's a thumbs up from you, Preston. Says, fine with me, thumbs up.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any from Kathy.
I will admit I haven't used it in a while. I haven't been it was more common a year or so ago, I think. that I was using
yesterday
it, but-
once.
When you get a thumb up on the previous text, like Preston, I was just going through my text with you, and you and I were talking about baseball the other day. We were talking about Busch Stadium, right? And so I said I got to get to a game out there, and then you gave me like the thumbs up on my last text. To me, that's also an indication that now our conversation is over. We've talked about baseball.
Yes.
And if you gave me like a little love or a thumbs up, you know what I'm
okay.
saying? Like, and not in a bad way.
Stop talking.
No, I agree.
I need you to listen.
Preston and I are talking about baseball, and now I said my last sort of thing, and you are acknowledging that it's my last thing by giving me that thumbs up.
Yeah, you know why? Because the conversation has shortened.
Yes. Yeah.
The answers are less lengthy, and therefore we have now come to a close.
Yep.
End scene.
End scene. We're done.
I
Just
like
send a
that.
period.
You know what? And while I didn't intend. I wasn't aware of my intention, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
that's it.
When I have text conversations with notable, sometimes like Rob McElhenney, for example, I know when the conversation is over because of that specific thing. If I get a thumbs up or a little like, hey, that was I really enjoyed the last episode of Wrexham or whatever,
right?
And he does that. That's the end of the conversation.
I love that this conversation is ending.
Yeah,
Kath,
let's move on.
Kath, I found a thumbs up from you
All right, okay, what was
on
it?
Friday, January 14th. You texted at 5:25. I'm here. And then Nick said, okay, we're still in a song, so we have time. And then you just gave a thumbs up.
Okay.
That's not a sarcastic.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Thumbs up. All right,
So become hard to the world.
I have the top 10 emojis that make you look old.
Okay.
Here, all right.
And so the thumb up would obviously fall into that realm.
Well, thumbs up is number one.
Yeah.
But I'll work backwards. All right, I'll go from 10 up to number 1.
Starting at number 10.
Yeah, number 10 is the grimacing face. Not Grimace from
McDonald's.
No.
The purple creature.
The grimacing face, which would be...
Like the
really?
I don't know which one you would
It's
just
like
send
the
me a thumbs
eyes.
up.
the eyes and the mouth are kind of.
Well, grimace is a bad look,
Yes,
right? It's
yes.
not,
Yeah.
not,
You're
not
like, I don't like
smiling.
that.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
kind of like this, can't be like,
Yeah, that one, Preston.
That's
Taking a dump?
wrong hole.
okay, wrong. The wrong whole face. That was number 10.
Number 10.
Wow.
Is that a new one?
No, that's Hamilton. That's we have better Hamilton.
But there's no
ones.
music to it.
No,
There's no words on it.
There's no words on it.
All right.
I use that all the time. That is a yikes.
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Is that's what you have pulled up, Nick?
Oh,
Because that's not what I was
okay.
thinking. That's what I use for case like nervous or
Ooh,
yee.
Like, did you hear? The guy died. They found him under a horse or whatever, and like,
Yeah. So to describe that face, the grimacing face, the teeth are straight across. It's like gritting teeth almost. Okay.
like
yes.
Tony Roberts.
Yeah. When I'm
Oops.
playing Wordle, when somebody doesn't get it or gets it in 6, I send that back. Like,
See,
yikes.
that's a grimace face response for you.
Yeah.
That would be a different scenario for me.
What for if you get it in 6?
Get it, or you don't get it at all. Like,
Yeah, that's-
ooh,
Like if
yikes.
someone said, I'm gonna have to stay at work for another 7 hours. That
No, so I use it as almost like I made a mistake.
Right.
Sorry.
Okay. I can see that.
Look at my
applying
teeth.
that. All right. Number 9.
Remember my teeth.
Number 9 is the lipstick kiss mark. This supposedly makes you look old.
To me,
My
that's
wife and I send that to each
all
other.
the time
Yeah.
to strangers.
Yeah.
Oh, not the okay,
the
just
lipstick
the lips.
kiss.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
not
don't use
lipstick.
that.
It's absolutely fine.
But the kiss.
I
Yeah.
don't use that ever.
So what would you, again, I throw this out to those who would label us as old. What would you use instead of that?
I use the other emoji with it, like blowing the kiss.
The kissy face?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the smiley face, but is blowing a kiss.
That's hipper.
That's a
Kissy
good
face.
one, too.
Way cooler.
All right.
Is it?
No.
Number 8. Clapping hands.
Oh yeah, I don't use that one.
I don't either. Well, I guess I some people they put like 18 of them across the.
Oh, good for you.
I guess I might use that, but I don't overly use that. That's not one I do a lot of. All right, the 7th one that makes you look old is the monkey eye cover.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, I
see
don't
no
use that.
evil.
Yeah, that's what I would interpret that
Right.
as.
I don't think I use that ever.
No, me neither.
I don't either. I don't think I've ever
My
used
monkey
that.
has poor eyesight.
Yeah.
Look how young we are.
Yeah, we're so cool.
Yeah, right?
I'm hip.
I'm with it.
All right, next. Number 6 is the loudly crying face.
Oh, I love that one.
Okay.
Is it now? So
Oh, no, that's not it.
That's meant to
Sorry.
demonstrate really profoundly sad, right?
Yes.
So this is
yeah.
where it looks like there's waterfalls coming out of the eyes.
Yeah, no. I
This
use the
isn't
laughing
crying.
Yeah, I use the
No,
laughing
but
cry.
the laughing cry has an actual. You can see that there's a smile.
Right,
Yes.
correct,
Yeah.
correct. And there's two. There's one that's straight on and then one with a tilted
Right.
head.
Yeah,
and
I do both.
I give a 1 and a
Yeah.
1 case.
Yep.
Yeah, they're in my most recently used emojis all the time.
Always.
Yep.
Which one? I'm sorry.
The laughing crying one, and then there's a head tilt laugh cry one as
Right.
well.
And
you got to
you-
use them back to back.
What do you mean?
I do like I'll send so
The straight one and then the crooked one?
yeah, two in one text.
Like her head is bobbing all
As
over
if
the
you're-
place.
Yeah,
Like-
laughing so hard.
Like the Joker at the end of Batman.
Yes.
All right, number 5 is the poop emoji.
I don't believe it or not. I don't even do that.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever sent the only as a joke lampooning the poop emoji.
Right. All right, these are the ones that make you look old. Here's another. We're on number 4. It says tick.
Like the
TIC?
actual word tick?
Tick, tick, boom.
Like a tick, tick, boom?
Oh, a check mark.
Oh.
This must have been out of the UK. In fact, I think you sent them through the Daily Mail, Steve. So when you tick a box,
I got it.
It's a check mark. I don't use that.
Those crazy Brits.
Do you guys use check marks?
I do not.
Not often. I have, but not often.
All right.
It's not my recently used.
Another one that makes you look old at number 3 is the okay hand gesture. And like you said, Steve, that has some racial connotations.
I've always done, though, this to me is like, okay. It's the way I always as a kid,
Yeah.
like, okie dokie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I think the words okie dokie, I think that's dismissive.
I think yes. If you write that out, especially if you put I use the word there after that. Okie dokie there.
Yeah. I'll give you a thumbs up back on that one.
That's like using sport to me.
Right,
Okie
right.
dokie there,
But see,
sporto.
I grew up along the Mississippi, and me and Huck Finn would always go, okie dokie.
But can we establish right now that yes, the okie dokie thing, it has in the past there's some weird racial.
You couldn't have said it any better.
I'm sorry, but I'm tiptoeing here.
There's a connotation now that it's
of like
that has-
white power, that
right.
it's the W.
All I've ever
okay.
known from my life is as a pleasant a-okay.
But we can also the inverted okie dokie
Oh, that
thing.
means butthole.
Well, also
Yes,
you
butthole.
When you get I made you look. That
Right.
is all right.
But American Sign Language,
That's a butthole.
That's
right.
butthole. Yep.
I wonder if that's why you get people to look at it. Do you know that game?
You taught me that game, and I had never heard of it until I met you. So
it's like one of those punching games, right? Like
Yeah,
my brother and I would do it, and if you look at it, you get to punch the person or whatever. That's not racial.
I had someone throw that at me as an insult.
Oh.
And I don't know if they were deaf or what, but I knew what they meant, and it was one of those situations where it was a left-hand turn lane, okay?
Right.
And I could have gone straight or left. I had the option where my destination, either one could have worked. Left was a little bit quicker. So as I was pulling up, a little seam opened up, and I zipped into that left lane.
Right.
And I looked behind me, and the person flashed me the butthole sign, and I wasn't offended because I was like, I know what that means. You're calling me an a-hole.
I think that's kind of cool.
Got that.
Well, you almost want to say, but are you deaf or did you just know that?
Right. Right. Man, there was something else I was going to say. Oh, and that okay signal, too, by the way. We've got several pictures of us at my house of us going like that because in scuba diving.
Yes, very important.
They will. They will ask you if you're okay.
And this is not good. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up is not good.
You means you gotta go
I
up.
gotta
Thumbs
go
up
up.
means we need to surface.
Right.
Means
they make-
Kathy's mad at you.
Oh no, and
Listen,
we're
man,
underwater.
we just got a text that Kathy's pissed at you, so I wanted to give you a thumbs up. No, but in diving, a thumbs up means surface,
Right.
and so you have to do the okay symbol to indicate that yes, everything is good.
Right.
All my dials and everything are reading the proper readings and stuff. So, all right, and then number 2 on this list. These are emojis that older people use. The red heart. The regular regular love heart.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I got one today.
Again,
Me too.
Is there any more efficient way? Love. And then obviously love. And then the break, my heart's broken, I'm sad for you. Yeah, or sad for me, or I'm having a heart attack.
Is it if you are younger, you will use a different color than red?
There are multi-colors.
Yeah.
Some can indicate a profound friendship. Nick, you broke down the colors for us one time.
Yeah.
Well, and they can also mean certain celebrations like Breast Cancer Awareness Month. You can send pink hearts and things like that.
Or it's Eagles game day, so you just send a green heart.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So
Mel Gibson is Braveheart.
And he painted his face blue in that.
Yes,
so maybe a blue heart or something like that.
All right. You have one more, right? Because then I have a question, a protocol question.
Number one. It's the thumbs up.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
Okay.
we already did. But anyway,
Gotcha.
yes.
All right. So this is an Instagram / emoji protocol question, etiquette question. A friend posted some really awful news about a personal thing the other day on Instagram, and it made me really, really sad to see it. But I felt awkward commenting on her bad news because I know this person, and I feel like I can reach out to them directly. But other people had commented on personal news. So then I felt bad. I internalized all of this.
Yeah.
Then I felt bad because I hadn't commented anything, right?
Well, did you send a text message? Or
I did.
Then you're fine.
All right.
For my response, check your Instagram.
Should
that was the text he sent.
Yeah, right. I mean, are you expected to make a comment on somebody's
on social
personal bad news?
If they've posted it publicly, then I think they're inviting that in a way.
That's what
and
I thought too.
So that's fine. But I certainly understand the conundrum of like this warrants. I'm close. This warrants more than just a tacit response. I'm going to get in touch with them further.
But is your question, would it seem insulting if I do not comment publicly on this?
Exactly.
No, I think that's because like for me, I wouldn't. I don't like commenting too much on bad news, so I would reach out through text.
Okay.
That's how I would do it. I don't think you're not obligated, but you can. You certainly can. They're the ones that put it out there.
I felt a little obligated.
If you do something like first, that's going to be
First to comment. First to comment.
My father
died.
So sorry for
my family died in a fire. First.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I feel like you went above and beyond by reaching out personally because even if you commented on their Instagram post, that comment then gets lost in the comments.
Right. Yes.
So when you reach out on the side, I think that means more.
Even a text seems impersonal, right? Like I felt like I should have picked up the phone and called, but I texted and I felt like that was.
I don't know. My uncle passed away a month and a half ago, and I texted all of my cousins, rather because the other thing is, listen, my father passed away 8 years ago. And you are so overwhelmed with people reaching out,
right?
And so
it's hard to process.
And it's hard to process.
Yeah.
So it's a lot easier. I don't want to add to that, right? So I don't want to add to another phone call.
Right,
so I think a text message, as long as it's like heartfelt and thought out, not just like, yo, dude, bummer, they died. As long as it's something that's.
You know what?
Heartfelt.
If the
I
person,
think you're fine.
the person, and if it feels right to you, go with what your heart tells you. I don't think there's any wrong way.
Yeah.
Doesn't it suck when somebody posts like a cute picture of a dog and it's the news is that the dog died? And you're like, oh, that's an adorable photo of your dog. Great
you missed the part about the wood chipper.
Right.
Oh my God. So, question, Casey.
Yeah.
Should we keep chatting and hang on for John Tortorella, or should we take a break and come back?
I think we probably need to keep chatting and talk to John.
Okay, we can do that. We can definitely do that.
Yeah.
So, anyhow, those are the top 10 emojis that apparently, according to some, make you look a bit older or your age.
Listen,
if you're using
I'll
these.
take exception with some of those because I think there's an efficiency and an economy of language, and no one, at least here in this room, could come up with anything that was better than some of these symbols.
Yeah.
So go to hell.
All right. I did notice some other things.
You had a lot of time to notice.
I did. How about this? Philadelphia appears poised to make a 10 p.m. curfew for people under 18 permanent.
Okay, so I was reading this article, Preston, and my question is, and I don't know if I've ever raised this question on the show. Have you ever been under a curfew situation, and do curfews work?
Oh, we always had a curfew.
Did you?
Like, yeah.
I mean, not town-wise.
No, I mean a law.
Okay,
that you could not, if you were over 18, or under 18. You couldn't be out after.
How effective
10
was it?
Maybe it was 11.
I got pulled over one time when I was.
We didn't do it. I mean, we
You didn't abide by it?
no. I'm out of fear of getting busted. Yeah, we wouldn't be out.
Oh, okay.
I did one night. I felt like I was a total rule breaker because I was probably in just junior high. I rode my bike at like 5 in the morning down to the Jack in the Box, which was 24 hours.
Going down the boardwalk.
So I thought that was a big deal that I was.
Did you
breaking
wake up
curfew.
early, or you still had?
I think we stayed. It was one of those we stayed up all night.
Right.
Yeah.
Steve, I think they do work though, because it's just that, like being out. Because if they're under that age, they can't be out. So just them being outside, if they happen to encounter a police officer, they're going to go.
Well, good. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm glad because that's clearly what they're attempting to do with this situation, making it permanent.
Yeah, so supporters
Or
of the curfew,
permanent-ish.
right? Until they change it if they want to. But the city enforced the 10 p.m. rule, which had been previously midnight throughout much of the summer. But legislation greenlighting the early curfew expired at the end of September. Supporters of the curfew say it's aimed at keeping young people safe from the rates of gunfire in the city. But experts who have studied curfews say that they have little to no impact.
That was my question,
on crime or victimization rates. And while the curfew was in place this summer, more children were shot during any other summer on record. I was reading something, as bad as we are, as Philly is having with gun violence, a lot of other big cities are actually doing much better.
Like where?
Like Chicago. I was reading that just the other day.
How profound a difference?
It was significant.
Really?
Yeah. So it's
send me
not-
that. I'd love to see that.
Okay.
I hope. Yeah, that's
if I can find it. It was from last week that I read it, but I'll
That'd be
look for
very
that.
encouraging. Yeah.
Totally. Under the legislation, teenagers 14 to 17 must be home by 10 p.m. Children ages 13 and younger need to be home by 9:30. There are a handful of exceptions, including for children and teenagers who have jobs or are attending school or religious activities. Police who pick up children violating the curfew are to first take them home. If supervision is not available, police are to then take the child to a police district or to one of the city's new community evening resource centers. So they have 2 resource centers, which are run by community groups, paid by the city. They open in January, and they have programming for kids from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. in the city.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Steve, this is an article from 2 days ago. It says gun violence is dropping in Chicago as police credit new tactics and community investment. They're making progress. The city's police superintendent told ABC News. And
did they give a percentage drop?
I'm trying to find that. I just read the headline too.
The article.
But yeah, I'll file.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
So they have these community centers that are open from 7 till 2 a.m.
Shootings are down 20% through the end of the summer.
Wow.
And homicides have fallen 16%.
Because it was a nightmare that they've been able to do that. That's great.
Well, we need some sort of help.
I know, big time.
It's horrible.
There's a 13-year-old
horrible.
killed.
St. Louis had they're having a terrible go of it right now.
Yep. So maybe we'll have to see how this works out. I mean, if,
maybe we need to change the emojis.
Maybe that'll
That
be
might
the
be it.
solution to stop with all the thumbs up here.
Yeah, what the hell's that?
Can't you see?
I'm curious. I would love to see something like this work. These centers that you're talking about. Let's try something.
Yeah, exactly. All right, another story here that I noticed. I know the coach is going to be on shortly. So this was actually from last week. I didn't get a chance to get to it. But flight crews are getting a makeover at Virgin Atlantic. Have any of you guys ever flown Virgin Airlines?
No, I actually have always wanted to.
Me too.
Yeah. I hear there's a lot of good service.
I just don't know of any flight that I would take that would be available.
And
on
I'm
that.
not a virgin.
You to London, I think you would.
Okay. So the major airline is doing away with rules on male and female uniforms and will allow staff and passengers the option of gender pronoun badges if they want them. But they're going to do gender inclusive uniforms. If you are
So here's my question.
If you're male and you want to wear or you identify as female and you want to wear female clothing, you can do that.
When was the last time you saw a flight attendant wearing they all wear pants? Right?
No, some of them still wear like the longer skirts.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, because you know why I know that, Steve? Because I look at them and I think that looks so uncomfortable.
Okay. I could see you doing that.
Yeah. To me, it always seems like they're all kind of wearing pantsuits.
Yeah, I think a lot of them do.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, I was just going to say that. Remember the airline? I think it was it Emirates that had the showers that we talked about?
Yes.
So my friend just flew that plane or one of those planes where they had the showers in there, they had a full bar in first class where you could go and like stand at the
Sit
bar.
at the bar and stuff?
And,
Okay.
have,
And you know how much those tickets are.
and have a drink.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
No.
Is this your stupid, filthy rich friend?
One of them.
Okay.
Yeah, one that I wasn't able to join.
And so did they take a shower?
No.
Golden shower.
I mean, wouldn't you just do it just to do it, even if you were
no.
already squeaky
Absolutely.
clean?
I'd do it with my clothes on.
They had like the pod where you were kind of sitting by yourself. They didn't have the pod with the shower. They weren't
Okay.
like all the way up in first class.
Okay.
But they
They
did.
were slumming it.
But they were slumming it at the bar on the plane.
Yeah, right. The Virgin Atlantic said it's important we enable our people to embrace their individuality. We want to allow our people to wear the uniform that best suits them. So neutral. What's up, Nooch? It's the Noocher.
It's very neuter. Pat or Pat.
Gender neutral markers are now available when you book your flight as well. So that's through Virgin Atlantic if you're interested. All right, that's all I have time to notice.
What?
Yeah, well, we got our guest who was on the line.
Oh, that's
so
true. All right.
I'm done
I
noticing.
rescind my what?
And
That's it for the noticer. We got a guest.
Flyers home season opener is tomorrow against the Devils. There are tickets available at Wells Fargo Center, Philly.com. I'm so happy. I mean, listen, the sports world in Philadelphia is just fantastic.
It is.
Right now. And
Yeah.
I, for one, am really happy that hockey is starting to add to that mix.
It's kind of my favorite sport.
I know. It's great. And we love the coach. We've had a chance to talk to him and are ready to get him back on again as they head into the season. Please welcome head coach John Tortorella. Yay! Morning, Coach.
How are you guys?
We're doing good. How are you?
He was blown away by our enthusiasm.
Yeah, I hope we have that tomorrow night.
Yes.
Hey, you know what, Coach? I did want to ask you right off the bat. The Phils in the postseason, the Eagles undefeated, the Union the best record in the league. With all of that success going on, and the Sixers are a perennial, playoff team. With all of that success in this city, does that put more pressure on the Flyers, or does it take pressure off?
I don't think either or.
Okay.
Great to be in Philly. A sports person and a sports fan of all the sports. I'll speak for myself. It's just a great city to be in. Part of the reason I feel so very fortunate to be here is because of just what you talked about, of all the major sports here, a great time when they're all being successful. Would we like to join in? Yeah, you're damn right we would. But I don't look at it as a pressure, non-pressure. I look at we're going to take our job day by day and try to be the best we can.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there is that enthusiasm, but and you're right to call it that way. It is a game-by-game situation. How do you feel about how everything is shaping up, and what can we expect from each game of what you're seeing on the ice?
I'll answer the latter first. I have no idea what for you to expect. I'm anxious to see that. Your first question, we've had a good camp. I think the guys came into camp in very good shape, had a really good week here as far as basically trying to put a blueprint in as far as our concept. But what the hell happens tomorrow night, I have no idea. I hope we play the right way. Hockey's a funny game. You could play really good and lose. You can play really bad and win.
Yeah.
I'm not looking, and it may sound a little crazy, I'm not looking at the result at the end of the game. I need to look at how we play. And if we have to correct and try to find a way just to get us consistently playing the right way, I believe that's when you start adding it up in the win column.
Coach, you have an impressive resume, an impressive reputation, and I was really excited when you got hired by the team. I know that the players probably also know about your reputation as well. And one thing that I've heard over the years is that if you are playing on a John Tortorella team, you do not show up to camp out of shape because if you do, there will be consequences. So did any players show up at camp this year not in tip-top shape?
No, it was really good. Some guys struggled early on as far as the amount of skating. It was a high volume, but we when I was named, I think mid-June, I sent out the letter to everybody, basically making sure they understand what the camp is about. I think Cam Atkinson helped me a little bit in and just talking to people as far as what our camp's about, just to give them a few months for readiness. And that's basically what I told them in the letter. Just have your readiness needs to be there, or you'll struggle. And you know what? The guys worked hard. There's some surprises as far as the players and how they play. Some disappointments for me in how some guys played. But as far as the overall effort, I couldn't be happier how we've gone about it the past month here.
That's fantastic. That's good to hear. Excellent. And when do you expect, Coach, to award someone a captain's C? Is that when the moment presents itself, or do you have some things in mind?
Yeah, when the moment presents itself, and I don't see that happening this year. Yeah, I don't. That is so far down the list for me as far as the things that we have to solve here and get better at. I'm going to depend on a leadership group. I'm not a big letter guy. If you wear an A or a C, I believe in people. As we go through some of the experiences we're going to go through and we start the real stuff, you find your leadership group that way, and that's how we're going to go about it.
If I may, Steve Morrison on the show here, he's never worn the C, and if you're not big on letters, maybe
absolutely
Steve could be your captain.
My middle name is the Big C.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, it might be kind of an issue, John, because I can't skate.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to be problematic.
Try another sport, maybe.
As a, you've been in the league for a long time. You've been in every single arena. What are you looking forward to most as the Flyers take the ice this season?
Yeah, you know what? I think in the big picture for me, I'm not a real big picture guy, but the thing that drew me here, and I've always loved coming here, is what we talked about in the top of the show, the way the town is about its sports. I hope if we play the right way and we gain some respect in this league, which I think we need to because I don't think we have any right now, and we gain the respect of the people out here in Philly, I hope it turns into the building that I used to come into when I was a visiting coach because it was alive. And, again, I'm not sure how it was last year through some struggles. I want us to identify with the people. I want us to identify with them and them to us and kind of do it together with that attitude. And that's the thing. You play the right way, things happen. You go down the right road, and I think everybody enjoys it.
You know, it's interesting because we've heard, coaches come in with different pitches and different approaches and so on and so forth. And I have to say, John, that you're you are very unique in your minimizing and reducing things down to here's what we need to get to. I respond well to that because we happen to be in a time now of political commercials and it's being laid on thick. And, you're just being very pragmatic about it. I have to imagine that with all that the players have gone through as being batted back and forth by the press and so on and so forth, that they're responding well to that. Is that something you're sensing?
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think the camp's been good. And guys, I can't look at a bunch of things. We got so many things we need to improve at. And there's certain days you have to put some on the shelf. That's for another day. You take the more important ones. So, and I've always gone about it this way, is I get too confused if I get too far ahead, because then you skim over some of the important stuff you need to do that day. I think our guys have been attentive. Our meetings, we've had a ton of tape work here the past 6 or 7 days, plus meetings and practice. It all looks good now, but when it starts flying around out there tomorrow night, can the guys process it? Do they have the willingness to do some of the things we want them to do to play the right way? That's what we're going to find out, and that's when the coaching really starts.
Right.
And so I am, again, I'm honored. I'm thrilled. So the anticipation for me right now here talking to you about tomorrow night, it's off the charts.
Well, you talk about identifying with the city, and this is our second encounter with you. I think that your demeanor fits like a glove for Philadelphia, just in the answers that you're giving. And I don't know, I haven't analyzed your history in the NHL and your style, but I can tell by speaking to you that it seems like simplification is something that would be important to you and not overcomplicating things as far as coaching a team goes.
You're dead on, because I think we, as coaches, and I think, and I'll speak for all the other sports too, if I may, I think we get in the way sometimes. I think we're type A's. We want to control everything. We want it perfect. And I think we get in the way sometimes. And especially in our game, where it's a fluent game, it's not, you don't have 30 seconds before your next play like football. It's not between pitches. It's constantly going. I think you need to allow your players to live through some of their mistakes and allow them to play, and then pick and choose the ones that you think that you really have to correct, because it's such an instinctive game.
Coach, our annual food drive starts next month. It's November 7th to the 11th, and we're right across the street from you guys. We'll be in the Wells Fargo Center parking lot right by Xfinity Live. And I wanted to ask you about Hockey and Hounds, because I know animal charities are really important to you. You've done a lot of work with PAWS, the PSPCA, just like Steve Morrison has as well. So if you can let our listeners know a little bit about Hockey and Hounds specifically.
Yeah, we've got some great shirts in production too. I think they'll be ready by tomorrow. I believe they are. They're just gorgeous shirts. And Hockey and Hounds was founded out there in Columbus with a fellow of mine, a guy that works in the radio show there, Anthony Rothman. And guys, I'll tell you, it is one of the most rewarding things I've ever done. We probably got, hundreds and hundreds of dogs adopted through just the platform that we had on that radio show. And the rural areas that need money and need help, dog walkers going there, and all sorts of things happening. But so many dogs were adopted, and cats. And it was truly one of the most rewarding things that I have gone through. And so we're going to. I want to try to get it going here too. And just because, not because of me or you or whoever it may be, not because of the name, just because of the platform we have. In talking like right now.
Yes, I mean it's a very important thing. So my wife and I, we've been involved with and John DeBella on our sister station, and everybody here, we're all animal lovers, and it's been something that's been near and dear. And over the years, we've seen the area had initially a horrible reputation with animal cruelty and things of that nature. It's now turned around, and you have an anomaly here, John, in as much as that a lot of times animal organizations will be sort of combative and covetous of their, where their areas are and what they're dealing with and so on and so forth. Everyone really, for the most part, works well and synergizes because everyone realizes that the mission is to benefit the animals. And that's what's happening, and it's a good thing.
Yeah, it is so, and it's so important now, especially when you have a big storm like that hurricane coming through, and there are so many animals being brought back up north that were just left, and it's heartbreaking. And again, sometimes it's not, guys. It's not even a financial thing to help the shelters. It's just going over there and being with the dogs. Yeah. Maybe you fall in love with one of them or a cat, and you adopt it, and just to get them out of their area, out of their cage or wherever they may be, just to get out and be a normal animal for a few minutes. I am so honored and thrilled what happened in Columbus, and I hope we can do it here and just trying to bring awareness to the neglect and cruelty that goes on with. We screw it up. People screw it up.
Well, let's pursue that. That's something that we can go after, and I'd love to. I know we'd all love to synergize on that with you.
Yeah, my wife and I and our foundation, we're in on that. We will help out in any way.
All right.
And it's called the John and Christy Tortorella Family Foundation for those who are interested in helping out. All right, Coach, we know you got work to do. Game is tomorrow, and we're excited for the season. So thanks for spending some time with us today. We appreciate it.
Enjoy talking with you guys. Be well. Have a great day.
Take care. You too. Flyers head coach John Tortorella. I dig that guy.
I mean,
I like him a lot.
He flat out says, nobody in this league respects the Flyers right now, and we need to change that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so refreshing to hear that type of attitude.
Like, got work to do.
Yeah.
He knows it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. All right, we need to take a break. Let's go ahead and do that now. But let me give away, we have some of those movie passes?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I think they're right there.
Right here. Yes, Black Adam. We have a screening of this. Dwayne Johnson, of course, and this is going to be next Tuesday, the 18th at 7 p.m. at the Regal UA King of Prussia. And we'll take callers number 10, 11, and 12, 215-263-WMMR. Will Black Adam destroy the world or be its savior? See only in theaters on October 21st, so you'll be good to go for next Tuesday at the Regal UA King of Prussia. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Yeah. Who brought that?
I did. I'm seriously the marketing director of this company.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I brought it in.
Did you come up with the name Butt Blaster?
It was a collaborative effort, so yes.
Who's Mr. Dex?
A college friend, and this is a side project. And this is as far as I've gotten as marketing director.
How do you like the taste?
I love it. I put it on.
Do you put that S on
but I put it on pizza. I put it on eggs.
By the way, this particular heat rating is 2.5 out of 5.
Yeah, it's not that hot.
So not crazy
All right.
hot, but enough to give you some sensation.
Yeah,
All right,
definitely.
2 more. This is another solid. I didn't know we had another solid. This is the only other solid in our list. So do the tongue thing. Stick your tongue in.
Okay.
Yeah, stick it
Do
in
that
there.
tongue thing.
Stick it in there. Okay. I love it. Stick it down in there.
Come on, man.
She's like an inquisitive look.
This, I get absolutely nothing.
Really?
Absolutely nothing from
Okay,
this.
so that's a nothing, and you should be able to taste it, smell it, and see if you can come up with something there.
Nothing, huh?
Like a, I don't know, maybe there's pepper in it? No, because I didn't feel that on my tongue at all.
No. It's garlic powder.
Oh.
Garlic
You would
powder.
absolutely know,
I'll give you a
right?
piece of gum later.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, we have one final taste in our test for you, and let's see how you do with this one.
This one,
Yes.
I also get absolutely nothing. Like it could be water to me.
Okay.
Like it could, that's the consistency.
All right. Take a little bit more. This is the last one. Finish it all off.
Put your tongue in it.
Go ahead.
No, is it going to make my stomach hurt?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing.
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 I get absolutely nothing.
Take a sniff and see if you can tell from that.
Not really. I want to say, is it another alcohol?
Sauvignon Blanc.
Your favorite brand as well. It's Nobilo.
Oh,
wow.
I get
poor
nothing.
thing.
Nothing.
That's a
That
shame.
sucks.
Oh, man.
So, Kat, let me ask you then.
Give me that bar.
Wait, are we done? Can I take the...
Yeah, that's it.
People will often describe water as not having a taste, but it does have a taste. And so...
Kathy can tell those taste differences.
And you can tell those taste differences. So water, for you, like, legit has no taste.
What?
He's saying that a lot of people describe water as having no taste.
Right.
You were able, I think I am as well, slightly able to discern between tap and bottled water.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it
so
has
you
a
can,
taste.
but
right now,
Oh, yeah.
it has zero taste.
Yeah, probably not. I can't believe I couldn't taste the Nobilo.
Oh, that's a bummer.
That's crazy.
So to review, she got correct and guessed correct and wasn't definitive though, but said, well, is it chocolate syrup? So you kind of knew what it was, but you really didn't say, oh, that's it.
No, none of them I knew 100%.
Yeah, all of these were semi. So chocolate syrup, vinegar, apple juice, so the sweets you could get. And one that you could definitely, that I think you got the best was pickle juice.
Yeah, that
And
was,
so maybe if
Have
you
some
really
pickles.
want to taste something
Put pickles on it.
flavor-wise, you could have pickles.
Yeah.
And the other one was vodka. Or I put in alcohol because you didn't quite get the vodka right. So out of 15, you were able to identify really 4, and that's it.
Marissa, was the I'll just say it, the honey was that usable? By the way, I just grabbed these things out of the
Oh, you know what? I just stopped at 15. We brought so many
no problem.
things,
There-
so.
it
You wanna
has
see if you can smell it.
the
Kathy?
honey has a taste to it.
Does that like spice
There's
habanero or
there's
something?
another taste, and I'd be curious if she'd be able to taste. Don't show her the label if you can avoid
Oh,
it.
what? Like it's
It's
flavored honey.
certain
It's got
honey?
another fruit in it,
Oh,
and
right,
I'd be
okay.
curious if with the sweet stuff you could do it. All right.
I won't look. I guess I can.
You can look at it.
Oh,
Yeah.
geez.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Rub it on your sweater.
Stick your tongue in it. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard. Oh, yeah. Did you get it?
No.
Nothing?
Can you taste the sweet of the honey?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I can taste the sweet of the honey.
Nothing else.
No.
Because it's blueberry honey.
Blueberry honey. Okay.
No, and I'm having even the smell with this one is a little tough.
All right. Wow. Well, that sucks, man. Hopefully this is going to be quick.
Just
acting
400
and-
days.
And yeah.
I know that poor guy.
I know.
I really hope it doesn't.
He said he was rage eating. Just eating out of anger. Even though he can't taste it, he's still going to eat something that he knows his body likes.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm not. I mean, I'm still eating meals because yes, you still get hungry,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I'm not really snacking because what's the point? Like, I don't feel like anything because I know I'm not going to be able to taste it.
Yeah, a lot of times snacking is just you want some flavor.
What about
You know?
hot drinks or things like that, like coffee? Nothing.
Not really. I mean, I know
people have said coffee is a big insider.
Well, and you know what, Steve? When it first happened, I was not leaving the house, obviously.
Right.
So I wasn't going to get my coffee. I could make it
Yeah.
at the house, but I was kind of skipping it because I couldn't taste it, and I was getting the headache.
Do you think you'll
And I'm
try?
like, oh my God, wait. That's like the caffeine headache. You need it.
Do you think you're going to try that orange thing?
Listen, I'll try anything. Let's.
Might as well, right? I mean,
Try
if it
it.
doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And if for some reason it does, then you're good to go. Okay. All right, this has been the Kathy Romano Taste Test. And, you know,
we cured her.
It's actually yummy.
The Flyers lost in an overtime shootout against the New York Islanders last night in South Philly. The team stretched the shootout to 9 rounds, but the Flyers extended their losing streak to 9 games.
Is that?
Oliver Wahlstrom scored in the 9th round of the tiebreaker to lift the Islanders to a 4-3 win, keeping the Flyers winless in January.
Casey was looking for the Ferris Bueller clip of 9 times. But we don't have it. It would have been perfect to play it twice this morning during sports. Our buddy Jerry Blabbert, the Geeter, will be joining us. He's got his first show at the Kimmel Center Cultural Campus in years now. Because of COVID, these haven't been happening. So you know he's going to be super fired up, even more fired up than he usually is. And there's a lot of classics that are on board, including freaking Frankie Valli.
Frankie Valli.
Frankie Avalon. Freaking Frankie Avalon.
Freaking little Anthony, the Chi-Lights.
Well, I guess so. Yeah, who else is that? The
Darlene Love.
Darlene Love,
Frickin' the Vogues.
That's cool. Gary U.S. Bond, so he's pulling out all the oldies and goodies.
Press, you know how many times we've had Jerry Blabbert on our show?
Probably 6 or 7.
No.
9 times.
Really?
Yep.
9 times. 9 times.
Thank you,
kidding. I'm glad you got that. There are very few moments that we can actually use a clip like that, and today we can use it.
I mean, I can't believe the Flyers went 9 entire rounds last night without scoring. I mean, 9. That they didn't score a goal last night.
9 times.
Right.
All right, so didn't they have a stretch earlier this season where they lost 9 in a row as well?
Well, they've lost 9 in a row.
10?
Now they've lost 9 before.
9 times.
Before they lost
9 times.
Yeah. And then last night, 9 entire rounds of the shootout. Wow. Yeah.
That's crazy.
9 times.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But the good news is the Sixers have won 9 of their last 11 games.
Oh,
9 times.
Yeah.
9 times.
9 times. All right, well, maybe we'll celebrate that the entire day today.
It's a beautiful thing.
hopefully we don't get to.
I love it! We're going to pray that doesn't happen. Listen, we can't let a Friday go by without talking about some food stories. I want to make sure that we do that now.
It's time for the Friday edition of The Connoisseur, the most popular version of The Connoisseur.
It'll be a quick one.
It'll be a quick one.
Today is National Pie Day.
Sunday.
Oh, is it Sunday?
Yes, I just wanted to send that to you so that you were armed with that knowledge.
Okay.
And we all like pies, don't we?
I love pie.
Yeah.
Well, why
I don't have pie enough.
No, but why don't they do Pie Day on Pie Day?
314.
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah, that's when that should be. You're
You
right.
guys prefer pie or cake? Like if you had to choose.
Well, it depends on which kind of pie and which
You
kind
know,
of cake.
All right, so if you're saying, and I understand the parameters in the most general terms.
Yes.
With the accumulated vast array of pies and the accumulated vast arrays of cakes, I'm going to have to go with cake with the acknowledgement that I adore pie.
If you took my favorite cake and my favorite pie and put them in front of me, I would go with the cake.
I'd go with the pie.
Would you?
If,
What's your
if,
favorite
if
pie?
it was my favorite pie and my favorite cake, well, it depends. 'Cause, I mean, there's,
What's your favorite pie?
Remove a la mode.
the first thing that pops in is a great apple pie. Just a well-made apple pie. You just can't beat it. But like a coconut cream pie is freaking
God, we have
fantastic.
such different taste
Taste?
palates. Oh my
Yeah.
God, Nick, I would.
Yeah, you
100
hate hot fruit.
I would go 100% cake. That's the main reason. Is
Yeah.
most of them, a lot of them, have some sort of warm fruit in it.
So for me, the pies, like if you're talking apple pie, blueberry pie, I love. I'm not a big fan of cherry pie, but Boston cream pie.
What about key lime pie? That's my.
I love key lime pie, and I don't know, and I love lemon meringue pie.
Okay,
let me throw this at you.
Pies
are made with more love than cake.
I think that's
how can you say that?
Hello.
What a horrible thing to say.
Nope, I know
It's made with disgusting hot fruit. You call that love?
To me, it just seems
I
like
think
pies are
no.
just kinda chucked in a-
It's more difficult to make a pie.
I think
than I believe than a wonderful cake.
I think there's more love in a pie than there is in a
I
cake.
disagree. You know, listen.
Especially if you pleasure yourself.
If
Cake
it's
is
all
willy-nilly.
homemade, maybe. But willy-nilly? Are you kidding me?
Willy-nilly.
You just chuck stuff in a pie crust that's already been pre-made or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
that's what an amateur says, yes.
You would say that.
That's what a Marxist says.
If you can do cake mix, and that's kind of a cheap way for a cake too. But Steve, watching like the Great British Baking Show, which I've referenced
my God,
far too many times, when they make a cake on there and it's like a cake made with love, I think like if it's a chocolate cake and it's a cake made with love, I'm gonna err on the side of cake over my favorite pie.
Cakes are decorated with love. Pies are made with
pies
love.
to get it. Here's the deal. Now listen, you've all acknowledged that I'm the expert on this issue.
We have.
We have.
We have.
For the purpose of this,
This argument. I am an expert.
Preston has a legitimate point to the actual making of the apples, the syrup, the whole substance,
yeah.
the meticulous nature of it. You're more likely to accidentally make a good cake than you are to accidentally make a good pie.
I don't know.
But
well put.
But I still
Court
believe,
acknowledges
right?
Steve Morris.
And since you've all acknowledged that I am the expert,
Right.
Well, then why don't you get birthday pie on your birthdays? Because it's not made with love, and cakes are made with love. This is love you. Here's a cake because I love you.
I don't believe it's bereft of love. For example, my mother used to make me my favorite devil's food cake with she'd have the different layers joined by grape jelly and which helped. It was very thin, little bit of grape jelly.
Okay.
And then she'd make the homemade chocolate frosting.
Yeah.
And to me,
love.
probably one of the greatest cakes
That
I've ever
says
had in my
love to
life.
me.
If I compare the greatest cake experience against the greatest, now mind you, my pie experiences have been incredibly rewarding. But I had a Nutella cake one time. That was so good, and it's like they talk about the luster cocaine, like and all that, chasing the dragon. I feel that I've been doing that now. I haven't been able to replicate that taste in a cake.
Okay, team cake here. What about a lava cake and all the oozing chocolate? I mean, come on.
As far as I'm
love.
concerned,
Nobody
Kathy,
said anything about lava.
I don't care. The lava. No one can ever down talk lava, even if it's the kind that's wiping out villages.
Right. I have a new
Because it's associated with the chocolate lava,
Right.
and I love that.
I have a new controversy to throw into this.
All right.
Cheesecake. Is that cake or actually a kind of pie?
All right. Here's what I'm going to tell you.
It's absolute garbage.
It's got a crust. Shit, you shut your hole.
Cheesecake is garbage.
Cheesecake is Preston.
There's a whole restaurant chain named after it.
Cheesecake is extraordinary. I would say this: you have
think it's
more of
more
a
like a
case
pie
to
than a
say
cake.
it's a pie because you're not. What you're eating is not cake.
Right.
So you have to have a cake element to it. I love. Give me a classic cheesecake. Give me with a little bit of chocolate in it too. I'm thrilled.
By the way, I love this text I got. It says you don't put cake on a windowsill like a pie. Therefore, pies are more love. That is from Amy in
you're
Millville.
just leaving a pie out there for the freaking bears to eat.
Don't put that pie over there. The bears will get it.
Bears are going to get it, or the squirrels.
Well,
I don't know. There's cake shops. Are there pie shops?
Yes. Yes.
Really? Where?
Yes.
They're called bakeries, and they sell both. How about that?
Do they?
So we have.
Do they?
Now,
Now they offer to make me some. He's got a little packet of it. And
Can he make his banana bread?
Smell the brown sugar and. I said no.
Waffles.
Waffles. I'm on a
How many
diet.
times do I have to drop a waffle?
You know, I actually had the opportunity to get waffles yesterday, and I didn't. I know.
Who are you?
I know. Ugh.
Wait, Steve, there's a waffle and ice cream truck that comes to Conshohocken like once a week. They did it all through the summer. I'm not
They
sure
come
if
to
there's-
Chestnut Hill too.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I took Jace once and
Did you like it?
what he got was like, I'm like, this kid is not even going to be able to eat half of this.
Full meal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have any?
I had like a bite. I didn't get one because his was so huge, but
Yeah.
I mean, he certainly enjoyed it.
It's hard to. It's very enticing, though.
I'm all for that.
Yeah.
That's nice. Hey, there was this article I saw a little while back, and I've been meaning to get to it for a while, and I would love to have done this more towards like spring or even late winter when people are planning their summer vacations. But I think this is really interesting. So maybe some holiday vacations or something like that you have coming up, or just in general, you like vacation planning. This was an interesting idea, and you got to be adventurous, okay? All right. Steve, this is not you. This is totally not you. But if you want to find out where you're going on vacation, there was a
Planning your summer vacation.
a TikTok that this gal Eva shared this with. And she and her husband came up with this a few years ago on how to decide where they would take their next trip together. Now, this probably isn't good for family vacations either. Maybe just couples or something like that, or a smaller group.
Are they, just a quick question before you go into it, is this couple a well-traveled couple?
It sounds like they probably are. And they definitely have the means to go for a week-long vacation somewhere. So you can do this randomized method anywhere with your vacay partner, and all you need is some paper pens and a cup. Yeah, a cup. But you can also use a hat or any small vessel.
Yeah, a cup.
So it begins with each person choosing 3 different destination ideas. One within a 6-hour driving distance, one somewhere in the country, and one that is international. And you write them down on 3 slips of paper, you crumple them up, you throw them in the cup with your partner's entry so that they're all mixed together in a collection of 6 possible options.
Do they have to be real, or could you include Narnia?
If it's up to you, your parameters. If you know how to get to Narnia, then it's all on you.
All right.
It says you each take turns selecting a piece of paper and reading the destination out loud. But these are the places you will not be traveling to, because it's the last paper left in the cup that will be your vacation.
In the cup?
Yeah, in the cup.
Yeah, a cup.
So you have an idea of, you have no idea where your partner is choosing.
Right.
And you get to pull them out one by one. And then you have to, ahead of time, you got to decide for sure, yes, we're going to go to wherever this reads.
Okay, interesting.
I think that sounds like kind of fun.
That does sound fun.
Yeah.
Not from, like me, I'd be a little bit more, I'm very planny.
Yeah.
I like to plan the hell out of it.
Yeah.
There was a service that I had thought about maybe trying out, and it was like right leading up to COVID, and then COVID happened, and it's like travel.
You talked about it on air.
Yeah.
They actually come in and they do it for you.
They plan it for you. You set certain parameters of how far away you want to travel and what your interests are. And I think it was called like Vacation in a Box or something like that. And you send it off, and then you don't know until like the day before where you're going. And you just go, and you end up going to some place hopefully you've never been before, and they have an itinerary for you there as well.
Why are you wearing Bermuda shorts in Finland?
I love that idea. Here, somebody pulled up packupandgo.com. I think that there may be a few different services that do that, but that does sound familiar.
All right, so this one that you're talking about right now, I forget. Each person puts 3 things in?
Yes.
6 hours in the country?
6 hours?
Yeah, and international.
All right, so, all right.
Yeah.
So we should do that as a show.
And then go broadcast live from there?
And then go broadcast live from there.
Oh, yeah.
And then find out,
You know what? Let's do it. Because if we just do this right now, they can't say no. It's kind of how you guys got me drive across the country. We were like, well, we're doing it.
They can say no. But we can do it still.
I've been thinking about your trip a lot, Casey, because when it happened, we got a lot of positive responses from listeners and social media and so on. And people were saying we should do it every year, right? And I was like, that's a great idea, except that this year went so well, I don't know how we top it or change it. However, this idea would be a way to top it and change it and do something
Listen, if we end up, Nick, with a Taken scenario, that'll be huge.
The ratings we get.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, people are going to be like,
That would be
invested.
me. That would be if you sent me. It would be my worst nightmare, be kidnapped by some.
Hi, it's Kathy. I'm crossing over the mountains into Iran.
I love that idea.
I think I'm free.
I love that idea of us all of a sudden, and then we go on vacation. But logistically, it would be so hard to pull off.
Here's the deal. I would love it if or anybody, but me especially.
Mostly me.
But mostly me. If I was sent to the airport, I'm not allowed to look at my ticket. I'm not allowed to look at, send me to gate B7. I'm not allowed to look at where I'm going. hop on the plane, have headphones on the whole time. I have no idea where I'm going.
Right.
Land, and then once I've actually landed,
Atlantic City.
Then Allentown,
Atlantic City.
Wow.
You could have someone traveling with you, and they just put a bag over your head the entire time.
I'm sure they would love that at the airport.
And never know where you're going.
Oh, you can't go through his luggage either.
Or you could put on blinding, glasses that would keep you blind the whole. And you could
sedate you like a pet, and
we
put
could
you
do that
in-
too.
Yeah.
Down in, put him on the luggage plane.
He's okay down there. I think they keep oxygen in there.
Did we do 2 separate mystery trips?
I believe we did 2
It was great.
trips, and those were a lot of fun. Logistically, it was kind of hard though because of planning the travel, the airfare without. Because you have to get all that personal information from everybody in order to book those.
How did we do that?
I've forgotten.
I think it was
Cheap Caribbean did it all.
Yeah.
I think
That's
Cheap
how we did
Caribbean
it.
did
Well,
that.
one
yeah.
was the first one was Apple Vacations when we went to
Oh, you're right.
Mexico, and then I think Cheap Caribbean was Jamaica, and then when we all went to St. Martin.
Oh my God.
Wait, but I actually a friend of mine who was on that Jamaica trip messaged me, and she keeps messaging me. She's like, "Can you please bring this up to your show and see if we can get this done?" She wants to do a sorority mystery trip.
Yeah, me too.
Me
Our
too.
sorority girls.
Me too.
Yeah, totally want to
Right?
do that.
Hon, I'm going away with 200 women.
Yeah, huh?
How
I
fun
love
would that be?
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, now the wheels are turning.
Well, first we need to get out and visit with Michael Giacchino and all the do that in California.
Yeah.
Get that done, and then we need to get our fire truck.
We do need a
Here's
fire
the
truck.
video. This video from Jamaica.
Yeah,
is
we're
this
watching.
Jamaica? Or
This is Jamaica.
Mexico?
No, this is Jamaica. Yeah.
Mexico.
That's when we waxed Chuck's back. Remember?
Yep, sure do.
We're looking at the video of when we ripped.
My God.
He had so much hair that it ripped off, but it didn't actually come off his back. So later on in the pool, there was hairballs that were flying through the area.
I love the song that went along with it. Everybody wax Chuck tonight.
Yeah.
Yep, we kept
my
singing
God.
that. All right. Well, anyhow, outside of out of that is that's an idea that you can do for the next vacation that you have planned.
I think it's interesting.
We'll throw caution to the wind.
But if you, it provides an option. I like it.
All right, I just remembered something. You talked about us heading somewhere on location together, and while we were on break, I had 2 work dreams. Okay, and I wanted to share them with you guys.
Oh, yeah.
No, they weren't sex related.
Thank God.
There was one where we were live on the air, and these are stressful dreams. Okay?
Yes, they're never pleasant.
So we were live on the air, and I don't know what we were talking about, but for whatever reason, Steve, you just stopped talking.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't talk.
Stop talking and listen.
You wouldn't talk at all.
Huh.
And
I need you to stop talking.
And then my mouth.
Oh no!
I started having a spasm in my mouth, right my lower lip. And what would happen is every time it would spasm, it would make a sound like this. So
it's the #1 show in Philadelphia. And doesn't talk.
And it was just I kept talking. I didn't even know. I'm like, what?
Could you talk, or was it simply popping?
What's that noise?
Yeah.
And no, I was talking.
Okay.
And so I'd be doing a bizarre file. A man and woman in Florida and it wouldn't stop doing it.
Oh my God.
And it was driving me crazy. And
was anyone else in the studio?
Yeah, you guys were all
collective.
here.
Okay,
here. And you weren't talking, but
was I afraid of your popping?
No, no. For whatever reason, you didn't want to contribute, which is this is what these dreams are. They're stressful situations.
Right,
They just
right.
happen for whatever reason. And then I had a dream last night. Okay, we were.
Hope I wasn't popping.
We were in a venue, and it was like a concert venue, not one that's quite as big as it was. Probably like maybe the Fillmore, about that size.
All right.
And there was a, this is hard. This is why dreams are so weird and hard to explain. But there was a shelf way up high, an area that kind of an outcrop area at the venue, probably 25 feet in the air. And I don't know how I ended up there, but I ended up sitting on that thing, and there wasn't very much room. And I was scared to death of falling. I was it was a terrifying
I've had
dream.
that dream.
But you know what happened? Rodney built a scaffolding that I could climb.
Rodney could do it.
Even in your dreams.
Bert, in my dream, Rodney came to my rescue.
Oh my God.
And he built a scaffolding in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And I climbed down from it.
It's a pop-up scaffold.
I apologize for making a left turn and telling you guys that, but when you remember a dream, you need to.
Oh yeah.
You need to talk about it immediately.
Very dreamy.
Very
lately.
active.
Yeah,
in your
yeah.
dreams
And
lately?
I don't know what it is, but it is. Yeah, there's a lot of dream action.
Nice deep sleep, I guess.
Yes, it has to be because I over the past couple of weeks, normally, most often I beat the alarm, but I've more often than not have taken it to the alarm going on to wake me up. And, I credit the sleep number bed, you know what I'm saying?
Wait, did I tell you guys about my work dream a couple weeks ago? I can't remember if I told you or not.
think so.
You guys came to me and you were like, hey, listen, we're going to Boston. The show's moving to Boston. I did tell you, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, so cool. I love that city. And they're like, but not you.
Yeah, that's right.
It was the whole show but me. And I was like, I don't understand. And Steve goes, yeah, I don't know. I guess they just decided they didn't want you. And then
But
Chuck.
I love beans.
Wait, then Chuck saved the day and he was like, don't worry about it. Your show here is going to be great.
That's great.
Wow.
Her story.
All right. Well, yeah, Kathy's story. All right. Well, anyhow, I'm gonna kind of reel this back in, and I'm sorry for sidetracking.
No, we had to.
But this is kind of a vacation story. There's a woman that took to social media to share the process of how she and her boyfriend mutually prepared and planned to break up weeks ahead of their final split. Now, her name is Piper Riley Thompson. Posted a video on TikTok stating that she and her boyfriend were breaking up in 2 weeks, and as part of their preparation for the separation, they went on a, quote, beautiful breakup getaway.
Was there sex involved?
I don't know. So the video details the couple's experience on the retreat and exactly what was involved. She said, we cuddled in this spot for 4 hours reminiscing.
Oh, my God.
We talked about all our fears, our plans for healing, and what we hope for our futures. It was heartbreaking and healing all at once.
It was also stupid.
That's so sad.
So it appears that the couple decided to go their separate ways as a result of opposing life commitments. With her saying, she liked a comment on the video which said, sometimes a breakup isn't a crisis. Sometimes it's two people who love each other realizing there's a non-negotiable that means that they aren't there forever. Huh? So the reaction among users in the comment section of the video was evenly divided, with some people saying this is stupid or what a great way to end a relationship. But for whatever reason, they had decided that they were going to break up. And before they did it, they went on one last kind of fling.
Was there a potential, and had they entertained the potential, that they could reconcile as a result of this trip?
I don't think so. I think
so
this
it was
was
really the done and done.
Was
let's go cuddle for 4 hours.
They had decided that it was going to be over, and they wanted to go off on kind of a high note.
I had a friend, two friends actually, they were dating, and they had a non-negotiable. It was that she wanted to have a family, and he did not. He was divorced, and so he did not want to have any more kids, and she did, and they got along great. And that it was an interesting breakup because they didn't dislike each other. They didn't want to stop spending time with one another.
Right.
They just realized that as a relationship, they weren't going to be able to move on with each other. And
did they maintain a friendship after?
They did, yeah.
Okay.
And I'm always curious as to whether or not that friendship, because I think they're both single. It doesn't matter.
Right,
but
yeah.
were there post-breakup flirtings, hookups, whatever?
Right.
Because, once you have a physical connection with somebody, it's hard to disconnect there.
Yeah.
And like past relationships, I would like to find out what I did wrong, why it ended in the first place. I think that this is a healthy way to end a relationship. It's an odd way, though.
A story about somebody who did that, who went back to
connecting with everyone.
Well, and then what did I not do, or what could I have done better? Trying to up their relationship game.
Right. But this is an interesting concept. I mean, it's very rare that breakups end fairly
innocuously.
Yeah, or
without the police showing up and some guy coming out with a pot on his head,
or just mutually. Usually one person has, one person wants it over and the other one desperately wants to hang on.
I love you.
No, you don't. No, but when you have an agreeable, this isn't working out, we need to bail on this.
It sounds to me like, Nick, maybe this is the same situation with what your friends are going through. It's like, okay, that we have different life goals right now.
Right.
Like, I want a family, you don't. And so I cannot waste, and I hate to use the term waste, but waste any of my younger years with somebody who doesn't want the same things that I want in life.
Right.
And, And then who knows? Maybe if, like, with your friends, for instance, like somewhere down the line, she doesn't actually end up having a family or doesn't meet that person, and that time is now gone. Maybe they end up back together again. Who knows?
Yeah. That's a tough one.
It's meant to be.
Yeah.
If you start to look at it practically like that, like wasting time, I don't think that's a bad thing to say, Case. Yeah. I mean, because that's...
I've heard that used a number of times.
Ultimately what it can be.
In breakups. And a lot of times it has to do exactly for that reason, about wanting to have a family. And the woman perceiving that there's a time she wants to do this, and that's how you deal with it.
Somebody texted him, why don't people talk about this before a relationship? Deal breakers need to be discussed beforehand. It's interesting because sometimes you're trying people out. You know what I mean?
You're probably wearing a fake beard. My name is Lord Skiffington.
Lord.
Yeah.
That guy is...
Yeah. From Tom Skiffington.
Promoted to Lord?
Yeah.
No, but... yeah, you're trying people out.
Yeah.
And you don't immediately go, oh, by the way, I don't want any kids. Let's not waste any time. You know what I mean?
You might change your mind as well. I mean, like,
Yeah.
that's,
You can,
there are life circumstances, and, this world is a crazy place. And, so 7 years ago, you might want to have kids. And then, like, at this point, you're looking, you're like, do I really want to bring up kids in a world like this? And some people might go, what I wanted 7 years ago, I don't. People change their majors or change careers. Like you might think you want something and then realize that you don't.
Your tastes evolve. Your what you want out of life evolves.
Yeah. Maybe you should lead with that. You know what? I think of you as a potential career.
Yeah.
A lot of work.
I don't want
a
to
lot
have
of
your
extra
children.
time. Yeah. So
thank you.
But anyway, I'd never heard of that. Of people going on a breakup vacation. If you can end that way, legitimately, I know it sounds weird, but that's a win, man.
That's a vacation I would not look forward to. I think you could probably accomplish a lot by just getting together and hug, or do what you need to do. Going away might be kind of problematic,
I don't know.
Especially if you're in another country where they jail you both for your attempted murder-suicide.
All right, but anyhow, I thought it was interesting. Thought I would bring that up. All right, we should take a break because I want to stay on time for our You Who Loot contest, and we have an opportunity for you to win $1,000. That's coming up. We also have a secret text word today. We're giving away a $50 gift card to Bonefish Grill. They have a new fall menu full of flavors, going to warm the soul. So make sure that you text the word secret to 39333 because we'll give that away before you know it. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. I got some bizarre file stories and more to get into when we return.
You give them a cake and you don't give them a pie. Clearly, cake is love, pie.
So let me ask you.
Pie.
Let me
Don't
ask
get
you.
Don't get me wrong.
You don't bring them a cake. You bring the grieving a pie.
No, you don't.
What
You
about
bring
a
them
large cookie? The large cookie. What
That's
does
just
that cost? Is it a cookie?
It's a cookie.
Or is it a cookie cake?
It's a cookie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised at your distaste for cheesecakes because
me too. Because I'm fat and I got big time sweet tooth.
And
you just do you have the feeling that I have, Nick, that he has not had the right cheesecake
I think
yet?
that's probably true.
I think we need to set up this the same way, like with Grindr. We need to hook you up with the right cheesecake.
No, he's got to go to
let you guys
Kriebel's.
spend the night together.
Kriebel's.
Oh, Kriebel's. Yeah.
Yes.
So, or they should come here.
Yeah.
They're
Make it easy for us.
I will say,
cheesecake
though,
is unbelievable.
I love a cheesecake crust.
Okay.
So if I had if you're at a wedding, right?
It's not.
You're at a wedding and you're.
It's not a classic pie crust though.
It's not. No, it's graham cracker
crust.
So
Right.
if
Lots of
you're
butter
at a
in it.
wedding and the meal is done and then they bring you a cheesecake and that's all you can have for dessert, I will eat the crust. No problem.
Crust eater.
Preston, here you go. So we're going to go to Bread and Beck's Bakery. We'll say that they are they would be experts in this.
They're
right?
an exceptional bakery.
On their menu, Preston, they have cheesecakes listed with the pies and tarts.
So there you
That's
go.
it. That's
Yeah.
it. That's
Okay.
it.
Yep. Okay.
Should we put up like a Twitter poll?
I bet you Marissa already has.
Yeah. Why did I even bother bringing that up? It was already done.
Marissa actually had it up before we started talking
well,
about
she
it.
did the cheesecake
Oh,
question.
okay. That's good as well.
All right, yeah, but I'm also curious as to whether or not people prefer cake to pie.
You'll get cake. Cake. Listen, I'm just sticking up for pie.
It's okay.
You'll probably get cake because cake is universally known for celebrations.
I think, but I hear you on the. I mean, some of the greatest experiences of my life have been with a pie.
I think there's more love in a pie. I think that it takes more to make a great pie.
Cake is a worldly known good dessert.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm not talking about decorating.
Do you know what I also love too?
What?
The very interesting offshoot, the bunt cake.
Oh man,
bunt cakes are fantastic.
Nothing bunt cake is just...
Nothing bunt cake. Sweet mother of God.
Mm-hmm.
They should really send us stuff.
She's so sweet, Kim.
So she Creebles and bread and becks.
So,
nothing.
I'll go in and
I'm on a diet. Why have we? I don't need this stuff. Right
here's
now.
the deal, Kathy.
I'm on my January diet.
I order so many things when I go in there. Like we'll have people over or whatever. When we're having people over, and you get so much that they're like, look at you like. You're really going to eat all this?
Well, Steve, and you know they have the little ones,
the little
right?
mini buns.
They're-
No, but I got to get the big. Also,
well,
the
so,
big version.
Okay, so so they have the little ones, right? And I've ordered them a number of times, and they're absolutely delicious.
Like 5 dozen.
And you know how sometimes when if you go bigger, it doesn't taste the same, blah blah,
Yeah.
whatever. We just had one for a birthday cake,
Like the big bunt.
one. It was just
Guess what?
delicious.
It's exactly the same.
It's so good.
I'm going to a text, and I quote, "She's my cherry pie. She's not my cherry cake."
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
There
We've
you go.
got a point.
That was a song by Warrant, Cherry
That's
Cake.
right. No, cherry pie. It was by Warrant, starring famous model Bobby Brown was in the video,
yes.
too.
Also from Who's Married to Whitney Houston.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Christopher. It was a different Bobby Brown. Hi, Christopher. You're on the air. Good morning.
Oh my God, this is insane. This is my first time ever on the radio.
Wow. Welcome, sir.
Oh my
welcome.
God, this
And
is
what
crazy.
did you want to share with us, sir?
So there is someone on the show asked if there was an exclusive pie shop.
Yes.
In Ambler, Pennsylvania, there is a restaurant called Pie and Plate.
Wow.
And they are an exclusive pie restaurant.
Okay.
I love that idea.
Good to know.
Have you been and do you recommend it?
Oh my God, I highly recommend it. They
All
have
right.
some of the best chocolate chess pie and key lime pie.
Hell yeah.
So not only do they have sweet pies, but they have savory pies like quiche and pot pies.
I'm down with that too. What is the name of it again? Pie and Plate.
Yeah, it's right on Main Street in Ambler.
Oh,
All
I
right.
make a good quiche.
Thank you, Christopher. Do they make, are there savory cakes? I guess so.
Like
meatloaf. Like meatloaf and crab cakes.
Yeah, just put an icing on it.
Pancakes. There you go. Juliana. Hi, Juliana. Good morning.
Hello. How are you?
Wonderful. What's up, Juliana?
So there's an awesome pie place down in Kennett Square owned by a great gal named Molly, and it's called Nomadic Pies.
Nomadic pies.
Nomadic Pies.
We have the website up on our screen here, Juliana, and it looks pretty impressive.
Her crusts are the bomb, and all of her ingredients are local.
Okay.
I love
So
that.
all of her fruit, all of her meats, and if you ever get a chance, you got to try her pie. They're really, really good.
I'll say this, and it's been echoed a number of times, and you brought it up, and Preston, you agree. A great crust
that's
is a very elusive thing in the
fantastic.
world of piedom.
If you stumble across a great one, you're lucky.
Man, this is a great name
Marry
for,
that crust.
for a pie shop. This is in Boyertown. It's called Semper Pie.
Oh,
I love that.
good.
That's great. Is it like veteran owned, maybe?
I'm not sure, but it's
Semper Pie.
That's great.
It's on Reading Avenue in Boyertown.
I love it. Okay. So, yes, there are pie shops. In fact, for Pie Day, there are specials that you can get. And, Steve, there's none in our area that were really
Rat
mentioned on
bastards.
this. But Red Robin has the Mountain High Mud Pie on National Pie Day. And
Red Robin's good.
Let me see.
They
What
have
kind of
great
deal is it? I don't know what kind of deal you get there. But
Yeah, and it just mention the Preston and Steve show. They'll give you 2 pies, and you bring one of them to us.
No, don't do that.
That's accurate.
Don't do that.
I mean,
They
try
won't-
it.
they won't do that.
I mean, you could
All
give it a
right,
shot.
I was just trying.
I like
But,
Steve's idea.
They also have Red Robin also offers unlimited refills on sides when purchasing burger, sandwich, or entree. Unlimited refills on the bottomless root beer float.
Bottomless root beer float.
And even bottomless entree. The Mac It Yours is swirly twirly pasta. What? Okay.
So if
that sounds like porn.
all right, so if you had
How much for a swirly?
A swirly twirly.
Swirlies are blowies, right?
No, the toilet.
Well, there's two different kinds of swirlies.
There
One
is?
is the one where your face gets shoved into a toilet and you flush the toilet, and then another swirly. Because my friend was a cab driver, and the chick didn't have money and offered him a swirly for a ride.
I think she was just a crack whore.
She might have been a crack whore.
Swirly. So she offered to shove his face into a toilet?
We also did where you would lick your, spit on your finger and stick
That's
it
a wet willy.
in their ear. That's a wet willy?
That's a wet willy.
Used best when it's your pinky finger. Also, you can use pinkies for stinky pinkies.
Jesus Christ.
Can you stop that?
Yeah.
What's better?
We're talking about cake
A
and
pie
pie
or finger blasting?
We're talking about hot fruit. Kathy doesn't even like that.
What's better, apple pie or finger blasting?
What if you had a pie shot?
I mean, come on, really? Is that really a debate?
It's already up on the website.
Yes.
What if you had a what?
A pie shop and the mascot was a rabbit, and you called it hair pie. Would that work? Would you go to a place like that?
H-A-R-E.
Yeah.
Actually, that's
and then
kind of
put
a funny
it
idea.
in parentheses underneath, like vagina.
Yeah, like pubes. Get it? Wow. Okay.
All I know is I really desperately want either a good cake or a good pie, and I thank all the businesses that have offered to drive them over to us.
Let me go to Pam here real quick. I didn't see what she had to say here at the end. Hi, Pam. You're on the air. Good morning.
What's up, bitches?
Yo, bitch. What's your story?
So I called in because there is a place, and it's not in the area, but if you have a chance to go in Savannah, Georgia, called Pie Society.
Pie Society.
They make pies.
Huh.
So they're meat pies, meat and potatoes, but they're baked in a pie similar to, chicken pot pie.
Pies,
they also
yeah.
make fruit pies, but everything is a pie. The pastries are awesome.
Pam, this looks like it might be like a franchise, is it?
I only know of the one in Savannah,
All right.
but I do know that they have a website, and if you guys want to try one, you can go online and purchase one. Most of them you have to bake in the oven. They come to you already pre-made and frozen so that when you bake them when you want, and they give you directions. I highly recommend them. The other thing I want to say to you is that my nephew, for all the times that I had sleepovers with my nieces and nephews, he always wanted pumpkin pie. The kids were asked what you
I
wanted.
love pumpkin pie.
I made the pie the cake or pie that they wanted, and he was the only one that wanted pie, and I was happy to make him pumpkin pie. Even made him one to take home.
What was
I think it's a personal preference.
What was the cake that the Tom Cruise cake?
Thank you, Pam.
Sorry, Tom Cruise pie or whatever that thing that we attempted to order prior to the
That was
holidays.
a cake.
Yeah.
It's a cake.
Yeah.
Is that so? I know Marissa hunted it down. They hand cooked them, hand baked them, and but prior to the holidays, they were absolutely unattainable.
Yeah.
Marissa's got her finger up.
Oh, hang on.
Her swirly finger.
Steve, we just got a message from Goldbelly that the white chocolate coconut bundt cake from Dones is now available.
So I will gladly purchase so we can taste on the
Like
air.
$150.
I will do it, and I will
Steve's doing
hand that receipt to Bill Weston.
It's for the show.
All right. Anyhow, Sunday is National Pie Day. Should you be a pie person or not?
It does incite the passions, doesn't it? It's what we love.
All right, that's all we're going to have time for. For connoisseur this morning.
I think we solved a lot of issues.
Did we? Well, we do have a poll that's up, and is cheesecake a pie or a cake? And then do we have another one, pie versus cake? Okay, so you can vote. Now, I expect cake to win, but I believe that pie has more love.
Throw out pie versus finger blast.
It's what I believe. All right, connoisseur outro music
Yeah, I'm
as
stuck
we.
here.
What?
The screen got stuck.
It's frozen.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
I mean, just go out on that. I think
Okay, All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Some really great things about this next guest and the story. We were in here yesterday. We were watching the video. Marissa goes, "You got to see this," or was it you that showed?
No, it was
Marissa.
Marissa.
Marissa's coming.
Yep.
You got to see this. She goes, "She's from Philly." And she plays the clip, and we're going to have her on in just a second. A reporter in West Virginia, a TV station, doing a live report, gets hit by a car.
And not like a little tap. Like she got hit and knocked to the ground.
Gets right back up again and continues the report. And I told Casey I felt like totally big timing yesterday because we're sitting here watching this, and I go, that's great. Get her on. Get her on tomorrow. And of course, Marissa took care and made it happen. I'm going to play the clip here for you. This is clip number 1 of this happening.
And now we're starting to experience, unfortunately, in freeze-thaw, we see this, water main breaks.
Got hit by a car, but I'm okay. I just got hit by a car, but I'm okay, Tim.
That's the first for you on
okay.
TV, Tori.
Woo! We're all good. I'm okay. I actually got hit by a car in college, too, just like that.
Wow.
I am so glad I'm okay.
You sure you're okay, Tori?
We're good, Tim. Ma'am,
sure you're
you
okay?
are so sweet, and you are okay. It is all good.
Oh, my God.
Is that the woman that hit her?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
And I was, when she said I got hit by a car in college one time, I was like, oh my God.
It's okay. I get hit by vehicles often.
And then one last part to play here. All right, here we go.
You know, it's my last week on the job, and I think this would happen.
So you were bumped
specifically
in.
to me, Tim.
Were you bumped down low, Tori, or were you hit up high? I couldn't really tell from the looking.
Oh, do you know if I was bumped down low or up high, sir?
I just saw you disappear
I don't
out
even
of the
know.
screen.
I don't even know, Tim. My whole life just flashed before my eyes.
Oh, my God.
The pride of Plymouth White Marsh. Please welcome Tori Yorgi.
Yeah.
There's one.
Thank you.
Hi,
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Oh, my God. Are you okay?
Yeah, I am okay. I am good. I'm just a little sore. Thank you for asking, but I'm totally okay.
So what happened was it wasn't a head-on. It was more of like a side swipe, but a fairly vigorous side swipe, correct?
Here it is, MMRs. Yoo-hoo loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
All right, the word we have for you is charge. CHARGE. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways for you to do it. You can enter it via the special contest short code number, which is 45911, or enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. The word is charge, okay? And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. Once again, the word charge. CHARGE.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, got some stories to share for you this time around. All right, this is pretty wild. 2 people from a sunken fishing boat were fending off sharks with their bare hands in the Gulf of Mexico when a crew rescued them and one other person from waters off of the Louisiana coastline. Wow. The Coast Guard launched a search after a relative reported that the three people failed to return from a fishing trip Saturday afternoon. The 24-foot center console fishing boat sank at about 10 a.m. Saturday and stranded the 3 people without communication devices. The 3 were wearing life jackets, and one was showing signs of hypothermia when they were rescued Sunday at about while they were about 25 miles offshore. A Coast Guard boat crew saw 2 of the people fending off sharks, and both of them had injured their hands. The crew pulled them from the water, and the 2 were lifted into a helicopter, and the helicopter crew lifted the 3rd boater from the water. The 2 injured people were taken to University Medical Center in New Orleans, where they were listed as stable. The Coast Guard did not release their names.
One of the ultimate nightmare scenarios.
Yeah, and I want to find out, it said their hands were injured. I want to find, did they get bitten, or what would it happen?
When sharks, depending on what kind of shark it was, their skin can be like sandpaper if you go the wrong way on it.
Mm-hmm.
And that could have helped.
Yeah, I'm curious. Police in Niagara Falls are investigating after 2 youths allegedly took a full-size decommissioned fire truck for a joyride early Monday morning.
You can't just do that, right?
Police said officers responded to a report of an abandoned stolen vehicle in a residential area about 10 miles away from the falls.
Is it for sale?
When officers arrived on scene, police said they discovered a full-sized fire truck located in the middle of the roadway. Witnesses reported that approximately 1:30 a.m., they saw 2 persons believed to be youth males exit the truck and run from the area. A few other details about the suspects are known, aside from the fact that one of them was wearing a red jacket and carrying a backpack at the time of the incident. The truck appeared to be damaged on the passenger side front bumper, windshield, and passenger side mirror. According to Niagara Falls Fire Service, the truck was decommissioned and not actively used by the fire department. It was eventually removed from the area by a large tow service. An investigation of the incident is now underway, and police say they have been in contact with the vehicle's registered owner.
And it's a ladder truck, right?
It just said full size,
Yeah.
so I don't know. Maybe so. This is horrifying, but has a good ending to it. A woman who said she'd been held captive and raped in a Missouri home was wearing a dog collar and appeared to have been bound when she started banging on doors and pleading for help last week. Ciara Tharp and Lisa Johnson spoke 3 days after Timothy Hazlitt Jr. was taken into custody on charges of rape, kidnapping, and assault in Excelsior Springs. The woman reported the allegations to authorities on Friday. Minutes before Johnson saw the woman hunched over and appearing to crawl up her front steps, asking for help. Johnson noticed a dog collar. It looked like a homemade shock collar with ligature marks around her wrists and ankles. When Johnson grabbed the phone to call 911, the woman ran away, saying that the man who held her captive would kill them both. Tharp said her grandmother, who lives next door, heard a woman knocking on the door saying, "You have to help me. I've been raped. I've been held captive." The woman appeared thin, weak, and barely clothed with ligature marks, a metal dog collar, and what appeared to be duct tape hanging from her neck as if it had been pulled down from her mouth. Tharp's grandmother took her in, provided food, water, and a blanket. The woman told the grandmother she had been held in the basement since last month, and she escaped after her captor left the house Friday morning. So I'm assuming this guy was going to kill her.
It sounds that way.
The sheriff's office didn't immediately respond to a request for comment, and Hazlitt was taken into custody after authorities searched his home. So that is just messed up. All right, TwitchCon, meaning Twitch, the gamer service or whatever you want to call it.
They stream on Twitch.
Is seeing an unusual amount of injuries this year due to what appears to be a very unsafe foam block pit that has left attendees with dislocated knees, twisted ankles, and broken bones. Twitch streamer and adult entertainer and Adriana Chekic leaped into the pit doing the splits and landed on her tailbone. When she tried to get out of the pit, she said, "I can't get up." Chekic confirmed that she was far from okay and had wrote, "Well, I broke my back in 2 places and I'm getting surgery to put a meter rod in for support today."
God.
Yeah. I saw it.
You saw the pit?
I saw her do the split in the air. I feel like they put foam blocks down, but they didn't there's not a hole. It's not like it's deep.
It's not deep. So the foam pit was a joint promo between Intel and Lenovo. And apparently a big part of the problem was the foam pit was deceptively shallow with just a few foam blocks between the top and the floor.
Oh, you can see? Yeah, she's where she, and this is where she lands. And she's obviously in extreme pain.
Yep.
I would check the depth of that. She did not. Wow, watch.
Well,
boom. Her ass lands right on the floor.
I think it's on the people who put that foam pit to make sure that it was safe.
Why didn't they put hand grenades underneath?
Foam pits are supposed to be deep enough to swallow you up, and that is clearly not the case here. According to one British manufacturer of foam pits, standard gymnastic pits should be at least 6 feet deep with base pit liner foam to help absorb the shock. The pit closed on Sunday around noon. They did close that up. Back injuries are incredibly serious and can lead to chronic pain and reduced mobility. If you've ever jumped into a foam pit before, like getting out of them, it should be so deep that you have a hard time getting out of them.
So the ball pit at that Instagram selfie thing that they had set up in the King of Prussia, that was... the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
It took a little work to get out of it.
Yeah.
But if you go into those foam ones, it's a chore to get out of them.
That's what happened to me when I tore my ligament on my foot.
Yeah.
I tore it was at a Sky Zone. I tore it on the trampoline. I was going into the foam pit and I could not get out. And my foot was injured. I was like, God, this hurts so bad.
Oh, no.
And I can't get out of this stupid thing.
Somebody get me out of the foam pit.
Yeah.
Wow. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, so you've got about 6 minutes left to enter the word charge. That is our Yoo-Hoo Loot keyword that you need to use right now. We have $1,000 for you. So you can text the word charge to 45911 or enter it through the MMR app or at WMMR.com. So you'll want to do that right now. We're going to take a break. We're coming back. We got trash music news, lesson question. We might have some tickets to give away for something in music news, too. So stay with us. We'll be back in a sec.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Cue the jingle.
Fall activities.
There it is. It's Kathy Romano, and I revealed my 2022
way that she had hit me
Yeah.
because she pushed me forward. And, I don't know, that could have went a lot of wrong ways. So I was just kind of, she I guess she must have hit me with the headlight and, tossed me essentially. But it was all good. There was a patch of snow there, and I think that might have helped break my fall. I'm not really sure because I kind of, blanked out a little. But, it's all good. Yeah, we just got back up and kept going with it.
Okay, so what day did this happen? Was this on Wednesday?
This was on Wednesday night, at 11.
Wednesday night. So then it hits. It hits the social media craze on Thursday.
Yes.
Today, you were on the Today Show this morning.
Yeah.
And so I would imagine yesterday was an absolute whirlwind for you, right?
Oh, yeah, it was for sure. There was I've never had so many text messages, emails, calls. It was crazy. And everyone wishing me well. It was so nice. I feel like, I definitely need to go through all them and thank everybody because I really appreciate it. But, fortunately, I was good. I was at an apartment complex. I was off the roadway just right at the entrance of where you would drive up the hill or down the hill. And, this is West Virginia, so it was a pretty steep hill.
Right.
But she was coming out of the complex. So luckily, she was going slow enough, that it wasn't too bad.
No, I think what happened, what people instantly connected to is that you had just been sideswiped. You're saying to her, you're so sweet, and you were concerned about her, and people immediately heard you. You didn't jump up and go, "You crazy bitch! What did you just do?" You took a more sober approach to the whole thing, and that's, I think, what people connected to. You were clearly concerned about her as well.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. And a lot of people are saying that, the thing is she didn't mean to do it. And I could tell as soon as she got out of the car, her face, her voice was super distraught. And I was like, you know what? I haven't hit anybody, but I've definitely been in a situation where I, was like, oh, I can't believe I just did that. So I didn't want to make it any worse on her, and, and I, and now I feel even worse because it's like everywhere. So she's just kind of, probably having to see it more and more. But she was really a nice person and genuinely didn't mean it. So I just figured, let me just reassure her, let her know I'm good. Everything's fine. We're good.
When Marissa told me you were from our area, I was almost expecting you to go, "It's okay, I'm from Philly."
Yeah. No, yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, we got to hear about the college thing. All right. What's that story?
I know. It's funny. I don't know why that was like the first words to come out of my mouth. I really don't know. It was one of those things, just shock,
Yeah.
But basically in college, I went to Penn State University, and I was walking home from the library one night, true story, and I was walking past an alleyway, and the guy just rolled a stop. And he wasn't going, not maybe like 10 miles an hour, if that, just gave me a little push.
Mm-hmm.
And he got out all concerned. I was like, dude, it's good. Just keep going. We're good. And I just kept walking. And then, so I think in my head, I was trying to just reassure her, this has happened. It's fine.
I get hit all the time. Yeah.
It wasn't that bad at the time. I just was like, let me just let her, that's the only thing I could think of as to why I said it.
It's just funny because it'd be akin to someone saying, "Oh, it's okay, I get hit by lightning all the time."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, but so what happened with her? Why did she hit you?
I don't know. I was standing in, like I said, at the end of that apartment complex. I was up against the corner, and I was actually on the opposite side as to where the cars typically turn out like that. I think she just cut it real good. And I don't know, maybe the emergency crews, because there was a water main break and the whole road was not closed, but down to one lane, and they were doing slow, the workers out there with their slow and stop signs.
Right.
So maybe she got a little, distracted with that, or, just it could have been a lot of different things. I definitely know I will not be doing a live shot in that area, in that spot ever again, though.
Well,
I've learned from this. It's all good. I don't need to get hit by another car.
Yeah, it's clearly, and this is a common thing. They send, you do the live shot from a location where a water main break or whatever, and it happens constantly. But I mean, we've had stories here. We had the Fox 29 reporter, Steve Keeley, just got blasted by a snowplow. And that became a viral sensation. The truth of the matter is, you guys are out doing this stuff. Are we good there?
Yeah,
you guys are out and doing this stuff, And it's always a risk when you're standing roadside or by something that might distract a driver. So do they when you're one of these kind of reporters that's going out to this sort of thing, do they give you a little instruction on how to maintain your safety while you're out there?
Yeah, they definitely do. And, we do have safety gear if needed, but I wasn't on the road.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I didn't think, I just had so many indicators that I'm in a safe spot. Even the water guys were like, yeah, just park up there. You won't be in our way. You'll be good. And I was like, okay, great. This is going to work out so good. And but the thing is there is a lot of journalists out there now taking this incident and they're, kind of advocating for journalism safety. And I totally understand. I think it's a conversation that should be had. However, in that moment, I did not feel in danger.
Right.
Had I felt in danger, I would have left, and my boss would have never second guessed it. She's first to tell me just head out if you're not feeling safe.
Cool.
But, it's just one of those freak accidents. But yeah, they do teach us to be safe and stuff. I don't know. It was just a crazy incident. And I really don't know how she hit me. My car was parked like 15 feet away from me, look up a little bit. But I thought that was going to be safe because people typically just go around it.
Yeah.
So they'll kind of, go around you too. If
Sure.
you're close enough to it. Just didn't work out in my favor, man.
Yeah. Well, Tori, so you talk about people advocating for your safety, and that's one of the things that started happening last night. Is people were commenting, journalists all over the country and maybe even the world have been talking about, because there have been cost cutting measures that TV stations are implementing, where normally you'd be out there with a photog, and so now you're out there by yourself. So people are saying that if you had a photog with you, he or she could have warned you that somebody was on the way,
right.
Somebody was coming, and so there has been that sort of viral aspect of it all. Is your contemporaries are advocating for you and other people like you.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we could do the what ifs all day about it. The thing is, when you are in these size markets, they're smaller, not as many people, so smaller, mid-size. Even the larger markets, though, I've noticed lately, they're having one woman, one man bands. And the thing is I signed up for this. I knew what I was getting into. This wasn't my first rodeo on a live shot by myself. So the issue, I understand advocating for the safety. I am all for it. And again, think a conversation should be had. However, in this situation, I didn't feel in danger. I was just like, all right, I'm just going to do a quick live shot. And then, a car hit me. But I mean, I didn't feel like
It's a water main break. Yeah.
It happens.
You know?
So Tori, listen, I know you're going to Pittsburgh next in your career, and oftentimes as you move up the chain in broadcasting, you'll hear from directors and producers to lose that Philly accent. Please never ever lose your Philly accent.
We can hear it.
It's so endearing.
You know what? I know it's because I'm comfortable with you guys, so that's why I'm talking the way I normally would talk. But yeah, on TV they do tell me you can't have an accent, so I do try and clean it up. But in that incident, I was like, there is no way. I do try and put a filter on it and try, and I practice my speech but it's always going to be there. It's just one of those things. And I appreciate that so much because, it is home for me.
Yeah.
So, just part of me.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Tori Yorgi. She went viral yesterday, works as a reporter in West Virginia and was hit by a car during a live report. And her last week of work, by the way.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, like, this happens on the last week. Somebody had texted in and says your aunt owns a restaurant in the area. So why not go ahead and give that a plug?
Oh, yeah, I would love to. It's the best restaurant in the whole world. My Aunt Peggy, it's on Flint Hill Road in King of Prussia. It's called Gateway Cafe. She was they actually a few years back when I was interning at Fox 29, they went out there, Bob Kelly, and Gateway Cafe, Flint Hill Road. They have amazing food. I think they are relocating soon, but of course we'll keep up with that. That's too funny.
Maybe they'll name a dish after you, like pedestrian or head on or something like that.
Yeah. My uncle was saying last night, he's like, we need you to sign a picture. We'll just frame it.
Just you being launched.
That's too much.
Well,
Too much. But yeah, I am a Plymouth White Marsh graduate. I'm very proud of my high school.
Nice.
And Montgomery County was where I was born.
When did you graduate?
I'm proud of my roots.
When did you graduate from PW?
I graduated from PW, in 2014. Then I went to Penn
2014.
State.
Okay.
So if you think of the confluence of events here and how everything worked out, and it's your last week at this station, you're going to a station in Pittsburgh, I mean, and you have this, I mean, I saw it, the whole incident was covered in the Daily Mail, for crying out loud, with the video and everything. It's global.
Yeah.
You know, for all of the way this could have played out, it played out in the absolute best viral way possible. It's got to be mind-blowing to see that as a journalist, you get information out, you try to get information to people, and yet it's the reporter being sideswiped by a car that becomes a global news event.
I know, it's crazy. I mean, and you're right. The last week, like today is literally my last day at the station. I'm thinking, I'm going to be a big old
By rock and roll. It's 20 minutes after 10. It's a Wednesday morning. The clouds are going to be arriving shortly. It's supposed to get cloudier as the day goes on, but comfortable temperatures. High about 72. Looks pretty still. Not that breezy or anything like that. So
That's
it should be a nice
fine.
day,
Yeah.
We do have rain, though, and that does include thunderstorms tomorrow. So just heads up on that. And then Friday, we're looking in the clear. High 68 and sunshine. And then the weekend is going to be low 70s and no rain in the forecast. So looking okay. Let's give something away. We have a lesson question. We're going to give away a pair of tickets for In Conversation with the Sopranos, featuring Steve Sherpa, Vincent Pastore, and Michael Imperioli. And that's going to be at the Keswick in November on the 12th. So the question we're going to go with, so if you're Sopranos fans, obviously you want to try and win this, but I can't not ask this question. What was the sequel to Bed Knobs and Broomsticks? Not really, though. It's just what was said earlier this morning. 215-263 WMMR. What was the sequel to Bed Knobs and Broomsticks? Not really. 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. And while you call in, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right. We'll kill some time and do the trash while we're waiting for your call. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, chess grandmaster Hans Neumann getting his backside scanned outside the U.S. Chess Championship after accusations he had used a rectal device to cheat. Security found no signaling device during the scan, but did find a mag light, a candle holder, and a full box of uncooked pasta.
Wow.
Oh, my
Pretty wild. Adam Levine and wife Bahati showed no signs of strain in their marriage as they enjoyed a day at the beach over the weekend. The Maroon 5 frontman says he has reeled in his flirtatious ways, but was spotted later hitting on a jellyfish.
Wow.
Hey!
And finally, Gisele Bündchen was spotted leaving the offices of a super high-powered divorce attorney in Miami on Friday. Bündchen says all she plans on leaving Brady with are his underinflated balls.
Wow.
That's your Hollywood trash.
All right, we are looking for the answer to this question. What was the sequel to Bed Knobs and Broomsticks? Not really. We will go to Mike. He's the first one on. Mike, good morning, sir.
Gadzooks, guys, you rock.
Hi, Mike.
Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it. All right, what was the sequel to Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, buddy?
Knob jobs and glory holes.
Yes. Knob jobs and glory holes. Yep, hang on, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
We're going to give you a pair of tickets for In Conversation with the Sopranos featuring Steve Sherpa, Vincent Pastore, and Michael Imperioli. And that's going to be Saturday, November 12th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. Tickets are on sale now via AXS.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Not a, but yeah.
All right, yes, not a but yeah. Brought to you by Dylan's RV Center. And you find the hottest deals of the year on thousands of RVs from New Jersey's top dealers at the Wildwood RV Show, October 21st to the 23rd at the Wildwoods Convention Center. All right, big news in the world of rock. Tom DeLonge is back with Blink-182.
That's right.
We knew this was going to happen at some point, and it's finally happening. The band announced yesterday they'll be reuniting for the first time since 2015. The classic lineup will be releasing new music and going on a huge world tour set to kick off in March 2023 and conclude in February 2024. While they're on the road, the band will team up with Green Day to co-headline the While We Were Young festival in Las Vegas next October. Additionally, their first new song together called Edging is set to drop on Friday. Now,
to a rim job?
Taking a look at the dates, they're not coming to Philly.
Oh.
Hold on, Marissa's holding up her hand.
Oh.
I have other places that are nearby. Do you have other information?
Well, so finish yours, and then I made a discovery so that I want to add to it afterwards.
All right, they're playing
I'm going to let you finish.
Madison Square Garden on May 19th. They'll be in D.C. May 23rd, and they'll be in Hershey May 27th. Those were the closest shows. There's one in Baltimore as well that I saw.
So that's what's on their website. But if you look on the internet, scrolling around, there is a concert art, and it says Atlantic City on the 30th of May.
Okay.
So it's not listed. It's not listed on their website, but it is in the art. So maybe there's some sort of festival coming to Atlantic City.
But they're still not coming to Philly.
How do you bypass Philly?
City counts as Philly, though, right?
No.
Okay.
It counts as Atlantic City.
What's that?
It counts as Atlantic City.
Yeah, it does.
Would you put it in the same category as Hershey?
No, I think it's a little closer.
All right, okay.
It's better than Hershey, but still.
Less candy.
Philadelphia. Here.
Yeah.
Now, it can be routing issues. It can be scheduling. It can be venues. Who knows what the issue is, but I was a little disappointed to see that.
I think it's
What day of the week is the 30th?
Of May?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyone?
I'll look it up.
I'm not really sure.
I mean, if it's
It's
a
Loon
weekend,
Day.
then okay. You can make it work.
Yeah. No, I know, but I
It's not. It's a Tuesday.
A Tuesday after Memorial Day
After
weekend.
Memorial Day, yeah.
That's a bunch of horse crap.
Yeah.
Everyone's at work.
All right. Well, anyhow, the good news is there's going to be new music from Blink-182.
Yeah.
They're doing a tour. They're back together. That's really cool. So
Here's what my hope is. That they play the MMRBQ, and that's why it's not in Philadelphia. That's what my hope is.
It'd be excellent.
All right.
You changed your hope. You always wanted a monkey before this.
Yeah?
Yeah, and now you want it.
I think this is a little bit more attainable than a monkey. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see. Chris Cornell, guitarist Pete Thorne, revealed that the late Soundgarden frontman and Eddie Van Halen actually worked together on the same track. Loudwire reported that the pair had become friendly around the time that Cornell was recording his 2009 solo album Scream, with Cornell asking Van Halen to play on one of the tracks. Now, producer Dave Friedman hooked the pair up, with Thorne saying 45 minutes later, he texted me and said, Ed wants you to call him. Here's his cell phone number. So I left him a message, and he called me back and said, well, how soon can you come up to the studio and play me this stuff? So we set up a date. I drove up to 5150, and he was just so cool. Thorne went on to remember making the trek to Van Halen's studio and getting to work. He said, I get out of the car, and there he is. And, you know, he comes over, gives me a big hug, and says, okay, let's go to the studio and take a listen. And I was just like, this is my hero.
It's amazing.
This is awesome. And he took me into 5150, and he was so humble and unassuming. He went on to explain, though, I don't want to get anyone excited about this, thinking that it ever got finished, because it didn't. But he did work on it. I would go up there over the next couple of weeks, and he had played on it, and I'd be like, I can't believe this is happening, myself and Eddie on a track. But it's a long story, but it never got a vocal on it by Chris. And Ed got busy doing the next Van Halen album right about then, and it just never ended up getting finished. I heard it once, but we just never finished it. So somewhere, he said, at 5150, there's a 24-track reel with that on it, and someday I'd love to find it. But it's nothing that's ever really going to surface.
Oh, well.
Pretty cool story, though.
Stuff like that tends to be found eventually.
Speaking of Soundgarden, Kim Thale, or Chris Cornell in Soundgarden, Kim Thale of Soundgarden and Robert and Dean DeLeo of Stone Temple Pilots are going to be taking part in the Rock and Roll Fantasy Camps, a whole lot of rock camp next spring. It's called A Whole Lot of Rock, from Led Zeppelin to Soundgarden. The Stone Temple Pilots will also feature Carmine Appice of Vanilla Fudge, and the event will take place in Los Angeles March 16th. And they usually add on people to those things as it goes along. The work on the first all-new Rolling Stones album since 2005 continues. Both Mick and Keith have been captured entering and exiting Manhattan's famed Electric Lady Studios, where drummer Steve Jordan actually photographed laying down tracks for the new set. No word on when fans can expect the album to drop.
Isn't that amazing?
They are doing work. Yeah,
They're doing new music.
Set for release sometime tomorrow, will be the long unreleased Queen track, Face It Alone. London's Express reported the track featuring the late Freddie Mercury on vocals is an outtake from the band's 1989 The Miracle album. Brian May posted a 15-second snippet of the track on social media. Earlier this year, Brian and Roger Taylor spoke about the recording, telling BBC Radio 2, with Taylor saying, yes, we did find a little gem from Freddie that we'd kind of forgotten about, and it was wonderful. And actually, it was a real discovery. It's from the Miracle Sessions. It's a very passionate piece. Brian added, it was kind of hiding in plain sight. We looked at it many times and thought, no, we can't really rescue that. But in fact, we went in there again, and our wonderful engineering team went, okay, we can do this. And it's kind of stitching bits together, but it's beautiful. It's touching. So that should be tomorrow.
I want to hear that.
Yeah, we'll be able to hear it tomorrow. And one more story. Hitting theaters November 3rd is a Hollywood high, Duran Duran's new 75-minute documentary concert film. According to Rolling Stone, the film features the group's recent rooftop performance in the city at the Astor and gathered up decades of old archival footage to pair with exclusive interviews. Bassist John Taylor said in a statement, Duran Duran have had an enduring relationship with the city of Los Angeles. Since the first time we came to America, we were determined to do something unique to celebrate our 4 decades together. A rooftop performance at L.A. with the Capitol Records building across the street and the Hollywood sign looming in the distance sounded perfect and turned out to be an extraordinary night for us all.
I just watched, they were in a documentary. It's 60 years of Bond music, I think is the name of it. So they talk about John Barry, the composer, and the different artists who contributed. And they talked about, how thrilled they were to work on a Bond movie from A View to a Kill. Which is very cool.
I also, I guess it's on maybe the Paramount Plus platform. There is a behind the music on those guys that I watched.
Yes, there's a whole... It's great, right?
It is. I had no idea how much internal strife there was in the band.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Because of Yoko.
And no. And then Marissa had a correction. The Blink-182 Atlantic City date is May 28th. Is that official? Hang on, because it wasn't on my information.
I know, because I did the same thing yesterday. I actually... First, Casey looked to see where they were going to be when the MMRBQ date is, because we know when that is. We know around when that is.
Right.
They're not in our area, but it does not say it there. But there is artwork that is going around from Live Nation that has the entire... I hope we're not blowing something up, but it says Atlantic City, May 28th.
If it's online, you're not blowing anything up.
It's there. It's just not on the website. So maybe there's some cool festival. Maybe that When We Were Young festival is coming to Atlantic City. That would be awesome.
It would be. It would be.
And Atlantic City is just like Philadelphia.
Exactly,
It is.
Steve.
Yeah.
All right, so that's a Sunday, by the way.
Okay.
Marissa says, so that's a little more doable. All right, and then finally, we need a winner for a secret text word. So, Kath, give me a number caller, please.
13.
All right, 13th caller. It's yours, but you need to know the secret text word. 215-263 WMMR. Give us a call right now. We'll come back, wrap up the program. Stay with us.
Things have unfolded. But yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed my time here, man. And I definitely, it's just, you're right. It's just crazy how the timing happened.
Yeah.
And of course, my goal is to get to Philadelphia one day. So now as I'm sitting here talking to you all, it's just super unreal. And, Pittsburgh's next, but hopefully that's not my last stop.
Tori, what's the station in Pittsburgh where you'll be working?
The station is WTAE. It's the Pittsburgh's Action News 4. It's ABC.
All right, cool. You will officially be the most famous new reporter they ever have.
Yeah. I just hope people don't look at me. Well, I know they're going to look at me and be like, oh, yeah, she was hit by a car.
It's going to take a little while.
I hope they watch for the story, and not to see if I just get hit by another car. That's hope.
You never know. That station might have planted that lady in that car and made her. Let's hit her in.
That station too. They did call me right away, the first thing the next morning, and checked on me, and they were.
That's
super
nice.
Sweet
That's
about
cool.
it.
Did they want to have you on for an interview or anything like that?
No. I think he was like, no. I told him I was a little overwhelmed with the request that I got yesterday. So I think he was kind of, we'll get her when we get her, and it'll all be good. Yeah. So no, I haven't been on there yet. So, but it's kind of a weird situation.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, all the way around. Tori, I know you're a big Eagles fan. Did you see that Lane Johnson actually tweeted at you yesterday?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I screamed. I think I was like crazier than the Today Show, and then I talked to Brandon Graham this morning on WIP.
Yeah.
It's just been a crazy like 48 hours.
Wow.
I love my birds, and that part was like, whew, oh my gosh, that's when I lost it. Honestly, I was like, this is too much for me right now.
That's cool.
Wow. Well, that. Listen, I can't say I'm happy you got hit by a car.
No.
I mean, that's just there's no way to say that. But I'm glad you're getting the attention you're getting. That's really cool.
Yeah, thank you. I know. I it's going. I don't know. I guess it's just one of those things. You just take a negative and make it into a positive. Everybody tells me my reaction was priceless, and I don't know. When you're in the moment like that, and the personality and just the person I am, I talk myself through situations, and I think that's what I was trying to do. And I figured, well, you know what? If I keep going on with the report, I won't cry, and I'll just forget about it. It'll be fine. And then, of course, when I was done, the report, it did not. That was.
It didn't mitigate it at all.
Yeah. But that's it. That's what a professional does.
Yeah.
You carry on, man. That's what you do. You're on your way. So that's awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming on this morning, Tori. We know you're overwhelmed, but maybe we'll see you in person someday, okay?
You guys are so fun. Thank you so much for everything.
Good luck
Thank
with
you.
everything. Tori Yorgi, guys. Headed to Pittsburgh, hit by a car on live TV in West Virginia.
I hope
Oh
we
my
see
God.
her here. I hope she
I
makes
do
it back
too.
to Philly.
You know.
Yeah.
Oh my God, she's adorable.
Yeah.
She is. She's great.
She seems as sweet as you could possibly be. Man.
What kind
What it
of
would be.
flavor is it, cognac?
I've never really had it.
Is it a liqueur or is it a?
It's kind of sweet.
It's like Yoo-hoo.
It's a lot like Yoo-hoo, yeah. That's the grossest drink on the planet. Why would anybody ever drink
Shut
Yoo-hoo?
up with that crap. I'm tired of hearing that. Every time Yoo-hoo is mentioned, you guys crap all over.
I don't.
Terrible.
I don't.
It's a chocolate drink. It's not chocolate milk.
It's not
And that's the problem.
Why bother?
It's positioned as chocolate milk. It's a chocolate drink. And I'll tell you what, and here we go again. And I'm going to relive a bad dream. But no, not a dream. It happened to me. It was real. I was there.
A nightmare.
Field trip to the Bronx Zoo. My mother was actually one of our
Chaperones.
chaperones. So she puts my Yoo-hoo into the freezer so it'll be nice and cold when we're walking around.
Oh.
What happens? We arrive at the zoo, walking around. It's overcast, little light drizzle. Then comes time for lunch. I sit down. I have my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and I figured now's the time to take a swig out of that Yoo-hoo. Frozen solid. One kid found out. They all found out. And then the monkeys started laughing and pointing.
They're all going to laugh at you.
They're all gonna laugh at you. No, Mother! My Yoo-hoo is frozen, Mother! They can see your dirty pillows. I actually brought dirty pillows that day. Why would you bring dirty pillows to the zoo? For the animals!
Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture added the calorie pear, or Pyrus calorania, commonly called the Bradford pear tree, to a list of noxious weeds, plants that cannot be legally sold or cultivated in the state.
Wow. So it adds the list that is populated by the durian and other?
Well, no, it's considered invasive. So this is these are the semen trees.
What?
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. So the popular non-native flowering fruit tree naturalizes, spreading from planted landscapes, crowding out other plants, and disrupting native ecosystems.
So the semen tree is considered an invasive species?
Check that, Nick. Double check and make sure the Bradford pear is the one we're talking about.
If you don't know, this is a plant, a tree, I guess,
It's a
that
tree, yeah.
every year emits a smell that many have said, and I agree, smells like semen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's them.
That's okay. So this is it. So it apparently crowds out other plants, disrupts native ecosystems. The ban on sale and cultivation will take effect on February 9th, with enforcement phased in over 2 years.
I'm surprised because landscapers will sell a lot of these. They'll use them in office parks and people's backyards and whatever. So this is a moneymaker for a lot of those places. I'm really surprised they came down with a ban.
Well, it's a beautiful tree.
Yeah.
And when it does create that scent, it's got these beautiful white blooms. It's just
Yeah, it
gorgeous.
looks gorgeous.
I have 3 of them in my backyard.
I have a weeping vagina in my backyard.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's, well, you know what it smells like, but it's just, it's beautiful.
Okay. Now you got me thinking of Pussy Willows. I wouldn't necessarily categorize this scent as noxious, though. I mean,
it is different.
If you are around a bunch of them, like I have been in proximity to several of them, and it's like overpowering. Now, not noxious to the scent of I can't breathe.
Yeah.
Right.
But definitely like, wow, this is overpowering. So, but it's apparently I guess it's taking up too much space. It's invading the area, and it's not native in the area. So, according to the agricultural secretary, the Khloe pear is another non-native plant that was brought to the country for its beauty and rapid growth without regard to its long-term potential harm to our environment and food supply.
I didn't realize it was that sort of situation. Nick, as you rightfully point out, it ends up being used in garden plants.
Oh yeah,
they're
sold a lot.
And
another one that I've heard people complain about because of the smell is the ginkgo tree, and they're really pretty as well. Especially in the fall, they turn like a bright yellow. But people sometimes refer to them as the stinko tree, and I believe like it's only the male of the species that stinks or whatever. But yeah.
We have a butthole bush by our front door, and the flowers are wonderful, but it does.
What does it smell like?
It smells like a butthole.
Is it year round or only in the spring?
No, it's like for 1 week.
Oh,
you know,
you can deal with that.
Is your butthole open?
Don't come over. It's butthole week.
Is your butthole sprouting?
Yes.
Oh my god.
The butthole's open.
What's your
and the scent
You've got to come by.
You got to come. It only happens 1 week out of the year when the butthole's
We'll sit between that and the semen plant.
All right, here you go. Here's some big news.
All right.
Kim Kardashian is making it clear, and I have a few Kim and Kanye stories here.
Oh, yeah.
Clear to Kanye, wants to set healthy boundaries.
Healthy boundaries.
So, in an interview with Hollywood Unlocked that will be released today, West claims that Kardashian's security team wouldn't let him into her house with their daughter North after he picked the kids up from school one day. Now, a source told People that while it's true that West was not allowed inside the house that day, Kim's security team didn't stop him from seeing the kids, picking them up, or dropping them off. The source continued saying he can no longer just walk inside her home without her permission, and Kim has a right to privacy and is trying to set healthy boundaries. So she's warned. Call number 13 happens to be Nicole. Hi there, Nicole.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Awesome. Do you know the secret text word, please?
Wahoo.
Wahoo. That is correct. And Casey came up with that because a wahoo is a type of fish. And we have Bonefish Grill. So we're going to set you up with a $50 gift card. Nicole, hang on the line. We're going to get your information. And don't forget, Bonefish Grill's new fall menu is full of flavors that will warm the soul. And that's kind of a fish, too. From the Kung Pao Brussels sprouts and swordfish and pumpkin ravioli to the pumpkin lava cake for dessert. Visit bonefishgrill.com. So congratulations. We'll get your info, and we will take care of that. Now, we had a random texter also, and that is Owen Riley.
Yeah.
Who lives in Philadelphia. And Owen is going to get the $50 Bonefish Grill gift card as well. So congratulations to you. All right, wrapping up the program. Like to thank our guests being on the show. We had Sister Mary on today.
We did, yes.
Sister Mary Scullion and Project Home, or she says Project Home. She's as Philly as you
There's
can get.
no mistaking that.
And it's great because the work that Project Home has done with homelessness is amazing. It's incredible, and it's noble work. And they have an event that's going on today, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. It's in the Masonic Temple. just going into that building alone
so cool
is worth it. And the fact that you're going to be contributing to a wonderful cause is awesome.
Well, you've walked past the building enough. Now you can take a look at what's inside.
You got to see inside this place. It's incredible. We had the pleasure of being honored there one night, and we got the full tour. It's amazing. So projecthome.org for the information. And how great was John Tortorella?
Yeah.
Flyers season kicks off tomorrow against the Devils, and John is the head coach, and he's just this no-nonsense guy. He's easy to talk to, and he doesn't mince words. He tells you what the deal is, and he's basically saying, well, let's wait and see. I feel good, but let's see what happens.
And he hopes we are too.
Yeah, so we all hope you are too. I would like to do the letter of the day because we have a new word of the week prize in case.
Got you, bro.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
T as in 3.
All right, and we have a 3-letter word that we're going to be spelling out this week, and we're going to give away a 4-pack of premium box seats in the front row of box number 1 for Chris DiStefano's sold-out Right Intention Wrong Move Tour, Friday, October 28th at 8 p.m. at the Fillmore in Philadelphia. And the early show is sold out, but some tickets remain for his late show that night at 10:30 p.m. Those are on sale now via Ticketmaster. So we will give that away on Friday, which is going to be here before you know it. I want to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show, brought today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by iloveexcitement.com and by squeezed.com. Feel great and lose weight with Squeezed. Tomorrow morning on the program, we got a couple of guests who are going to be joining us, checking in about some things going on in the area. But we also, I've been told, have a serious prize backup problem. So we got to blow out some stuff.
Absolutely.
We're going to have to give away a bunch of things.
We need a prize anima.
Yeah, we're going to do a game that moves some product, as we call it. So that's it. We're done. Rage on and have yourself a fantastic day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.